Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara Joint Stadium Authority and City Council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe,
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal,
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy,
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park,
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane,
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Becker,
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore, sorry.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So public comment. Do we have any public comment on any items that are on the closed session agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any members of the public that would like to speak on any closed session items?
I do not see any hands, Mayor, and I have no e-comments or any public comment emails as well. So nothing
Okay.
here.
Thank you very much. We will now be adjourning to closed session. We'll be back on an open session at 6 p.m. for the open council meeting and Stadium Authority meeting. Thank you. We'll see you then. order of the Joint City Council, Stadium Authorities, and Regular Authorities meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk, and good afternoon and welcome everyone. For today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public, you can now join us via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So now let's move on to the council agenda. Reports of actions taken in closed session, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in its closed session.
Okay, thank you. Now we have continuances and exceptions. Anybody have a continuance or exception on the city council? And then we'll move to the public. Anyone?
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a couple of items to mention.
Yes, go ahead. Susan.
Under this section, as I started at our last meeting, I stated that I would provide a summary of the items that are time sensitive for the council to hear this evening in order to make sure that there's continuity of city services and operations. I first want to start with item number 8. That item, I'd like to request that item be continued until June 22nd. We have heard from the individual that if the item that cannot be heard early, that they do request that the item be scheduled earlier on the agenda on June 22nd. So I'd like to just request that item be deferred, and we'll note it appropriately.
Can we do that right now? Can we do that right now? So we don't lose track of it. And so that item is item 8. And I think that's one of the public hearings.
It is. So it would be continued by action. And that's the resolution of necessity to acquire a certain real property interest at 890 Walsh Avenue.
Thank you. So is there a motion to continue that?
So
we don't
moved.
have to renotice. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second on that. Any discussion on that or any discussion from the public on that?
Mayor, we
Yeah.
do have a hand raised.
Okay, go ahead.
This is
Can you-
Phil.
Who?
Phil.
Phil?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Phil. Yes, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, I'm Phil Olney. I'm a CPA. I represent the interests of Tim Duran and Law LLC, the owner, and I'm in favor of it as well to the 22nd.
Thank you, Phil. And we'll make sure that gets on at the beginning of the agenda for your client, okay? All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. No other discussion. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. That passes unanimously. All right, go ahead, City Manager.
We have 6 consent calendar items that are time sensitive. I'll just I'll state them for the council. Item 4F, like Frank, 4G, like George, 4H, 4K, 4M, and 4R. Those each have time sensitive dates. And then on the general business side of the council agenda, I just want to note that items 5, 6, and 10 are time sensitive. Item 7 is also relatively time sensitive, although it can be deferred to June 15th if needed, but that item had already previously been deferred, like items 5 and 6.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Thank you, City Manager. Anybody else on the council? Okay, we're going to move then, or the public. Do we have any public members?
Mayor, we have a hand up from
Yes, go
Gabrielle.
ahead. Are you calling them?
Hello?
Gabriella,
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriella. I'm with the Asian Law Alliance. I was just calling in about item number 12 and asking that it be moved up and handled first so that our public members that are planning on joining don't have to wait for late into the night.
Okay. Thank you, Gabrielle. Council members, anybody want to take that on?
I'd like to move that up to before item 5. Item 12 be moved to before item 5 at the beginning of our public hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to move that item up. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. I would just like to state for the record that this is not city business. We have received a lot of complaints about political matters being put before city business. We have a lot to talk about tonight on our calendar, a lot of items that have been continued from May 4th and May 25th. I think city business should be taken priority over political politics. And so I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure it's going to pass. I'm not going to support it either because I'm willing to be here very long tonight. We have items that need to be done, but obviously personal and political items will go first. So anybody else want to comment on this? All right, Assistant City Clerk, vote to move that up ahead of all other city business and public hearings.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes, and yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. Okay, anyone else? All right, so let's try to get through this agenda. All right, before we start our special order of business, I want to give a shout out to 2 of our high schools here in Santa Clara. One is the Santa Clara High School boys varsity basketball team that is in the playoffs. They won their De Anza division, and I know we're going to be recognizing them later this month, but they are now playing Palo Alto High School at 7 o'clock. So I want to wish good luck to Coach McGilvery and the boys varsity basketball team. They're representing our city and our school district, and we want to wish them good luck. They've made it so far. So go Santa Clara High. And then also Wilcox High School they won their first playoff game. Councilmember Watanabe and I attended, and they're playing Hillsdale High School at 7 o'clock tonight. So good luck to the Wilcox High School basketball team and Coach Taloy. We hope to hear good news after tonight. And unfortunately, we have a council meeting, or I would try to be at both those, at least half and half. So let's wish our high schools good luck. So we're going to move on to our special orders of business. The first item we have is actions on the Youth Commission, recognition of outgoing Youth Commission members for fiscal year 20 and 21. So as a special order of business this evening, the City Council would like to recognize 7 outgoing members of the Youth Commission. Since its inception in 1995, the 15-member Youth Commission has provided a youth perspective and voice, as well as opportunities for civic engagement, service, and leadership training that support an active and healthy youth population. So Youth Commission Staff Liaison John Kawada is with us this evening, and he will present the 7 outgoing members. So John, I saw you on here a little bit ago.
I am here.
Welcome, John.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff with us tonight. As Mayor Gilmore said, I am the staff liaison to the City's Youth Commission. It is my pleasure to recognize 7 outgoing youth commissioners this evening. The City of Santa Clara appreciates the service these commissioners have provided to the community and wishes them the best as they continue their service and educations. First up is Adrian Krivokopik-Zub, who graduated from Santa Clara High School and has served 3 terms. Adrian will be attending Cal Berkeley. Colin Lim graduated from Basis Independent Silicon Valley and has served 2 terms. Colin will be attending Columbia University. Kayla Fan graduated from Santa Clara High School and has served 4 terms. Kayla will be attending Cal State Fullerton. Kavya Sriram graduated from Wilcox High School and has served 2 terms. Kavya will be attending UC San Diego. Smriti Suresh graduated from Wilcox High School and has served 3 terms. Smriti will also be attending UC San Diego. Natasha Yen graduated from the Harker School and has served 3 terms. Natasha will be attending Pittsburgh College in Southern California. Amy Zuo graduated from Lynbrook High School and has served 2 terms. Amy will be attending Rice University. So for our outgoing commissioners, we will coordinate a time to get their certificates of recognition of service to them, as well as we have, hopefully you can see this, we have lawn signs for them.
Oh, we can't see him.
Yeah,
We
it's
can't
not
see.
coming
Oh,
up.
wait, try that again, John. Try that again. I want to see those.
Oh,
I can only
no,
see
not
part of
quite.
it.
We'll
Oh,
take,
well.
we'll take pictures of them and make
Yeah.
sure we get that into our newsletters for everybody. But you know, again, thank you all for your service to the City of Santa Clara. It is very much appreciated. So thank you, Mayor and council members.
Let's give them a round of applause. Woo. Thank you for your service, and to hear about some of those colleges, that's really impressive. I'm really proud of our youth commissioners and their accomplishments, and wish them luck in college. I think they'll be well prepared, though. They've done such wonderful work, and thank you for all the wonderful work that you've done for the City of Santa Clara on the Youth Commission. We all very much appreciate it. Okay, so next we have,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
Councilmember Watanabe has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I have a hard
No,
time.
no,
seeing that.
it's
ahead.
okay. Thank you, John, for sharing that. I know the Youth Commission has definitely had to make some changes, but they've still been active. I mean, I've seen postings about things that they are doing, activities that they're participating in. I noticed that the Parks and Rec has been posting pictures of some of the students that work in the department up on the city website. I was going to suggest maybe taking pictures of the youth commissioners with their signs and posting it up on the city website, since we couldn't see the sign just now, but to acknowledge them as well. So thank you for doing it. That's a great idea with the sign.
Yeah, I like that too. I think that's a wonderful idea.
We will certainly do that.
Thank you. So next, as a special order of business this evening, the City Council would like to consider the recommended reappointment of 8 members and 7 new member appointments and 2 alternate appointments to the Youth Commission for fiscal year 2021-2022. I would like to again turn the floor over to John, who will provide a brief overview of the process and share the names of the candidates eligible for reappointment and the recommended candidates to fill vacancies and alternates. So John, take it away again.
All right, thank you. So on March 27th and April 3rd, 26 candidates were interviewed for vacancies on the city's Youth Commission. Eligible candidates were sought that would best serve the city's youth and teen population. At the completion of the process, 7 candidates and 2 alternates were recommended for appointment. In addition, there are 8 commissioners eligible for reappointment for the fiscal year 2021-22 term. Youth commissioners are City of Santa Clara residents between the ages of 12 to 19 and may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of mayor and council, I would like to announce the recommended candidates, alternates, and eligible returning members for the upcoming term. Recommended candidates are Mitchell Blanda, entering the 12th grade at St. Francis High School; Caitlin Butcher, 12th grade, Santa Clara High School; Mitali Gadani, 12th grade, Cupertino High School; Rashith Gapasetti, 12th grade, Wilcox High School; Malia Martin, 8th grade, Cabrillo Middle School; Haranya Parikh, 9th grade, Santa Clara High School; and Samarth Suresh, 8th grade, Peterson Middle School. Our recommended conditional alternates are Fatima Ishmael, 10th grade, Wilcox High School; and Kira Liang, 9th grade, Cupertino High School. Our returning youth commissioners being recommended for reappointment are Arav Gupta, 10th grade, Bellarmine College Prep, entering his 3rd term; Ahmed Ismail, 12th grade, Wilcox High School, 3rd term; Jasmine Kelly Tanti, 11th grade, Santa Clara High School, 4th term; Khadijah Khan, 10th grade, Santa Clara High School, 2nd term; Rajvi Kanjan Shroff, 11th grade, Cupertino High School, 2nd term; Ria Mehta, 12th grade, Wilcox High School, 2nd term; Palak Parikh, 12th grade, Wilcox High School, 2nd term; and Sarah Zuo, 10th grade, Cupertino High School, entering her 2nd term. So those are our candidates that we are bringing forth to mayor and council.
Thank you, John. And I love to see that the commissioners are serving multiple terms. That means that they're enjoying their time on the commission and want to continue. So I think that's always a wonderful sign. So thank you for, re-upping your commitment to the city. We really appreciate it. So I would need now from our city council a motion to recommend the reappointment of 8 commissioners and the appointment of the 7 new commissioners and 2 alternates. Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to make that motion.
I'd like
Okay.
to second it.
Motion and second by Councilmember Hardy.
Mhm.
All right, is there anyone else that would like to say anything? I'm excited for our new commission. All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, John Kawada, for all your good work with our youth commissioners. I know it must be a fun job as well.
It is.
But with all those bright minds and those activities that we hope they'll be able to, participate more in their upcoming term. So thank you. And thank you to youth commissioners for coming, and congratulations to our new commissioners. All righty. The next special order of business we have this evening, I am proud to announce that June is Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Each June, LGBTQ+ Pride Month provides an opportunity to recognize the impact that LGBTQ+ individuals have had on our nation's ideals of equality and freedom, and to honor the 1969 Stonewall riots. On June 28th, 1969, patrons of the Stonewall Inn in New York City took a stand for human rights and dignity and staged an uprising to resist the police harassment and persecution to which LGBT individuals were commonly subjected to at that time. The Stonewall riots marked the beginning of the LGBT civil rights movement to outlaw discriminatory laws and practices and pave the way forward towards LGBTQ+ equality and forever change the course of modern social movements. During Pride Month, we honor the resilient spirit and contributions of the LGBTQ+ individuals whose personal sacrifices and determination were really instrumental in the struggle for equality for all. Last week, we raised the rainbow flag over Santa Clara City Hall. That was just last Friday, and I know online you can see a video of that ceremony. The rainbow flag will fly over Santa Clara through the end of June to honor LGBTQ+ Pride Month. I'd like to now introduce, and I hope she's here waiting, Gabrielle Antolovich, who was our guest of honor at last week's Pride Raising Flag ceremony. She has been with us for the last 5 years. We've been doing, so we had our 5-year anniversary. So both Gabrielle and Councilmember Anthony Becker were our official flag raisers this year. As a leader, I hear her laughing, as a leader in the LGBTQ+ community, Gabrielle has long been a fierce, and I say fierce, advocate for advancing LGBTQ+ rights and has led the implementation of a variety of programs that support the needs of our South Bay community. With that, I'd like to invite Billy DeFrank, Board President, Gabrielle Antolovich, to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you see me? Because
yes,
I see you.
We can see you.
And I have last year's proclamation.
I have this year's.
Isn't that funny?
And I have the flags you gave me are back there. I hope you can see them.
And
okay.
I saw the photograph of you giving me the proclamation. We had to have this horrible distance and sort of pass it on. It's really great that things are getting better. Thank you so much for the proclamation, raising the flag, and including the Billy DeFrank Center. You know, we are celebrating our 40th anniversary this year, and it's so hard. We have to have lots of parties a bit later in the year when we can party better. You know, it's been a hard time. How do you celebrate? And also the mix of minorities that have had a lot of hate thrown at them, the clashes between police and minorities. You know, it's been a difficult time to try and figure out what do we do. And my feeling is that as leaders of our community and you as leaders of the city, what is important is that we work together to bring better conversations to the table about what is happening with the clashes. I'm not very happy with, you know, defund the police or everything is fine. You know, it's not that two separate pieces. It's much more complicated than that. And so we have been working with San Jose Police Department, where the cadets come to the Billy DeFrank Center when we're open, to listen to LGBTQs talk about who we are. And it's a way of developing that relationship. You know, it's not like a quick fix, but it certainly is having an impact on police seeing us as people and us seeing them as people. And so, you know, it's not as if all police are the same, and it's not as if all minorities are the same. You know, it's, I mean, if you've ever been in a one-on-one relationship, you know how complicated that is. So you can imagine communities trying to have relationships with each other is very hard. And I am constantly looking at, please, let's work together. Let's listen to each other. We've all been betrayed by, you know, our country, our employers, our parents, our best friends, you know, our partners, and let's not take it out on each other. Let's listen to each other's pain and hurt and move forward together, not throw it away, but really acknowledge it and really understand what is going on. Because the healing of America is the healing between us on this level. You know, we have to, you know, I think city councils have done a really good job in Santa Clara County. Different cities have been doing amazing jobs. So I am always really happy, especially with you at Santa Clara City, to work with you. You know, you've got a great police chief. You know, you have a big and hard job. So I applaud every effort you make to acknowledge every piece of the community. And I am so happy that with all the big issues that have happened the last year, you haven't forgotten the LGBTQ plus community. You know what I mean? It's so easy to say, hey, this year we've got all this on our shoulders, and you haven't done that. So I'm really happy about that. And if you ever want to have a tour of the center, we're not that far away. We're on the Alameda, and we are 11,000 square feet. We have a lot of groups that come here. We have a large space where you can even have community forums in our space, because we welcome allies. And well, we will welcome the allies that like us. I guess that's a definition of an ally. But, you know, it's very important that we know who each other are and that we have each other's back. And I think that's very, very important. So happy Pride. You know, however everyone is celebrating it, I'm really, really happy to be here. Mwah! Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and thank you for being with us from the beginning of our flag raising and honoring. And this is not something we would ever forget, because we're inclusive of the community. And thank you. You're part of our tradition now. As I told you at the flag raising, we're going to have you are now expected here every June to do this for us. And I think many of us will take you up on the offer of the tour of the Billy DeFrank Center. So I just want to say on behalf of the Billy DeFrank Center, I want to present you with this. So this proclamation, we'll make sure you get it from the City Council, honoring Pride Month. But thank you for your upbeat and your wonderful, nice and healing words for us, because I think that's what we need to hear right now. So thank you for joining us. And next year we'll be in person. And we appreciate it. Anthony, did you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. First off, you know, thank you to all my colleagues for being there on Friday. Thank you for Mayor Gilmore for reaching out and starting this process. I mean, and thank you for Mayor Gilmore for starting this 5 years ago, getting this going. I know she wasn't alone on this, but she was a champion for the LGBTQ plus community, as well as I love the additions in the background there, Mayor Gilmore, with the 3 flags. It looks great. Adds a little more color. But I just want to say thank you to my colleagues again for being there, all of you. At the same time, Pride was not born not to celebrate just being gay, queer, trans, or bi. Pride was born for the right to exist without persecution. That right is for me to be me, and the right for you to be you, and the right for us to be us. You know, there's a bunch of people who paved the way for us. There was Harvey Milk, of course, you know, a major icon, as well as local Ken Yeager, Evan Lowe, and of course we can't forget Santa Clara Council member Jamie McLeod. She was the reason why I jumped into the political game here in Santa Clara. I mean, I knew everybody. I knew the political players. I knew the mayor, Lisa Gilmore. I knew Patty Mahan. I knew John McElmore. I knew all the names. But the one person I finally got to shake hands with was with Jamie McLeod and Joe Cordner that night. And that inspired me to do what I do today. And I think when we celebrate this month of Pride, you know, there's still significant challenges ahead for the LGBTQ plus community. It's from homelessness to the rise of hate across this nation, mental health, as well as drug addiction. Just this recent weekend, Councilmember Park and I, we took a tour of the Saratoga Creek to assess the homeless situation as well as the encampments. And trust me, it's hard hitting when you start to see the realities of what homelessness does to people and how grateful we are to have a shower, how grateful we are to have a roof over our head. And seeing this that's why I'm glad that my council colleagues and I, we were there to open up the Covenant House weeks ago at the old Western Motel. And since then, you know, the Covenant House is actually for runaway youth. A majority of them are LGBTQ plus identifying. So that is a really good thing to see here in our city, that we're starting to reach out and that we're providing access to services. And I think we could do a lot more, and I think we could do a lot better. But like I said, you know, there's still significant challenges ahead. But this is nothing new. Hate is nothing new. We have been championing for decades. But most of us are living in a pastime paradise, as Stevie Wonder has said. He sings, they have been spending most of their lives living in a pastime paradise. They've been wasting most of their time glorifying days long gone behind. They've been wasting their days in remembrance of ignorance and oldest praise. Let's start living our lives and start living for the future. So that's why I'm proud that the City Council recognizes Pride Month and that we do have the Diversity Equity Task Force, because this is a city about the center of what's possible. And I rejoice with my community. I rejoice with my council. As we rose that flag on Friday, let us never stop reaching for that rainbow. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and thank you to my city council, as well as Gabrielle, our fire chief, and our police chief for attending too.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Gabrielle. It's a pleasure having you as always, and we'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
And you're lucky, you're on the beginning of the agenda. Very lucky. You can enjoy your night. Thank you.
Anthony.
All right, thank you. The next item we have is a verbal report from the city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Deanna?
Hi, I was inspired by Gabrielle's background sign of life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit. So certainly brought good energy. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Before I get started with the COVID update, I want to share that tonight is Simrat Dodley's last council meeting with us. As you know, she has contributed so much to our organization and has really been a pillar for the city clerk's office as well as the city itself. Simrat worked diligently on our PRA system to strengthen it, as well as our overall agenda management for public meetings. She has also worked tirelessly during COVID to ensure that our public meetings continued as we moved quickly to conduct them via Zoom. We are truly going to miss Simrat and all of her contributions, and we all wish her the best on her next chapter. I just want to personally thank you so much, Simrat, for all of your service, and please know that you will be incredibly missed, and thank you again for your service.
I want to say that too. I'm actually not going to let her out the door tonight because
I'm okay.
I don't want to see her go. I'm going to cry. But she's done incredible work for us, and I've seen it firsthand what you've done, and we really appreciate what you've done for the city of Santa Clara, Simrat, and you will be very much missed. I know I will miss you very much. So thank you again for everything that you've done for us, and best wishes for wherever you go. We will be there with you in spirit. All right. Thank you, Simrat. All right, city manager.
Sure. So the status update on the state of COVID-19 emergency is provided for city council per government code section 8630. Regarding the yellow tier, COVID data continues to trend favorably, and Santa Clara County remains at the least restrictive yellow tier of the state's blueprint for a safer economy. COVID test positivity rates and hospitalizations remain stable. And yesterday, the 7-day rolling average of new COVID cases was 25, and the COVID test positivity rate was 0.4%. New daily COVID hospitalizations have been in the single digits since May 13th. We are looking forward to June 15th, when the governor's blueprint will go away, and he will reportedly fully reopen the economy through California. California will remain, though, in a state of emergency with a statewide focus on vaccinations. Last week, the governor's office stated that the governor will not rescind the provision for the Brown acted boards, order number 29-20, when the blueprint ends. This means that we will continue holding our city council meetings and other public meetings in the same manner of Zoom with the same noticing requirements that we have been using. The governor's office has assured us that they will work to provide notice to affected stakeholders in advance of the rescission of this provision to provide state and local agencies and boards the necessary time to meet the statutory and logistical requirements. We will continue to update the public as we receive more information on this matter. I am in communications with county leaders and other city managers as we attempt to navigate in alignment the upcoming changes together, while the level of uncertainty remains over what some of these changes will involve. While the governor announced that California will adopt the CDC's mask guidelines for those that are fully vaccinated by June 15th, the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health, better known as Cal-OSHA, released a different standard last week for the workplace that requires even fully vaccinated employees to wear masks if they are around unvaccinated people in the workplace. This has been controversial and is an example of issues that we are working through. The Board of Supervisors met earlier this afternoon, and I will ask Lisa, our Chief Emergency Service Officer, to provide any late-breaking highlights from that meeting that took place earlier. In terms of vaccinations, progress continues with vaccinating our community, as the slides show. If we can just get to that slide. The percent of residents who have completed at least one vaccine dose as of June 7th are 12 and older at 77.6%, 50 and older at 81.5%. And for those residents that are fully vaccinated as of June 7th, our 12 and older is at 66.5%. And for 50 and older, 73. So clearly we have made incredible progress. Next slide. For those who are unvaccinated, you can attend drop-in appointments and continue to go to sccfreevax.org, or you can call 211, which are resources available for those that are seeking information with respect to vaccines or testing. In terms of a library update, have some exciting news. Over the past year, the actions of ordinary people taking on extraordinary challenges has been an inspiration to all of us. In recognition of everyday heroes, the library chose the theme Heroes Read Here for its annual summer reading challenge. The program will explore and inspire the kindness, empathy, and community spirit so many of our neighbors have displayed. Registration is available now, and patrons of all ages are encouraged to sign up. An incredibly exciting addition to the library's summer activities is the restoration of our bookmobile services across the city. Working in collaboration with Parks and Rec, the school district, and multifamily housing communities, the bookmobile has established a full schedule of stops this summer, visiting numerous parks, schools, multifamily housing developments, and the senior center. Not only will patrons be able to sign up for the Summer Reading Challenge and new library cards during these visits, but they will also be able to board the bookmobile and browse for materials. And I'd also like them to be challenged with singing with Cody if they are up for it, given that Cody is making his way around town. For more information on Heroes Read Here, to view our bookmobile schedule, you can visit the library at librarians@santaclaraca.gov or give us a call at 408-615-2900. I'll pass it over to Lisa to give us any late breaking information, then we could take some questions. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. County Public Health's update to the Board of Supervisors this afternoon on the COVID pandemic was the shortest presentation so far, and I will also be brief. Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody shared case counts are low. As you know, she said they may vary up and down, but she does not expect cases to surge up because of our vaccination rates. There are 200 vaccination sites in the county right now, including our retail pharmacies and our private physicians' offices, and these smaller sites will continue to increase. Finally, Santa Clara High School at 3000 Benton Street will host a vaccination clinic next Wednesday, June 16th from 2 to 7 p.m. This concludes my update.
Thank you. City Manager, any additional?
We're open for questions, and towards the end of the month, we will revisit whether we should continue the COVID updates on the council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think people do find them helpful, even if they're short updates, because of what's happening with the state and what the governor will do next week and everything else. So Vice Mayor Chahal. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Watanabe. I have a hard time seeing that hand, so I apologize. Councilmember Watanabe.
I tried to make it a different color, but thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Lisa Schoenthal, for the updates. Wow, that was I think that was the shortest report that we've had in over a year. So thank you for that. City Manager, I did notice during the week that there was a posting on the city website about the senior center going to open with limited services on June 14th. And I was just curious, I've had folks ask, and since you brought up about the Heroes Read Here summer reading program, I think that's a great theme. Do we have any plans for opening up our own city libraries, or are we waiting for the governor's order?
Our libraries right now are open for pickup services. I will ask Cynthia, as of right now, I will defer to Cynthia in terms of if there's anything in the library profession that, as they talk amongst themselves, that is coming with respect to a more fuller opening. Cynthia?
Good evening. Yes, we have been meeting with staff for the last 2 weeks to talk about restoring services and how we might be able to do that safely. So we've had 2 staff meetings. Our goal is to open in a phased approach to make sure that we are in alignment with whatever orders that come out. So we are looking very forward to what comes out on June 15th, particularly around patron behaviors and safety protocols and how we may maintain a safe environment for everyone, which is why we are looking for those opportunities like the bookmobile that we can get out into the community and provide services to the community so they do feel like they still have access to library services. So the access to the computers, we have some browsing over at Northside. We are looking to restore services. The first phase of restoration sometime probably in the mid-July, depending on staffing availability to retrofit the libraries. As you know, we did a lot of reconfiguring of the lobby to get ready for lobby service. We'll have to put everything back in place before we can reopen. So we are working very hard on it, and we hope to have a plan not too soon after June 15th.
Great. Thank you very much, Cynthia.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and Lisa, for the report. It's a good and encouraging sign. New cases are very low, and it's a good sign, and people are getting their life back, like especially the social life, and it's very encouraging. And again, thanks to all the health workers, emergency workers who played a very important role to the situation where we are right now. So, and the vaccination rate has been very high. So thank you everyone who contributed towards that. And I would also like to thank Simra Dudley for her services for the city as well as for the council. She has been very dedicated worker and always there to help whenever needed, and hands-on. And I wish her the best of luck. And of course, we will miss her. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to extend a hand congratulations to Simrat. It's always sad to see people leave, but it's always nice and joyful to see them moving forward. That said, I'd also like to remind people that even if you're vaccinated, it is still possible to contract the virus. And because you're vaccinated, you may not get any of the symptoms, and you may not have any of the problems that come with coronavirus, but you are still contagious, and you are still able to transmit the virus to other people who may not be vaccinated. As a father with a daughter in an educational pod where many of the members are not eligible for vaccinations, it has been made very clear to me when our school had an outbreak, had a coronavirus outbreak, and we had to close down for a couple of weeks, even though some people were vaccinated. So again, I do understand the need, the desire, the want to go back to normal, but please be aware there are still people out there, elderly, people who have compromised immune systems, and the young who can still contract the virus from you, even though you may not show symptoms and you have been vaccinated. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Manager, anything else on that?
That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll bring us to our study session. Item number 3, joint study session to review the proposed 2021-22 and fiscal year 22-23 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 2021-22 capital improvement program budget adjustments, and to review the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 municipal fee schedule. City Manager.
That's a mouthful.
I know. What about that? Okay.
We have an abbreviated PowerPoint that summarizes the biannual budget proposals, as well as begins to respond to the council members' questions. And so I'm going to pass it over to Ken, who's going to lead us through the conversation. And we're happy to answer questions at the end. Ken?
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you the 2-year budget again this evening. This is the second out of 3 check-ins with the City Council, and it provides both the residents, the public, and City Council input on the budget and feedback as we bring forward recommendations toward the June 22nd adoption. Before I get started, I did want to acknowledge again the work of both the budget team as well as all the city departments. The budget is a combined efforts and thoughts from all the city departments regarding recommendations to help solve our COVID-induced gap. So very much wanted to appreciate the staff work that's gone into this process. As you all know, we've been facing challenges as a result of COVID-19. And so with the vaccinations, in summary, the budget before you is what we constitute a recovery budget. The agenda here shows the fiscal update I'll provide, some details on the 2-year budget. I'll spend some time responding to both concerns and questions that were brought up at the May 25th budget study session. With our structural deficit, some conversation around potential revenue opportunities, both in the short term and medium term as it relates to ballots, and then a review of our timeline and next steps to get to a budget for July 1st. With regards to our fiscal outlook, as we all know, COVID spurred an abrupt end to almost a 12-year expansion, the longest economic expansion in US history. The pandemic led to record-breaking increases in unemployment and declines in economic activity. And that's significant because unemployment is the main driver with regards to a lot of our economically sensitive revenues that support city services. The impacts across the sectors were uneven. We've seen that business to business travel and tourism has been impacted significantly. We know that there have been hard impacts on our local businesses, our restaurants and services. And so as the vaccine and recovery occur, we look forward to improvements across all sectors. This response and recovery will require a well-paced and strategic approach to solving the budget deficit. So this is almost part 2 out of a multi-phase strategy to help resolve the deficit. And we're fortunate enough in this budget to have significant stimulus dollars through the federal government to help support local governments through COVID-19. With regards to growth and recovery, our forecast does assume a recovery, and we're expecting that starting the latter half of this calendar year. This slide shows our 10-year forecast. It may be familiar to the public now. This is a model we've shown at least the last several years. And in that first column there, that bar chart shows our a deficit originally at $42 million, as I presented earlier this year, with a phase 1 reductions in March that were approved by the council that had shrunk that deficit to $29 million. And so with the budget before you, we do present a 2-year balanced budget using a combination of approaches that I'll talk about. And then as we look ahead to year 3 of the forecast, we are still facing a $14.6 million deficit in the out years. And so some additional work that will continue through the next couple years. With regards to our transient occupancy tax, this is our 3rd largest revenue source. And so as I've spoken in the past, it was currently tracking down almost 90%. And so for any organization, when you have your 3rd largest revenue source drop 90%, that is a significant impact on our ability to continue the capacity that we've had in the past. We've looked at, we've listened to economists throughout the region, and while many expect a strong recovery starting in the second half of the year, with regards to our hotels and tourism, on a national level, the forecast is from CBRE is that we would return to pre-COVID levels in 2024. Those gains are expected to vary from city to city based on the type of tourism and draw with regards to travel. And so for Santa Clara, our projection here is that we would reach pre-COVID levels by 2026. And the graph represents here the loss in capacity throughout the 10 years of the forecast. As a result, as some of the discussion around our TOT or transient occupancy tax, the voters did pass a ballot in November of 2020, Measure E, with almost a 74% approval rating to help maintain and protect our city services, allowing for up to a 4% rate change in the TOT. And if we focus on some of the numbers in the upper left orange chart here, we've had some conversation with regards to recommending 2% of that 4%, and pre-COVID that would have brought forward a $3.5 million of additional revenue to the general fund. Right now, with our current projections for next year, that's about half of what the numbers would be pre-COVID. And so our recommendation for council's consideration here is to direct staff to bring forward the ordinances in order to implement a January 1st, 2022 implementation of this tax. Now into some of the specific numbers and details for the 2-year budget. The budget, as I mentioned, balances a shortfall of $29 million in the general fund. It combines new revenues. I mentioned the stimulus, recommends additional fees, includes expenditure reductions, and I'll talk about that in detail, and then a significant use of our one-time reserves that we've built up over the last several years during the good times. It balances our competing goals of aligning both the revenues and expenses and protecting our key city services. So core essential city services will remain high with this budget, and it includes investments in many of the key strategic pillars of the city council. This balancing effort is part of a multi-phased approach toward the budget as we've monitored actual data with regards to our revenues and recovery. We will continue to look at the data and allow that to inform our recommendations as we go forward. On this slide, I wanted to show a specific language in the federal stimulus bill that does allow for and suggest that the dollars be used to help offset revenues lost during COVID. And so this budget recommends $26 million of stimulus funds are used to balance the budget. That would give us time to monitor the rate of our economic recovery as activity from the vaccine rollout increases. It also allows us to address the general fund shortfall without making additional cuts that would have otherwise been required. And so when I brought forward the phase one strategy in March, it had more significant cuts than what's in the budget today. And then that last bullet here with regards to one-time funds, it does recommend the use of $17.5 million of our budget stabilization reserve, as well as 3.2 million of our land sale reserve. On this slide, I wanted to remind just the makeup of the general fund budget. You'll see on the right, the chart shows that our non-discretionary dollars, these are expenditures where we have no control over them as a city, represent almost 1/3 of our general fund pie. And so that means the remaining 2/3 of the pie in dark blue and light blue there is what's available or what's open in terms of solving our structural deficit. And so phase two, this proposed budget includes elimination of 17 additional vacant positions. As a result of stimulus and the balanced approach, there are no layoffs or bumping of positions included in the proposed budget. No sworn positions are proposed for elimination as part of this budget, and it generates ongoing savings of $5 million. And so when you combine that with the proposals included in phase one, over 60 positions, $18 million in savings, about 43% of our budget or 10% of the department's discretionary budget when you look at that 2/3 of the pie that's on the right. On this slide, as far as the approach to some of the proposals, this was in reference to a lot of our parks and recreation programs. We did consult with a municipal fee schedule consultant early in the year. And so part of our approach here was to focus on areas of services and programs where the community benefit is the largest. And so those with our limited dollars are focused on that. And those areas where the individual receives the benefit, we are recommending some adjustments to those programs and fees over this budget period. And we'll plan to bring forward a much more detailed discussion with regards to parks fees and cost recovery later in this fiscal year. The budget also assumes with regards to park fees that we close part of the $12 million current subsidy that's been identified in the past to the tune of about $500,000 in year 2 of the budget balancing strategy. And then other revenue ideas and options I'll talk about around our tax measures and as well as cost reductions that are needed for future budget balancing approaches. Some of the numbers, I won't read off every number on this screen, but I wanted to focus our attention on the bottom line here that our proposed budget is over $1 billion. That includes a lot of activities, a lot of programs that our employees support, including our utilities or enterprise funds that make up almost 2/3 of that pie. The general fund, which primarily funds our public safety, parks, and library services that the public is used to and seeing at a very high level. So the budget does include both stimulus dollars as well as shifting over of some of our dedicated building fund dollars to a new fund. And then on June 22nd, we will include additional recommendations regarding our capital funds as those projects continue from fiscal year to fiscal year, so that those appropriations would be available July 1st. With those actions, I anticipate the budget to be about $1.2 billion in activity. From a position level, our FTE or funded position count is down about 5% between the current fiscal year and the proposed budget year. And so over the 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2, the 60 positions offset by 5 positions that are proposed to be added through non-general fund sources around the building and SVP programs. I want to spend some time on this slide. This slide represents our budget balancing over the next 3 years with regards to our forecast. As I mentioned earlier, our projected deficit going into this proposed budget development was $29 million. The actions included in the budget offset that shortfall to the tune of $6.3 million on an ongoing basis through expenditure reductions and additional revenue. It closes the remaining gap using federal stimulus dollars, budget stabilization reserve, offset by a transfer to the special liability fund. So that gets us to a balanced budget in the first year. And when you consider that $22.7 million of that ongoing deficit was solved with one-time actions, that number carries over to the next year using a similar approach with regards to new revenues, use of reserves. We get to a 2-year balanced budget, leading into a third year with a $14.6 million deficit. So continued work over the next couple of years with regards to new revenues and/or expenditure controls will be needed. From a department by department look at it, again, a lot of numbers here, but I want to focus us to the bottom right-hand corner. On average, 10.2% of our general fund discretionary budget is reduced through both phase 1 and phase 2. The focus here is with the high emphasis towards our public safety or fire and police departments reflect a lower than our average cut, and the support departments such as city manager, finance, IT, and HR representing some of the higher cuts. So the reductions reflect the high priority with regards to our services and our essential services. The budget also includes capital budget amendments. This is an operating 2-year operating budget, but we do bring forward adjustments to the capital budget as part of these actions. And so on this slide, some of the changes recommended include investments in our fire department equipment and assessment toward the training tower. Parks projects around Maywood Park, there was a grant and shifting of funds to Henry Schmidt Playground. Funding for our downtown master plan, $300,000. COVID safety improvements as we move into a hybrid work environment, anticipated need for some dollars. Continuation of the growth plan for Silicon Valley Power electric utility, as well as some grant fundings around streets and highway for a bike lane project. The general fund also includes some revenue changes that are listed here on this slide. I won't go over every one, but I want to highlight a couple of them. One is it does include a transfer of funds from our Silicon Valley Power greenhouse gas dollars to cover our fleet replacement over the next 2.5 years. This is a win-win with regards to general fund savings and advancing our sustainability. The budget also includes fee adjustments across all the municipal fees and a limited number of new fees with regards to areas where cost recovery has not yet been achieved. With regards to our general fund reserves, our budget stabilization reserve would drop to 15% of the budget, approximately 7 weeks or so of operations. So that's at $40 million. This was directed and allowed for by the City Council and as part of the priority setting retreat in February. The land sale reserve, a use of 3.2 out of the almost $25 million. And then the capital projects on the last slide to fund those specific projects, $4.2 million remaining, a very modest amount as we enter into the upcoming 2-year capital budget next year. I want to spend some time on follow-up from our last study session. And so this slide includes a summary of some of the feedback, not a full detail, but strong feedback was given with regards to the reduction to the Roberta Jones Junior Theater. And so I'm happy to report that in our supplemental information that staff had provided a funding option to restore that program. And so we can talk more about that in the presentation, but we did work closely with the Parks Department. We looked at our fees, considered a partnership with private organizations, as well as a use of reserves in order to create an option for the council to consider to restore. Funding needs to address development-related traffic impacts, the TDM and the train horn noise. And so the supplemental information provides options for the City Council to consider. There were concerns regarding reductions to public safety and security related to Silicon Valley Power. There were some questions around the municipal fee schedule, as well as resources for small businesses, and some feedback on additional revenues, including our potential ballot initiative. So there was a broad feedback provided, and in response to that feedback, in attachment 3 to the document before you, as I mentioned, a funding strategy to restore the theater program, funding sources, responses, as well as some information based on questions that were asked. And so I'm happy to walk through, or if there are additional questions on those topics, staff are here to talk about that. With regards to our revenue opportunities, the fee schedule before you, just a quick summary, includes a review of the fees that are typically done every 2 years with the goal of maintaining cost recovery, except in limited areas where the community benefit is the largest. Again, that triangle that I showed earlier. So in these in-between years, we are recommending a CPI inflationary factor of 1.72 for most fees. Other fees do have other either enacted legislation or adopted phase-in approaches that are recommended in the fee schedule. The fees schedule did include a handful of new fees where previously these activities occurred without cost recovery, and so listed here with the focus around our storm and solid waste programs, our late fees, and then some of the other fees in different departments. Since the May 25th study session, we have had additional conversation around a couple fee areas. I want to highlight that the document before you does include updates to our tennis court fees based on vendor recommendations in the Parks and Recreation Department. And so those fees are represented here, a tweak and including both resident and non-resident fees for non-prime and prime time tennis court use. And then working with our police department and update to the rate for the taxi cab and pedicab company renewal. Initially, that was a 5-year fee. We've revised that, lowered it, and reflected an annual amount. That's based on both recommendations from our consultant as well as our police department. The comprehensive update to the fee study that typically happens every 2 years, this is currently in process, will bring forward additional recommendations focused around our parks and recreation cost recovery fees after an engagement with our committees or stakeholders, and as well as input from the City Council as part of these study sessions. With regards to our ballot measures and business tax, the Council expressed an interest in reviewing and updating and modernizing our business license tax as a potential revenue source for the November 22 election. So we did include some information with regards to the ballot measure, so the structure of the tax basis, whether the focus should be a general tax or a special purpose tax. In the information, some background information, all business, including those located inside the city, as well as those operating within the city, must have a business license, and that tax is outdated. It was last updated in 1992. It ranges from $15 to $500, very low compared to our neighboring cities around us. It doesn't include a cost escalator, so as time continues, we are losing capacity and value as from those tax collections. Currently, about 900,000 collected every year. So to place a measure on the November 22 ballot, more detailed analysis will be needed around financial analysis, or voter education and polling, and business outreach. And so the work plan does consider bringing back additional information to the Council for consideration in the fall timeframe of this year. So with regards to that timeline here, the work plan includes multiple study sessions with the City Council toward the end of this year, beginning of next year, and then if the council chooses to move in that direction, then we would start with some of the more detailed outreach and determinations with that target in mind. So our recommendation as part of council's consideration with the budget is to direct staff to begin work on potential ballot measures for November 22 and agendize a study session later this year to discuss some of the details with regards to a potential business tax measure listed here. There are other measures that could be considered for November 22. Some of those include either a utility user tax or some charter language clarification to support our existing SVP transfer, a documentary transfer tax or real estate tax. This is a tax that's applied to real estate transactions, and our tax is at the minimum that currently could be charged and way below our neighboring cities. And then to address our capital infrastructure need, a potential for a general obligation bond or parcel tax. So the City Council will need to consider or prioritize the ballot measures as we look ahead, as there's a lot of options and probably a very limited bandwidth in terms of tax measures. So next steps from here, this is the second check-in on the budget study session for feedback and input to staff from the City Council and our residents. We will incorporate any direction, either feedback given today and or formal direction into the action on June 22nd that will include a public hearing and some of the technical appropriations and GAN limit required to have a budget established for July 1st. We will check in again on our priorities in August, but here before you, the second of 3 check-ins. And so looking for feedback here with regards to the budget, the TOT tax increase, the fee schedule, cost recovery policy, as well as potential tax measures. And so with that, I'll pause, and staff is available as well as myself for any questions. And thank you, and appreciate the opportunity again to talk about the budget.
Thank you, Ken, and thanks for your excellent presentation and for your staff and all the hard work you've done to put these very comprehensive budgets together. I know in the past we had budgets that did not nearly look as understandable as this one does. So thank you for changing it up and helping us really understand and comprehend what the very complex financial issues of the city are. So thank you, first of all, hats on. Before anybody says anything negative about the budget, it's not personal to you. I just want to say you've done a fantastic job. Councilmember Jane, you're first.
The budget is negative. We're in a deficit anyway. I guess that didn't go over very well. Ken, could you go to slide 15, please? So I wanted to understand, just to clarify, there's a concept of ongoing expenses and one-time actions, right? And we have this transfer to the special liability fund, which is really for our legal expenses. And it seems like that fund got depleted. And what I want to know is, are our legal expenses higher than normal, or is this just kind of a one-time thing due to CVRA? I just kind of wanted to understand.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. And so on this chart, it does reflect the concept of our ongoing deficit, as I've presented in the past. With regards to the special liability fund, this 5.2 represents dollars that are by practice allocated in that fund for potential claims and judgments, as well as insurance costs that are expended out of that fund. So this is a one-time transfer to restore funding based on payments that have occurred this year.
I don't think we're able to answer the question in terms of is it high or is it low. I know that I see Brian has his hand up, but that would take some research or some looking at some comparable other agencies to understand what their level of special liability. Of course, understanding that there's a lot of circumstances that could have peaks as well as lows.
And Mayor, if I might
Yeah, go ahead.
add some explanation. They're not for legal expenses. The expenditures out of this fund are for council approved settlements and judgments that courts have rendered. So this year, I think this is a replenishment to the fund based upon the fact that we've had approved settlements out of this that were paid out of this fund. And Ken, are some of these funds also available for the insurance premiums?
That's right. So the activity in the fund includes our claims or judgments and settlements, as well as insurance costs that the city has. So for example, our property insurance for city facilities, those are expended out of the fund as well.
So I just don't want to give the public the impression that we've spent $5.2 million on outside attorneys. It's the largest part of the payments out of the fund have been council approved payments for settlements mostly, as well as the insurance premiums.
I understand it's a combination of, I imagine our outside attorney for the CVRA was paid out of this.
That did not occur in this past year, so very little occurred out of that this past year. It was mostly the judgment paid to, mostly the settlement paid and the judgment paid to the plaintiff's attorneys, as well as another settlement that was approved by council.
Okay, so I know that we there were some one-time funds that I was interested in, particularly, as we're opening up from COVID, we're already seeing traffic increasing. And we're actually building about 30,000 more housing units in the city of Santa Clara, which will bring a tremendous amount of traffic. So I believe that it's important that we hire a TDM consultant, a one-time fund, to do a study of how to set up TDM plans, especially since council, as part of its climate action plan directive, gave direction to reduce vehicle miles traveled by 25% going forward. So I think it's very important for us to spend the one-time consulting money to get that consultant in to set up the plans, and then to hold developers and projects accountable for the traffic that they pour onto our streets. So I'm supporting that, and that would be a one-time expenditure. So we could use things like the stabilization reserves or some of the reserves for one-time expenditures. Then there's also the issue of train noise, which I brought up, which is that we could actually create some quiet zones in the city so we won't have train horns blowing at 1:30 in the morning. We've already gotten a number of residents complaining about noise in the city. One thing that another item that was on your list was money spent to start studying Central Park North. We have this 30 acres of land that we need to start looking at as we're adding more people to create more parks. So it seems like we should get started on that. That's again a one-time expense. And I believe that that money will be repaid from the developer. So those are things that I'm pushing for. And then in terms of the municipal fee schedule, we're in the middle of this major drought right now, and we don't know how long this is going to continue. And it seems like in our municipal fee schedule, we don't charge developers for recycled water infrastructure. We do charge them for potable water infrastructure and sewer infrastructure. But it seems to me that recycled water is going to be more and more important as going forward. So that's something that I'm interested in looking at. And then I believe you said that no sworn positions are cut in this budget. And I am concerned though about, with this drought, the wildfire hazards and the fact that our firefighters may be called to fight some wildfires. I don't know if that's a question for you, Ken, or for Chief Rubin.
I can respond to that to the extent I know that with regards to wetland fires, typically those are expenses that occur and then they're reimbursed either through the state or FEMA, depending on the disaster. And typically those dollars that are reimbursed, we bring forward to the council to make sure that those are appropriated and funded appropriately. So the fire chief does have discretion to the extent that resources are available for wetland activities and mutual aid activities to respond. And I'll start with that. I don't know if Chief Torres wants to add to that, or Deanna, if you want to comment additionally.
I just want to acknowledge we have Jeremy Ray here this evening filling in for Chief Torres. So Jeremy, if you want to add any additional comments.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the question. Deputy Fire Chief Jeremy Ray. So yeah, we are anticipating another difficult summer. We will continue to respond and send mutual aid resources out to fight fires wherever they occur in the state of California. As Ken has said, those are 100% reimbursable expenses, portal to portal, which basically means door to door from when we leave to when we return. There does start to be an impact on our personnel as we have lower numbers of full-time firefighters than there are fewer to work the backfill overtime, which is also reimbursed, but it takes a toll on our employees to be out. But we are ready to respond and don't see anything in the proposed budget that would prevent us from being able to come to the aid of California in any way. I do know just last year alone, we had 714 what we would call deployment days, which is total personnel days that were on deployment. But again, as Ken said, that is fully reimbursable.
Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ken, for the report. Again, excellent job. I have a couple of questions and then some comments. First is a question on reaching the TOT revenue levels to pre-COVID levels. I know that you mentioned that CBRE says we'll reach to that level in 2024, whereas City of Santa Clara will reach to that level in 2026. Like, is there a particular reason? Because we are in a much better position. We have a convention center, we have a stadium. So is there a reason why that gap is more than what CBRE is projecting, basically? That's my question.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the question. And so the CBRE projection, that's a national projection that's on average across all types of sectors with regards to tourism and hotels. And so with regards to Santa Clara, we're unique in the way that our TOT is predominantly driven by business travel. And so as we've seen Zoom occur and become a normal practice in businesses, as we look at kind of the activities in our city compared to some other cities where there's tourism and or international type a market for hotels, those are areas where, with regards to the recovery, CBRE does state that it's not going to be even across the different sectors. And so with regards to business travel and the nature of our TOT, our projections here are that recovery would take some time. And just to some of the statistics pre-COVID with regards to our occupancy, we're close to 90% occupancy with a average room rate of almost $300 a night. And so those are driven by weekday rentals by business, both conventions and travel. The hope here is that it does recover. Our projections show an almost over 200 to 250% from current numbers to next year. So a lot of things have to happen with regards to doors opening, convention activity, as well as business travel. And so we will continue to monitor that. We do think that there's going to be some impact from the Zoom meetings and the way business is conducted. And right now it's a wait and see approach as we look ahead to that activity.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So basically, if I understand it right, the CBRE being national and it takes into account the tourist places and which we are not basically. So are we in line? I'm not sure you have that answer on top of here. Are we in line with our neighboring city in the same geographical area basically? Are they also projecting it to be reaching the same level by 2026?
I did talk to a couple of neighbors, Milpitas, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, with regards to TOTs. Their numbers are very consistent with ours. I think something unique about Palo Alto is they do have the university, and while we do as well, a certain clientele. But TOT numbers across the board are flat and remain very low. And so the finance community is very well knit here, and so we're talking to each other as far as what segments of revenues are moving, and not just TOT, but sales tax, property tax, and some of the other sensitive areas with regards to the recovery, and so our projections reflect that.
Okay, thank you for that. And one reason for me asking that question is we have a DMO. If we can do anything with the help of DMO to prepone that 2026 year to 2025 or something, that would really help. But thank you for your answer, detailed answer. I have several comments to make. Like I'm glad we are not having any layoffs. That's pretty good. And no sworn positions are being laid off. That's another good for the community as well as our safety department. And I'm touching base with the Councilmember Jane's question about fire deployment for state, anywhere fire is there for the FEMA or state requirements, basically. So when we get those funds, they are 100% dedicated to the fire department. It's not that we can take those funds and we can allocate into different departments anywhere else other than the fire, right?
Correct. So when we do send the fire department personnel, either on overtime or with regards to the deployments, we expend those costs, and those are invoiced through the state for FEMA reimbursement. Fire department is very familiar with regards to the rules, regulations, the backup that's needed in order to receive those dollars. So those dollars are entirely dedicated to fire on a reimbursement basis for the actual expenses that occur for mutual aid. So no, in response to whether FEMA dollars could be used for other purposes, those are entirely used for fire reimbursements.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, that they are 100% used for the fire department, right? Thank you for that answer. Other question is, I see we have a IT cuts to level of 11.4%. And I know we have our FTE position is not that good. And I have been raising this issue earlier too, if we do not have a manpower, FTEs are not as per adequate as we need it. I think we need to invest more into the IT so that we can make the processes and reports more efficient. So I would certainly look at that, like out of that 11.4%, what are we sacrificing? And if we can save some of those IT funds to make other department efficient, that would be my point, like worth looking at into it, discuss with the IT department. That's my concern. My next one is, I'm so happy about business tax being considered for a ballot measure. I've been trying this thing for a couple of years now, and it will be a good revenue source for the city of Santa Clara, because since 1992, we have not done any changes to it, and maximum revenue we are getting is $500 from any of these billion-dollar companies. That's not equitable distribution, and with that, I am very, very supportive of it, and I wish we could have done it a year or so sooner. We would have been much better positioned from our general fund revenues, but better late than never. So I'm really happy about it. I do commend Councilmember Jain for bringing up the TDM part of it. Traffic has been one of the topmost issues with our community, with our residents, and whatever way we can handle that thing, how we fund that thing, and make sure we hire a TDM consultant and make that process very smooth in a way, so that whatever we can do to mitigate traffic and hold our developers or whosoever is causing those traffic responsible for mitigating those, that would be wonderful. For the time being, those are my comments. Thank you very much again for presenting the budget.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Ken. First off, this is always a tough job, so thank you. Could you go back to the recommendation slide? I apologize, I forgot to write down the number. Are you looking specifically for recommendations from us or just comments? Because we had talked about when the measure was passed that we have the ability to go up 4%, but we had talked about only a 2% on the TOT. Are you looking just for comments on these? Because other than that, and thank you for looking at the Roberta Jones Jr. Theater situation. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hardy, for the question. And so what we're looking for here is both informal comments around the budget and/or if the council chooses to make formal direction to staff with regards to what we bring forward on June 22nd, that's an option. But what we're basically looking for is feedback around these 5 areas. And if that's in the form of formal direction, that's something that we're open to.
Thank you. Like I said, the 2%, looking at the business tax and revamping that. Thank you for giving us some really good options, looking at what other cities near us are doing. And obviously we'll be looking strongly at the municipal fee schedule and our cost recovery for Parks and Recs. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And I echo the other remarks. Ken, thank you so much, and to your staff for this ongoing presentation. I've got a couple of comments and concerns. I appreciate the update on Roberta Jones. I know we received a lot of emails and of concern, and so I really appreciate staff taking a look at options and look forward to you coming back with an update of how we can approach a resolution to those concerns, because it is an important program, and especially during these times, that's one of the things that has been expressed is just how youth needs an outlet, and this is a great time for them to still have that program available to them. I want to address public safety. We received a lot of emails regarding public safety, and one of the emails that we received regarding the budget cuts, I know there was some discussion, but just to just read from the email that we received, it states that the last cuts in the March brought staffing down to 36 firefighters a day. down from the normal staffing of 40. The new budget cut proposals would reduce staffing to 34 firefighters a day. And so as we, my concern and what I'm hearing from or reading from others is just that, you know, as we approach wildfire season, and here the email also states that wildfires, you know, already just in June have burnt about 14,000 acres in California, which is 5 times more than this time last year. And so, we know that, you know, we're looking at a drought season. You know, the this past winter has been the driest has been in quite a while. And we know how, I mean, Santa Clara is very fortunate to have a wonderful fire department, and we've always been, I know the fire department prides itself on being able to provide mutual aid. But when we are losing another 2 firefighters a day, that will greatly impact our ability to be able to provide mutual aid. And the other thing is that even if you look at overtime, I mean, that's just putting an awful lot of burden on our fire department. And I really, you know, I'm hearing, you know, talks about consultant studies. I think until we're in a position as a city to know that we have, you know, our revenue streams are up and a lot better than they are right now, I think we need to focus, put consultants and studies out to a priority session, you know, next February, and let's talk about it then when we have a better idea of how our financials are looking as a city. Right now, I think we need to be concerned about public safety and our fire department. And as we approach this wildfire season, I mean, I attend, you know, the NCPA meetings, and constantly the talk is about wildfire season and what everybody is going to do or would like to do to improve the forest, to make sure that these wildfires are not taking out cities like they have been the last couple of years. And so I know there's a lot of focus on that, and I'm glad, because it's definitely, it should be a priority. However, when we are looking at the budget and looking at cuts or additions, and knowing where we are in California, I don't think this is the time to be cutting additional firefighters. The hazmat trucks, I know we talked about this with the taking a firefighter away, that the truck could be operated, you know, with 3 people instead of 4 people. But it still requires overtime, and with a lack of and cut to the fire department of officers being available on a daily basis, that impacts the other officers. And I don't want to see us burdening our fire department. So I would like to look at a way to be able to maintain that budget so that we don't have to cut firefighters right now. And I know we have agendized for August to have an update on the budget and our priorities, and see where we are. And I would like to leave things status quo for now until we can take a look at that again and see how the city is being impacted, how our revenues are moving along, and how we are recovering and recuperating as a city. We are blessed with a phenomenal budget stabilization reserve. You know, I know we have agreed to use X amount of dollars, but we still have a lot of money in those reserves. what can we look at something to just cover us for the next 6 months until we see where we are and how we're moving forward. I think public safety should be first and foremost right now. We've had some horrendous incidents in the city just this past week. And right here at City Hall, actually, I'm here at City Hall right now. We had a horrendous incident. And we need our public safety now more than ever. And so I think our focus really, I mean, I understand consultants, I understand studies, but I think we need to talk about them at another time when we can talk about it as a whole, as a council, and not be taken from the budget right now for those kinds of things. Our focus needs to be on public safety and the things that keep our communities safe. And so I'm just going to leave it at that for now. So those are my thoughts, Ken, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Becker. I'm sorry, Councilmember Park, and then Becker.
Yes, thank you. I mean, when I think of Santa Clara, I can't help but think of our motto, which is the center of what's possible. And I can't help but think of where we could have been if we had business taxes that kept up with costs. We essentially lost about 30 years of cost escalator revenue. And although we've had updates recently, the same goes for park fees and traffic mitigation fees. I mean, those are decades of fees lost, even if we tried to catch up on them in the last couple of years. What if we had not fought the CVA lawsuit, but had proactively put in place policies to make elections fair? Like, what if we hadn't spent a single dollar on litigation for things like that instead of millions of dollars? If we had not spent money putting pots on streets and plants that needed watering on our coasts and landscaping and overpass. But again, that's all in the past. Today, we need to look at things like the Roberta Jones Junior Theater Program, which I think we're going to be pretty unanimous in trying to save and trying to promote, but also public safety. I mean, when it comes to public safety, saving positions is not enough. And I understand that we're not going to have any cuts to personnel, but we have something that's a little bit less obvious, which is we have cuts to overtime. And cuts to overtime are essentially cuts to personnel, because that's how an understaffed firefighter group force in Santa Clara makes up for not having enough people. You're essentially leaving the city exposed by cutting overtime, because you've got fewer people taking the place with overtime of people that we just don't have, right? The overtime hours is what's used to make up for our lack of firefighters. For every 4 person days of overtime, we should hire 3 new people, because I mean, we pay overtime at time and a half, and it turns out that the costs more than even out by hiring 3 people, real people, for every 4 person days of overtime. And the question that we have is, you know, why would we pick 3 people over 4 person days of overtime? And the short answer is because we need more people. I'd rather have real numbers over fewer people earning overtime, because you get better rested people, we have a more scalable force, and we have more jobs. I mean, 1 person working overtime cannot handle two hoses, but you know, we can certainly do that if we have real people. And during a time when we are approving new positions for high-level management within our staff, city staff, I think it's reasonable to ask that we balance these posts, these positions, with new frontline workers, especially those who promote our public safety. And I would like to look at how we not just prevent cuts to positions, but also cuts to overtime, understanding that cuts to overtime do affect our fire force. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Mayor, I agree with Councilmember Jane on his TDM measures. At the same time, though, I also agree with Councilmember Watanabe about police and fire and public safety. I've been having meetings with Mayor Gilmore and the police department, you know, community meetings. Crime has been going up. I just recently had a meeting with a neighborhood. Well, first I had a town hall, which was roughly about 25 people that showed up, which I was surprised. All of those people that showed up's concern is public safety. fire, police. Then, you go to the meeting I went to on Saturday, which was the neighborhood of Claremont and Mauritania. They complained about the homeless that were being inside the creek and that the fires that were being started back there. And that one of the fires almost actually took out one of their houses. And if it wasn't for the quick response of Santa Clara Fire Department, it could have been worse. Seeing those kind of concerns, that really makes me hesitant about cutting with fire, about any cuts to public safety. The fire at By the Bucket, the fire on El Camino Real, those were big fires, and I just can't see cutting back on any of the public safety whatsoever. Roberta Jones, I'm really hoping that we can keep saving that. Other than that, a good budget report. I appreciate all the work you guys have done. But that's just basically my input, is just working on public safety.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a quick comment on public safety. I know it's important to all the residents and each one of us over here, about the deployment for emergency use at the state during the fire season. So, and that funding is being funded by FEMA and state, basically. So do we have a pool of firefighters, like standby firefighter officials who are available? Let's say we send 3 or 5 firefighters to the state, and then we fill up the 5 positions for the city so that our balance of firefighters are not overworked, or they have they're not overburdened, and we use this pool during that time. Is that question for Deputy Chief Jeremy Ray, or do we have that facility basically?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. I know that with regards to wildland deployments, a lot of that is on overtime. But with regards to specifics of staffing and operations, I do want to turn it to Deputy Chief Ray to see if he has additional comments or thoughts on that.
Sure, thank you. That's a great question, Council Member Chahal. Deputy Chief Jeremy Ray again. Essentially, local government fire departments work as that relief pool for the state of California and for the United States Forest Service. So essentially, it works almost the reverse of the question that you're asking, in that we are the resources that are called upon to be able to fight those fires, to augment the state and the federal firefighting forces, and that's why they pay the backfill for us. I'm not really aware of any local jurisdictions who use quite that mechanism. There certainly are local jurisdictions that have what are called paid call firefighters, that are firefighters that work just on a daily basis or occasional basis, or even responding on calls. But those tend to be more rural fire departments. It's not something that's commonly done, just because of the overall cost of training and employing our personnel. It has made more sense for us to remain a full-time fire department with some augmentation by volunteer reserves to help with larger incidents and all the work that goes on at the fire scene after the initial danger is over and the fire is out. But I'm not aware of many instances of exactly what you're referring to. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, you did answer in a bit, but my question is, do we deploy those reserves? Let's say whatever reserve firefighters we have, who can be deployed temporarily while our main firefighters are on deployment to state for FEMA duties. Do we have that reserve pool basically? Or
no, we really don't, and we can't. Volunteer firefighters are not something that we could deploy in that instance. What the state of California or the federal government is requesting are fully trained, full-time paid professional firefighters, and that's what they're paying the backfill for. So it's really our frontline personnel who are the ones who are qualified and certified and able to respond to those fires. The state of California requires that wildland firefighters have a variety of certifications, which our volunteer reserves don't have and don't have the experience that is needed in those extremely dangerous situations.
So my question is, our fully trained, they're going for the FEMA and state duties, but what about the others we can use in the city in their replacement? So that, let's say we send 5 for the state duties, that we are short at our firefighting station by 5 people, basically 5 firefighters. So can we fill up those positions in the city itself, which are like volunteer or whosoever, so that we don't put burden on the rest of the force which is here? Because we are saving that money which we have 5 deployment, and we can put this money towards the volunteer firefighters who can fill in within the city, basically. That's my question. I'm not trying to send the volunteer force to the state, but within the city deployment, so that it helps augment, helps the local firefighters who are left over here.
Yeah, to a certain extent, we try to do that with the volunteer division, but it's become more and more difficult over the years to have people who are able to become fully certified volunteer firefighters. For one, the cost of living in Santa Clara is awfully high, and so we don't have an awful lot of people that are interested in going into the fire service as a career later on. That was one of the primary motivators of volunteers in our volunteer firefighter program over the years, were people who were interested in it as a career. Secondarily, there have always been a tradition of people in their community who just want to get involved and volunteer with the fire department. Those numbers have waned over the years as the training requirements and the things that are required. A volunteer essentially is treated by OSHA and by the state as the same as a professional firefighter in terms of the training that they have to have, the annual medical exams they have to have. So it has become increasingly difficult for someone to truly just be a community volunteer and be a fully certified and functional firefighter, to be able to provide a backup to a paid career firefighter like what you're suggesting. So as the years have gone on and the decades have gone on, we have seen the number of fully certified volunteer firefighters decrease over time for those reasons. What we've tried to do is augment that with what we call reserve division or volunteer division, that brings in people who might have gotten involved initially through something like CERT, the Community Emergency Response Team program that also we run in the fire department. We're trying to increase the opportunities for those kinds of volunteers to help out. But in terms of being fully trained and certified as a firefighter to be able to take the place of one of our firefighters that's out on deployment, that would prove very difficult, and has only become increasingly more difficult as the decades have gone on for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy, for that answer. But I would still request, if we have to make any adjustment on the budget to accommodate any availability of reserves or volunteer firefighter to fill in the position at the city level, we should be looking at that. At least if there is somebody available, we should be looking at that within our budget. That's my point, basically. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
And secondly, about Roberto Jones, I'm really happy that we are making some changes and adjustment to accommodate the Roberto Jones theater over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to make some comments before we go to the public. First of all, I'm glad about the Roberta Jones theater program. It's an important program in our city, and it's part of our history, and it's done so much good. So I'm happy that Director Lee and City Manager, I think you said you're finding some money somewhere so that we can continue that program. I think that's what you said, Director Lee. Am I correct?
That's correct. In our attachment 3, we do present an option for restoring the Roberta Jones Theater. It's a combination of private sponsorships, using our reserves, as well as increasing the registration fee to one we think the market can bear. And so working very close with the Parks and Recreation Department on a plan to restore that. So that's presented in the attachment 3, and for the June 22nd, we'll include as a policy option for the council to consider.
Okay, because we'll have to take a close look at that. Private donations, yeah, okay, that's not really funding it. And then increasing the fees, we want to make sure that part of the beauty of the program was that the fees are low. And again, there's certain things that are not going to have a return on investment, but they are in other ways. And that's one of those programs. So we'll take a close look at that. Secondly, I really want to talk about public safety. And I know every one of us has different areas that we're interested in, but I have to tell you that Santa Clara has always had the reputation for having, the best public safety, police and fire of anywhere. We've been the envy of other communities because of our response times and the quality of our firefighters and our police officers and the direct association with our residents. And I just have to say, I know everyone's interested in, consultants and train noise and all these other things, but I have been in so many of the public outreach from the police department. I know Councilmember Becker, I think you and I have been the most. I don't know, there's so many in District 6 that I've gone to, but there's been all over town. And there's one thing that is very, very apparent to me, that people are being affected by the crime and the issues that are happening in the community today. And there is a level of fear, and it's not just our city. I don't want to make it sound like Santa Clara is a dangerous place, but it's becoming more dangerous because of, what's going on in the world. And I can tell you right now, after listening to, multiple members of different organizations and different groups throughout Santa Clara, I can tell you most of the crimes that are happening are going unreported. So a lot of our crime statistics are so low, and we go around and tell people, please report, so that we know, go on My Santa Clara, go on the city or the police department website, even if your car is broken into or your mail stolen or whatever, make sure you're reporting so we know what those issues are. But just what's happening around the community, I'm going to call a most immediate issue. For me, the most immediate issue and the thing that makes our city so great is the security and the safety of our residents. And I know that, the firefighters, sure, they have to go fight wildfires, but they do all sorts of things. They don't just fight wildfires. They go to all the traffic accidents. They go, the 911 calls. They are doing so many things, and their staffing, we had a previous study that said they should be at 40, and that's for where we are today. I think that we need to look at both for police and fire, not just where we are today, but where we're going. And in terms of, I think Councilmember Jane said we're adding 30,000 units in the city. Well, who, when there's calls for service, it takes 18 months, 2 years to get a new police officer on board. Even if you have a lateral, it's like 6 or 9 months to take. So my point is, we have to think about the future, not what's happened in the past and why we have to cut the budget, but where are we going in the future with our community? And I'll tell you, if there's not a feeling of safety in our community with both police and fire and public safety, we have failed. We really have failed as a city council. I have to say that. And again, that's a front-facing issue. People need to feel safe. We had a horrendous issue right a couple feet outside the door here, and I know I'm leaving council meetings. Kathy Watanabe's down here too. We have our city staff. We left last Tuesday after 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was all kinds of people milling around the civic center here. And you know what, we just don't have the number of officers we need to really patrol the city. And because we cut our CSOs, who maybe would normally be down here at City Hall, patrolling in other places, it's affecting everybody. This crime is affecting everyone. I'm sure we all get, the notices of gunshots and horrendous traffic accidents and fights and other things. People are, there's something going on right now, and I think it's also a symptom of COVID and what's happening. But this is not the time for us to cut our fire department. We need to restore back to the 40 because we have to look to the future. This is not the time. It wasn't the time in March to cut our police department, and it's even worse time now. At least the fire department got a little bit of stay, but the police department didn't get anything. This council voted against they voted for the cuts for the police department. And guess what it's going to affect? Our DARE program. That's one of the most beloved programs we have in this community, to proactively educate our 5th graders throughout the city. We don't have the officers for that because of the council action. Special events, all of our special events, our PAL program, that our officer now in PAL is only part-time because he has to go back on patrol. He's on patrol, and they'll probably take him full-time now on patrol. When we talk about things, it's what is the response time? What is our community going to ask us when you call call 911? You expect, the fire department, the ambulance, the police, and you could say, oh, it doesn't matter. It does. When something happens to you or your family, it matters. It matters. And I don't want to be like other surrounding cities where their response times are, ridiculous. We're Santa Clara, and we should demand the best, like we have had the best, and invest in our public safety, because that's what our residents want. Any of you who have been in the police department, neighborhood outreaches with me or individually will know that. By talking to the residents, they love our police department. They love our fire department. They want to feel safe. So we can go out on all different tangents in a budget, but we have to look at what's important for our community. What's important, and where are our values in keeping our community safe? We're going to add so many people. We are already low on our firefighters and police officers. And I'm sure everyone's going to throw up their hand and tell me I'm wrong, but I'm not. In this issue, I am not wrong. Our community needs quality public safety. Our community needs enough officers and firefighters to protect us like they have in the past, that we have been proud of. And that's that we need to show our community that we respect them enough to protect them, fully protect them. And I know it's a drain on our budget. And you could say, okay, well, police and fire didn't take a big as percentage cut as other departments, but they're our biggest, departments in the city. And it's different. It's like Parks and Recreation. We don't expect our children to pay to play on our parks. There's not going to be a return on investment that you can quantify, but that's part of who we are, is providing parks and recreation for our community. We have to provide public safety. I'm sorry I'm on a soapbox, but I think it's that important, because I am sick and tired of hearing about the crime in our city. Every time someone tells me something, my neighbors, our community members, about how they've been affected, it tears me up. So I want to make sure that, no matter what, that I'm advocating for protecting our community. So those are the things I'm interested in. Also, I want to talk about business taxes and other things. Santa Clara has been successful because we've been a business-friendly community. And I understand that there's going to be a need for increases in other things, but I want to make sure that we are working hand in hand with our business community, and we're just not, running off without getting the appropriate input from the people that this is going to directly affect as well. So I'm hoping that we work with our Chamber of Commerce to help us do outreach when we're talking about putting things on the ballot. We want to make sure that the community knows about it and has input in whatever we do. And we talked about the transient occupancy tax and increasing that at a slower rate until we can fully recover through the pandemic, since the pandemic. So those are just my comments about the budget. And I see there's a bunch more hands up now. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things that I just want to add to some comments that I made before. But before I do, I just want to remind folks that there was just an article recently talking about how Santa Clara grew more than any other city in the state of California. I forget the percentage. I want to say like 2.7%, but in terms of housing and population, Santa Clara grew. So all the more reason that we know that we're already down in terms of numbers in our police and fire departments, but all the more reason that we need our public safety right now. We're growing, and those numbers showed that. I mean, and I think that's phenomenal for Santa Clara. Everybody's numbers went down, ours went up. And when it comes to just something that I've noticed in the last week or so, as we're opening up again, I live near Station 6, and so when a fire truck goes out, I hear that fire truck all over the place and from all directions. And so I know there's been an uptick in responses, whether it be fires or accidents or whatever they're being called out for. They are they're definitely being called out more so than they have in the last year. But I have a question. I don't know if it can be answered now. But you know, there's been some comments made about how the city does get reimbursed for our mutual aid. And I was wondering if somebody could tell us how much the city does receive from that reimbursement, and especially the overtime, because I would imagine the overtime would be something above and beyond that the city would be actually making money as a result of our firefighters being out on deployment in mutual aid. So I was wondering if somebody might have those numbers, if not maybe in June 22nd when we come back. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we able to get those numbers, or is that just noted by our staff? That
We will see what we can do and bring that back as part of report for June 22nd.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mayor, you couldn't have said it any better just earlier about the Roberta Jones. I think a little more needs to be done at the same time with public safety as well. Councilmember Watanabe really kind of hit on that point that I was kind of going to go at, which was, yes, Councilmember Watanabe, you're right. It's a 2.7% increase. Now we're at 130,800 residents. I mean, the state of California has, you know, overall shrank for our population for the first time since 1900, but Santa Clara, we've grown. We've added 2,066 new housing units. That's a 4.2% increase. So seeing with all that development, you know, with the high density and everything, we need the force that's going to be able to battle the events of the future. And I think that's what we're putting in place right now. So I'm really glad that Councilmember Watanabe brought that up, and I'm really glad that Mayor Gilmore mentioned that as well. Also, the same thing Mayor Gilmore brought up was about reporting crime. That's another thing that, you know, a lot of people don't report these crimes, and the more you report it, the more the statistics of we know what's going on. I was in a meeting last night for the Silicon Valley Stonewall Democrats, and they asked me questions about, you know, reporting hate crimes. And I said, if you don't report the crime, we don't know the crime happened. And they're afraid to make the report. But I said, it's the statistic. It's for us to know, and it's for us as leaders to bring people's awareness to. So seeing how what happened at City Hall recently, seeing the gun crimes that have been happening, it's the wrong time, wrong place. Alex Lee, our assembly member, wrote to me and asked me not to cut the fire department. He said there is a need for the fire department right now. So that, you know, in a nutshell, I think those are the things that need to be taken care of first. Just like Mayor Gilmore said, is the public safety is the biggest issue. And I agree with her also. And I agree with, I think it was Councilmember Jane that brought it up, or Councilmember Hardy, which was about the business tax. Yes, we do need more business tax. But at the same time, Mayor Gilmore has a point where we need to have input in the outreach to find out how we can do it. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I think every council member here really values public safety. We all want to feel safe when we walk up the streets in our homes. There's no doubt that we value public safety. We value our fire department and our police department. I've done the CERT program. I've done Citizens Police Academy. I was on the Chief of Police Advisory Committee. I fully understand the need for public safety. The issue is that every department has been cut quite substantially. Our vacancy rates in all of our departments are very high. And we are growing. And as we add housing units, we're going to add property tax, and that will pay for more officers. So that will happen. Right now, we're just in this unusual pandemic. We're just in kind of an emergency. And as I mentioned, as we add those housing units, unless we are putting money into mitigating the traffic, that is going to create a nightmare for every resident of the city of Santa Clara. We're not widening any streets. So for us to, as Mayor Gilmore said, where are we going in the future? We need to plan for the future. We need to do those studies now before we get those housing units so that we won't just end up in a bind for not having planned properly. We need to, as we're building, during this pandemic, I've been sitting outside more. I notice more noise, the garbage trucks, the diesels, all of that. Noise has become a big problem. And a lot of residents in my district complain about noise from Santa Clara University and from data centers. And so, being proactive and doing these studies will allow us to plan for the future that Mayor Gilmore is talking about. And so that's what I'm saying, is that there's a distinction between one-time funds and ongoing funds. When you add staff, that's an ongoing expense, and you need to budget for that. And that will come from the property taxes from the additional units. But for one-time activities, you need to budget for those from one-time funds. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. I'm going to go now to the public. Any member of the public that would like to speak on the budget issue? So let me see here. Hold on. First person we have is Mike A. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Mike.
Perfect. So several times in the presentation of the budget, we consulted the data according to the data. Now, if a study was done for headcount requirements on fire and it said 40 FTEs, what data did we generate to say, nah, 34 sounds about right, 36 if we do overtime? We paid for a study, and we're talking about paying for more studies, but what good are they if we're not following it, right? We're not following the data. So, if we propose an additional study, to me, that's a waste of money, because we have a study that says, hey, 40 headcounts for a city of your size. Now, that was also done before the increase in population, and certainly well in advance of the 30K that we're talking about, right? So, if we intend to do more studies that you guys are suggesting, are we really going to listen to the data? Or is it just going to be a study that's generated that we, take with a grain of salt, and if the budget allows for, we'll approve? So that seems like a waste of money. Also, I know that the state relied heavily on our prison population to support some of the fire efforts. Well, a lot of people got released during COVID. So they are indeed going to be relying on cities to contribute to fighting fires. Now, I heard a suggestion to say, well, maybe we backfill with volunteers. Do we really want a volunteer showing up? I mean, that's great and that's admirable, and I take nothing away from them. But my comfort level with that is, are we going to have our firefighters watching over their shoulders more and not paying attention to the fire or to the emergency than they are, to watching out for the volunteers? So that's a concern for me. In terms of the ROI on investment into public safety, the ROI is this. The ROI is the sense of safety that, if something does happen to myself, to a member of my community, that there will be a fast response. So that's really the ROI. that and, just having a beautiful city and, having a fire and police department that we can readily rely upon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Anthony, go ahead, Anthony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Anthony Pasquale, president of your Santa Clara Firefighters, IFF Local 1171, and I'm also a Santa Clara citizen. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I know you might be tired of hearing me speak on the budget items as they relate to public safety. I spoke to you a few months back regarding the budget reductions for the fire department. And a few months ago, the council voted to freeze 12 positions, and that resulted in a reduction in daily staffing from 40 firefighters to 36. And today, what's before you is another reduction in overtime. And it's just not that simple because we're short-staffed. And so what that does is that leaves us with vacancies every single day that have to be filled with overtime. So when you reduce that overtime, now our staffing is going to drop to 34. So we went from 40 to 36, and now the proposal is to 34. While this may not seem like that much, every single body taken away from the line makes it that much harder to accomplish the mission on a daily basis on emergency calls. It adds the additional load to the existing staff, and what's proposed tonight on the rescue and the hazmat units in particular, the effective response force for those calls is incredibly large, as is with fires. This is 2 less people that's available to accomplish those tasks, and it's 2 less people that's available to drive that apparatus, to do the regular maintenance. All those duties still have to be taken on, and that's just additional load that doesn't have to happen right now. This is also less personnel available for mutual aid on a daily basis. Your hazmat and USAR teams, your urban search and rescue teams, are also mutual aid resources. They're typed by the Office of Emergency Services and can be pulled in to our surrounding areas. It's not just the wildfires. So we have to be ready to respond. And if we have less staffing for those units, it does affect what happens not just in Santa Clara, but also outside of our county. So what I'm asking you tonight is for 3 things. The first is to not reduce the overtime funds. The second is to unfreeze the hiring so that we can hire, so we don't have to use so much overtime, to unfreeze the promotional hiring as well, and to undo the last round of budget cuts. We could really use the help to get us back to where we need to be as we start to reopen and we start to see the city come back to life. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Anthony. Al, go ahead, Al.
Hi, I'm calling in today in opposition of the proposed budget cuts to public safety. Several of you have already made mention of portions of my letter, but I want to share for the public. Our public safety budget was already cut this March. The proposed cuts today would draw down our services to an unacceptable level. The citizens of Santa Clara expect and demand a well-staffed fire and police department. These cuts impact the fire department's ability to provide that high-quality service. I encourage you to read the $300,000 staffing study done by the city a few years ago. The document states that the daily staffing for the city of Santa Clara should be 40 firefighters per day, not 34. Our city's population has only increased since then and is one of the fastest growing in the state. Moreover, the additional cuts would happen as we're facing a drought and enter a dangerously dry wildfire season. Councilmember Jane made mention of his concern over these drought conditions. It is only June, yet wildfires have already burned about 14,000 acres in California this year. This is 5 times more than this time last year. You may not have been aware before Chief Ray spoke tonight, but for every firefighter that gets pulled from our fire department for wildfires, it greatly benefits our city financially. Not only does the state reimburse the city under the state's mutual aid system for the deployed firefighters, the state also pays the overtime for the person that has to backfill their spot. Additionally, the state pays the city a generous percentage for every firefighter sent. That's right, it costs the city nothing, but it does make the city money. If we have more staffing, we have more firefighters available for deployments to generate revenue for the city. If we're worried about revenue, here's a revenue source. Bringing in volunteers, though, is not a viable option. The suggestion is ludicrous because they are not trained to do the job. With increases in population, we also see an increase in crime rates. Crime rates are up for all types of crime in our city, and it shouldn't be this way. but it is because of reduced patrol officers due to your previous budget cuts. I know for a fact you're all aware of the heinous crime that recently occurred right on City Hall steps. Do you really want that kind of blood on your hands or literally underfoot? Have you asked yourselves, what if that was one of you coming out of one of your late night council meetings? You're putting citizens' lives at risk by agreeing to these decisions. It would
Thank
be
you, Linda.
service.
Thank you, Al.
To reduce public safety.
Thank you. And we have your letter. It was an awesome letter. Thank you. Lee, go ahead, Lee.
I really appreciate the discussion tonight. I have never called in before, and I really appreciate council saying we should literally look at traffic. I hear Council Member Teresa O'Neill, traffic. Wasn't that an amazing thing? All of a sudden, we want to do another review or another. We have a serious budget deficit. I heard we have 7 months of money to run this city. Let's face that. I think let's wait till we got into a little bit more money before we start looking at traffic that is affected by every city around us. If we do something, we can't really control it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Is there any other member of the public that would like to comment on the Bob? Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob O'Keefe. I'm hopeful of what I've heard tonight from several council members. We all know that public service is probably the #1 priority for most of us citizens of Santa Clara, where we live, work, and raise our families. The city manager and the finance director has a very tough job. By law, they have to balance the budget, and I appreciate the hard work they did putting into that. But it's up to the council to really pick the fine tuning on the budget. I was very happy to hear Councilmember Park and Councilmember Becker, along with Councilmember Watanabe and the mayor, support our police and fire departments. We need these services. We need them bad. For Councilmember Chahal, it's a good idea, reserves for the police and volunteers for the fire department, but they are there to augment the services, not to replace them. The latest study that I saw was 45 personnel for the fire department, down to 40, down to 36, and now down to 34. The burden that you put on the men and women behind, the shield there fighting those fires is horrendous. It's not just a numbers game. Yes, money can be paid back. Yes, overtime can be paid back. But with the lowered numbers of personnel out there, remember, life is going to happen to these people. There's going to be family medical leave acts. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be sickness. And these people will not be able to be fully staffed even at 34. So please relook at all public safety, the police and the fire, and use these budget stabilization reserves. I believe it was Kathy or Councilmember Watanabe said, let's look at it again in 6 months, but use that money now for those budget reserves and pay it back later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public?
Madam Mayor, I have an e-comment here.
Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
An e-comment from Sally SC. It reads, no cuts to public safety. If our city was really in such a bad way, we wouldn't still be trying to hire more positions in the city manager's office. How do you justify hiring there, yet not in other departments? Give the residents the level of service they deserve in the city, a fully staffed police department and fire department. End of comment.
Okay, do we have any additional comments? E-comments?
So that was the only one I had, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any more public members, so we're going to go back to council comments. Councilmember Watanabe.
I apologize, Mayor. I think that's up from before.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard that city is making money out of the emergency deployments to the state and FEMA. I would recommend that whatever money is projected with the city is making, that should be put into the fire department budget, and whatever revenue or whatever amount we have, how much position we can unfreeze from that. Let's unfreeze those positions, at least as per projected budget, so that our fire department has some cushion to have more than 34 personnel we have over here. So I'm not sure anybody has an idea like how much money the city made last year. Let's say, take an example of last year. City manager or
We asked that earlier, and she was going to bring it back. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Cindy?
I think the questions and the comments that have come up today, I'd like the opportunity to work with the finance director and provide information for June 22nd.
Okay, yeah. So my idea is let whatever money we are anticipating, we can correspondingly unfreeze those positions so that we have adequate force in the fire department. Yeah. And to respond to a couple of comments I made about augmenting with the temporary, yeah, it's not a best solution, but I'm trying to help out in this current scenario where leftover firefighters are more burdened. So I'm trying to reduce the load in the best case scenario, how we can do that. It's not a full-time solution. It's a part-time, like a temporary solution, but whatever we can do to help alleviate pains of the rest of the firefighters, that would help. That was the reason I was asking that question. Thank you, Jen.
Okay, is there any other council members that want to make any comments? Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the gentleman who was talking about according to the data says 40 FTEs, and what data did we use to cut down to 34? I mean, I hear even in this council meeting that data is king. Data means everything. And as a data scientist, I'm going to say data are just data, meaning data have no loyalty, and data doesn't actually set the policy. It's the people who look at the data, understand it, or interpret it in whatever ways that they can to justify their actions who make the policies. And I think that we need to start using our thinking processes instead of just looking at the numbers. I like to not just look at not just preserving the overtime, but adding budget to increase staffing. After some hiring, maybe we can look at cutting back on overtime. But reducing overtime while we are already understaffed is not the right decision if even maintaining, not increasing, just maintaining safety as our goal. And it sounds like we can make money even if we increase staffing. And I would like staff to take a deep look into these options and possibilities. I do know that when it comes to safety, it's not just the crimes where people get hurt, but there have been a flurry of robberies, both restaurants and cars, at the mini malls off of Coyote and El Camino. We've had 2 businesses in just the last couple of months that have had windows broken and property stolen. I mean, one robbery to a business during the time of recovery could kill a business. And those are my concerns because that's right off of my district. Customers who have had cars broken into no longer feel safe shopping there, and their friends are the business owners, and the business owners can't do anything except say, "We're so sorry that this happened to you." That's not going to bring business back to Santa Clara. I'd like staff to clarify the cuts to police positions that the mayor said council voted on earlier this year, which is, if my recollections are correct, we actually voted to accept the police chief's budget, and we additionally froze the positions that were supposed to be cut. But when we talk about defunding the police and cutting CSOs and removing positions, like getting rid of people, I really want to know a little bit more about where that comes from, because that's not my understanding or remembrance. And lastly, I'm all for getting revenue where we can get it, but I'm not sure that increasing taxes that affect visitors is the best policy to encourage business growth at this time. I would like to see how we could cut back on other positions. I mean, I'd like to look at the number of programs that we can contribute to that are, nice to have. Meaning, I think that if given a choice between safety and dealing with noise, or safety and dealing with traffic, I think I'd rather deal with a little bit of noise, understanding that when we're safe, we'll feel much more comfortable making good decisions. You know, deal with a little bit of traffic, understanding that if anything happens, we've got the police force and the fire force to deal with that. Thank you very much.
City Manager, did someone want to, or Director Lee, remind Councilmember Park of the cuts that the majority of the City Council made in the police department in March?
I can make some comments to that. So this is, I appreciate the question, Councilmember Park, and just as a reminder, phase one budget proposals in response to our COVID-19 deficit we went through some lengthy discussion in March that was approved. That included the freezing of positions, not the elimination of positions, but it did include, I believe it was 8 sworn officers and some CSOs as part of that action. And so I do want to mention that, you know, with our budget deficits, none of these proposals are submitted lightly. This is an unprecedented time. And so, you know, with knowing that, you know, our priorities are on our essential services, police and fire, this proposed budget reflects some of the feedback that was received in that phase one action.
Thank you, Director.
For clarification, are you saying that
additional questions? Go ahead.
For clarification, I believe that the frozen positions included CSOs, but we did not remove any positions that were filled. Is that correct?
Correct. There were no filled position cuts. These were all vacant positions. And then the nuance of freezing them, keeping the FTE, but removing the dollars in an effort to balance the budget due to COVID-19.
Understood. And so instead of eliminating the positions, which would have made those positions unavailable for future hiring, we did choose to freeze those positions and maintain the level of service that we already had, freezing the positions that were not filled so that we could potentially fill them in the future. Is that correct?
We did freeze the FTEs, but in order to balance our COVID deficit, we did remove the dollars associated with those FTEs from the budget.
Okay, but they're frozen, so we can still hire against them in the future and budget them accordingly.
If they're budgeted, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Let me follow up on that. Are we at the same level of service from before the budget cuts in March to after the budget cuts in March? Then why are we having issues with all of our CSOs and our DARE programs and other things? Are we at the same level of service? And what was the amount of the cuts from March from the police department in dollars? Do you remember, Ken? I don't want to put you on the spot.
We have a slide about the percentage cuts by department and the public safety as well as the average
from phase one.
Yes, let me share my screen. Let me go back in the presentation. All right, so this is slide 16. And so this summarizes the dollars by department for both phase one and phase two. As you can see here in the police department, it was $3.65 million. That's a combination of multiple proposals. And then when you combine it with both phase one and phase two, the column at the right shows the percentage of the discretionary budget that was removed from the budget. And again, these are the dollars and not the FTEs that were in the budget.
So that means we can have our DARE programs and all of, if there's no change in level of service. I would like a clarification of that for the next meeting.
Can you restate your question, Mayor?
The police department, after phase one cuts, there was a reduction in positions and service to the community. And in phase two, there'll be further reduction in services and positions to the community.
So would you like us to elaborate in a response for June 22nd on the impact?
Yeah, sure. We need to clarify that.
Okay.
Because then why are we cutting all these programs if there wasn't a reduction in service to the community? I know I've been in so many meetings with the police department and the community. I know about the reduction, so I know what the council voted on and what they did. It's unfortunate some council members don't know what they voted on, but yeah, there was a reduction in service to the community. Anyways, okay.
We will restate the proposals for the June 22nd.
Thank you.
Council meeting.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay. Do we have any other comments from council? Let's see, we have Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to add on to what you were just saying, my recollection is there were 15 cuts, eight of whom were officers. The rest, I believe there were CSO and there was some administrative staff as well. But what we were asking for, I think it was you and Councilmember Becker and myself who were trying to save those positions. It was going to cost it was either 1.1 or $1.6 million for 6 months to hold those positions in place. And we couldn't get a consensus to save those positions. So, but I appreciate having the clarification come back at the next meeting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. From equity point of view, I know there are different employee groups who have come to the table to save some dollars. And we are, as a family, like Santa Clara family of employees. And I think there are certain employee unions, employee groups who are still working on it. I would humbly request that for the sake of equity, let's do sacrifice whatever we can so that we can fulfill various requirements of the city. And if we can prioritize that, that would really help us to take care of some of these issues we are facing over here. So some of the employee unions we are still going on negotiations with, if that can be expedited and we have a clear picture, that would really help us out. So that's my appeal. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, do we have any other comments on this? Because otherwise we're going to move on.
No,
Oh,
Madam Mayor,
sorry, Councilmember Park. I'm sorry, Assistant City Clerk. Did we have any other comments?
Not on the attendee side.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so just a note, I think I do know what I vote on. And I think that, again, we need to start treating the data more seriously, not just try to balance numbers. I think that in the past, we've asked departments we need, some percentage of cuts to balance the numbers. And I think that asking for a percentage of cuts without understanding what those cuts mean, that is one of the problems with how we do budgets, anywhere. Meaning, as with form-based code and development, we should have an idea of the level of service we want from each of our services, whether it's police, fire, or city staff, and fund to that minimum level. And if we can't do it, then that will tell us where our real budget shortfalls are. But by, simply saying, well, we need to make these cuts, we're doing exactly what engineers and startup companies do not like. We're saying, we're not looking at the engineering, we're not looking at the product requirements, we're simply looking at what the budget says. And the budget never tells us that we should have the best product. It never tells us that we should have the best services. I think that we need to do, as the gentleman said, look at what the data tells us and then listen to the data. What's the point of having principles if we choose not to live by them? I think that these are the ways that we should look at our budgets and our fiscal policy, because simply cutting because we need to get to a certain budget number or we need to be balanced, that doesn't tell the real picture of how the city is being run or should be run. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move on? City Manager, Director Lee, do you have all of our comments for tonight to add on to the ones we had last time?
We do.
All right, you're just going to see a theme here. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director Lee, and thank you everyone for that. I'm going to ask that we go to the consent calendar and take a 15-minute break. I like to give the people down here at least a little time off before we venture on to the rest of the hours that we have for this evening. So, but I'd like to get through at least get the consent calendar and let's do consent calendar and public presentations for those people that have been waiting. So is there a motion on the consent calendar? All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion on the consent calendar. Are there any items by the council pulled for discussion? None. Is there any item from the public that is pulled for discussion from the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor,
yes,
we have a hand up.
Okay, Shiraz, do you have an item you'd like pulled from the consent calendar for discussion? You're muted.
Apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Shiraz Sangri from Navi. I represent Bloom Energy, and we wanted to register a comment with regard to item 4.0.
4.0. Okay, hold on, please. So you don't want to pull it, you just want to make a comment on that? Oh, wait, we're not on that. That's actually was pulled last week or the week before for discussion. That item's on for discussion.
Okay, it was under, I wasn't sure, it was under item 4, which I understood to be the consent calendar. So.
Yeah, so you'll see it only goes to N as in Nancy, and then there's public presentations, and that happened on May 25th. That item, consent item is pulled for discussion. So I'm sorry, it'll be a little bit later. But
that's okay. So
it's pulled for discussion.
That's fine. So I'll wait till you call item 4.0 individually. And
or it will be called individually.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to pull an item from consent calendar? If not, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve consent calendar.
Second.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Councilmember Jane. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, so at least we got some of those items that needed to go tonight. All right, next item we have before we take our little break is public presentations. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a presentation to the City Council on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, Bob, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mayor. Bob O'Keefe again. Good evening, Council. I kind of jumped in a little bit late, right when the council or you, Mayor, was, I think the city manager actually brought it up, was to thank one of the employees that was in the city clerk's office, Simrat Dodley. The city clerk's office has been the point of contact for many citizens over the years for many issues. And personally, I ran in 2 elections, and I cannot speak highly enough of the personnel in that office, between the assistant city clerk, Nora Pimentel, and especially Simrat Dodley, helped me out and many of the other successful and non-successful candidates over the years. What a great employee she was, and I was very sorry to hear her leave. I think the city has lost a great employee. So I just wanted to pass that on for my personal thanks and thanks to the community for Simrat's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you for those nice comments about Simrat, or Simi as we know her. All right, is there anyone else? Lee, go ahead, Lee. You're muted. Unmute.
I
There
just
you
want to reinforce that, Simrat, you have been the best. Yes. That's all I have to say. And good luck with you in your future.
Thank you, Lee. All right, is there any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the council, what time is it right now? 8:47, let's say 9 o'clock, back at 9 o'clock for a short break. Thank you. going to move ahead with our agenda. We're now on consent items pulled for discussion from our May 25th meeting. We have several of those items. So the first one is item 4O, written petition submitted by Amrit S. Carney, requesting the city council hear appeals regarding permit and environmental process determinations regarding 3 use permit applications for Bloom fuel cell power system projects filed for 2960 Corbin Drive, 2970 to 3000 Corbin Drive, and 2200 Mission College Boulevard. I don't know who pulled this item. Can't remember, but city manager, do you know who pulled this item originally?
I don't.
Okay, so. was
I
there- Shiraz,
I
did-
may have pulled it. I'm
Oh,
not
do you
sure.
pull it? Okay, go ahead. So
Mostly, I just wanted to say that I've spoken to Carl Guardino and Stephen Lamb of Bloom Energy. So I just wanted to say that I've had discussions with them.
is that why you pulled it?
I thought there was going to be more discussion on this. I don't have any more to say.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
I did to meet with them as well.
Okay, let's go to Shiraz because you actually wanted to speak earlier on this item. So I'm gonna go to you now. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. As mentioned before, Shiraz Tangri from Myers-Navi. My partner is Amrit Kulkarni. We represent Bloom Energy, and on behalf of Bloom, we filed the 3 appeals that are on the agenda here. The appeals relate to the city's refusal to issue ministerial building permits for 3 new Bloom Energy server installations in the city. Bloom's appeals are timely and they're ripe, and they should be granted by this council immediately. As a preliminary matter, the agenda for this meeting did not include the 10 attachments to our April 27, 2021 letter. The letters included, but not the attachments. Those attachments were submitted in support of all 3 appeals, and they are a critical part of the record. Bloom applied for these building permits back in 2019 and followed the exact same application procedure that was required for all 4 of the existing Bloom fuel cell installations in the city. These are ministerial building permits, and the city is required to issue them as a matter of law. City staff has delayed processing those applications by arguing that fuel cells are actually electric power plants and therefore require a conditional use permit. For the reasons that are set out in our April 27 letter that accompanied the appeals, that argument is both factually and legally baseless for many reasons, including because Bloom Energy servers do not use thermal energy to generate electricity, and therefore they do not meet the definition of power plants under the city's municipal code. We ask that the council correct that error and reject the use permit requirement. In addition, no CEQA review is required here because the fuel cell installations do not require any discretionary approvals and would not result in any significant environmental impacts. The council should note that the city never required a conditional use permit or CEQA review for any of the existing fuel cell projects that were installed in the city prior to 2019. But now staff is demanding fees of over $120,000 for CEQA review of these 3 ministerial projects. We respectfully request that the city council grant the appeals and direct staff to issue the building permits for all 3 applications without further delay. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. City manager.
This is a written petition from Bloom Energy with respect to Council Policy 030. So the decision
Okay.
is whether
So
to
put it on the agenda.
I do want to note, though, that the person who would speak on this item is either Brian Doyle or Xander. I don't know, Brian, do you want to?
Yeah, sure, I'm here. But first of all, the attachment 8 does include the attachments that Mr. Shiraz was referring to. And we've had extensive correspondence with Bloom and from the city attorney's office, and we simply believe that their attorneys are incorrect in characterizing the issue tonight. The issue tonight is not a proper appeal. It's not a timely appeal. There's no administrative appeal at this point for the council, and the use of this procedure is simply meant to be some kind of shortcut directly to the council, which we don't believe is a proper administrative procedure at this point. You know, Bloom is free to pursue other remedies if they would like, but the proper remedy is not to, or the proper level of review is not the city council at this point, and therefore we're not recommending that the council agendize this.
Okay, thank you. So what kind of action is this, a note and file?
You could note and file it, or you could do nothing. I mean,
Do
it's a
nothing?
request to place something on the agenda, so it's either or.
Okay, council and Councilmember Becker.
Let's make a motion for no then.
Note and file means no.
Note and file is probably the better way to go at this point.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, the motion is second to note and file.
I'll second that.
Assistant Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that passes 6 yes and 1 no. All right. Sorry, Shiraz, about that. All right, next is item 4P, report from the city attorney on California Voter Rights Act litigation. And somebody from the council pulled this. Who pulled this?
I did.
Okay, Councilmember Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make some comments on the staff report. I believe that the timeline that was written was done by our city attorney. And I believe that it's was probably, solely his product. And it represents sort of what I consider his side of the story. One glaring omission in the timeline was a settlement offer letter that was sent from the plaintiff on December 10th, and that was missing here. I also believe that there was only one attachment beyond the timeline. That was a letter from Richard Conda to the 49ers. And, this is basically a nonprofit that has no money, no resources, and is trying to, effectively defeat measures A and C, which he thought were not in the vein of the CVRA, where safe harbor, and I'll read this from the California League of Cities. It's all right. So no city had ever successfully fought a CVRA lawsuit. And this is from a document on the League of Cities website. It says that once the single member districts are in place, the city or special district is in the CVRA safe harbor, even if the districts are not exactly those that the plaintiffs would have preferred. And the city attorney, he states that that measures C and A and N were basically to resolve the issue of the CVRA lawsuit, whereas safe harbor, which is defined as single member districts, would have resolved that issue. And then I just wanted to highlight that the payments that were paid were 4.52 million to the plaintiffs, 1.5 million for the city's outside legal counsel, which came to 6.042 million. And that didn't include the costs of Measure C and Measure N, which were about $250,000 apiece, plus all the staff time that went into this. So I'm just trying to state an alternative view of what the staff's report is. And I did serve on the last charter review, and I did oppose the 3 districts that became Measure C. And that's basically what I wanted to state to the public, was that Sunnyvale went to single member districts and it cost them $30,000. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like mention that city council meeting itself. Like, I remember I have been asking that we can do it by ordinance, which was not agreed. Those notings are not. And single district was the only option as per safe harbor. So we could have saved like the city $6 million, more than $6 million if we incorporate Measure C and A into it. So this was a very costly and unnecessary lawsuit, which our resident $1 million we could have had right now could have been used for anything, for small business grants or rent grants or so many other options. So I just want to bring that independent opinion that there were conflicting opinions on this thing, and we didn't learn from other cities. There are so many other cities did this thing by ordinance, and I did request earlier that we should do it by ordinance. We could have saved all this money. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to add that part of the report didn't include the 2011 Charter Review Committee, and I just got the report from from one of the members on the committee back in 2011 when there was at-large districts recommended, and it's interesting now we have a couple members on our city council were on that committee. Vice Mayor Chahal and Councilmember Hardy were on that committee back in 2011 too, with a host of community leaders, Amina Uzman, Steve Silva, Ralph Sevilla, Dr. Nadeem. Like it was interesting. So I think that the full report should include the total picture from all the way back, because I know there's a lot of people that supported it up until after we appealed. But there was a host of people that were involved in the process that didn't always feel that way from way back when. So I think one of the future items on the agenda is to place I think Councilmember Becker has an item on the agenda to have an apology letter, that we'll end up talking about. But I think that, you have to go all the way back and be inclusive of who was involved from the beginning, and you have to look at the whole story, not just who came at the end and was grabbing on to what happened at the end, but what happened in the beginning and who was supporting what, because it was a whole community of people that took this from the very beginning. So it's easy to be, a fan now of what happened, but there's a whole story involved. So I appreciate the city attorney putting the whole picture together. It's an interesting story about how this all transpired, but I think a lot of us, were involved in different ways all the way through the process. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. So one of the things I had on was the CPRA chronology. 2011, where he stated the first letter from Robert Rubin. You were unable to locate the copy. I actually was just doing some of the research right now and I found it. So I'm going to send it over to you right now so you can fix that on the report.
I have the staff report too from the other thing. So yeah, just anybody who has anything, just send to the city attorney. Thank you. City Clerk Hassan.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. I think also, I believe that the plaintiff himself, Wes Mukuyama, was also on the 2011 Charter Review Committee and resigned early on in the committee.
Yeah, Wesley Mokiyama was on the charter review, appointed by either council member or Mayor Jamie Matthews at the time. And then he resigned from the committee. Yeah, that's all in this document here. Yeah.
There's one other thing that I wanted to bring up. I think Councilmember Jane mentioned that the chronology didn't include the letter from Richard Conda to the 49ers. It actually did if you look at page 7. Maybe I misheard you, Councilmember Jane.
No, the settlement letter.
Okay, so I thought you were referring to the letter from Richard Conda.
No, there was only one letter that was attached, and that was Richard Conda's letter.
Okay, I did want to comment
I think
on.
you might have something to say about that settlement letter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hassam. Let me ask Hassam to finish. I can hardly hear you, Hassam.
I can't, I was going to say that I cannot.
I can't hear you,
How about
Hassam.
now? Okay.
Mm.
I see something.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. No, I wanted to mention about that letter, the one from Richard Conda to the 49ers organization. It is just adding some color commentary. I want to remind the council and the public that this was at the time when Measure C was planned to be put on the ballot, and there was a lot of involvement from undisclosed sources trying to influence the community with, with the veil of surveys, public surveys, seeking, the opinion of the public on Measure C without necessarily filing a campaign committee, without necessarily reporting who they were. The day before the Super Bowl, which was on January 31st of 2020, I sent a warning letter to several executives from the 49ers after I had received information that they were the ones behind those anonymous surveys, informing them of the requirement to file a campaign committee. They came in the next Monday, filed that campaign committee. And then on Tuesday, that's when they provided this letter to the public, which is very suspect that it was, dated back, from that Saturday, without being on any letterhead from the Asian Law Alliance, with the letter from Richard Conda to the 49ers asking for their help. So I wanted to provide that additional color commentary because I don't think it's captured here in this chronology.
Thank you. City Attorney.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I did not include any confidential information in the report. I knew it was a public report, so there were lots and lots of developments and activities with regard to discussions of settlement with the plaintiff throughout the litigation, and I did not include any of that. I did include the dates of closed sessions that we had to try to give the public an understanding of the fact that the council was actively engaged with the plaintiffs throughout the litigation in attempting to settle the case. But because the council has not waived any confidentiality, I'm not at liberty to discuss any of those discussions. But I just think it would be fair to tell the public that there was, as I explained in the beginning of the report, there was never a point at which the plaintiffs agreed to dismiss the lawsuit in exchange for something that the council found to be a reasonable solution. And we'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I know, Mayor, you mentioned that several of us were on the Charter Review Committee. So we do agree with that. And Charter Review Committees are only an advisory body. And Council as such has the full handle on closed door meetings and what is being presented. The Council only is responsible for going in for a lawsuit or defending the lawsuit in way we do it. So a lot of responsibility lies with the council. I agree with what you're trying to say, that there were advisory committee with different members, but at the end of a day, the buck stops with the council. And that's this council decided to fight this lawsuit, which was detrimental to the fiscal health of this city. And as Councilmember Jane mentioned, no city has ever won a CBRA lawsuit, and we were not in a position to win this lawsuit. Now that it's over, I can say that, and I've been raising this point since I have been on the council, that we could have done it better. And that's my point. Like the council responsibility cannot be delegated to advisory committees as such.
Thank you. I do want to say the council always took the advice of the Citizens Advisory Committee. That's why we appoint Citizens Advisory Committees so that we listen to the citizens. So I just wanted to point that out too, and I won't repeat that. Councilmember Jane, followed by Becker.
So I was chair of the latest Charter Review Committee, and the vote that came out of there was split. And the committee did vote for 3 districts. I did not agree with that. But I just want to say that Charter Review Committees are given a lot of direction at the beginning. At the beginning of this Charter Review Committee, I wanted to talk about ranked choice voting and redistricting and other things. And I was basically told that I could only talk about the number of districts. So Charter Review Committees are often pretty constrained from the outset. Fortunately, we did end up adding the redistricting at the end, but originally I was told that that was not under discussion.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the record, I remember back in 2011, I knew about the charter review then. I was a major advocate to start going to districts back then. I know back at that committee, they were looking at recommending eliminating the numbered seats, but then it was continued, I think, until 2013. But I think it wasn't endorsed at large, but Teresa O'Neill, in fact, was in favor of the 6 districts. So I just wanted the record to reflect that.
The recommendation from the district, from the committee came back at large elections without seat numbers. So it was just an at large with no seat number. That's what came out of that. All right. Anyone else? All right, Councilmember.
Mayor, I'd just like to add one more point, which seems to have gotten missed. And that is that Measure A, which was the first recommendation, which was a unanimous recommendation from the Charter Review Committee, was exactly what the same attorneys that sued us agreed to in Palm Desert as basically a viable solution under the CVRA. So at one point, they disagreed with us, and at another point, they agreed with another city as that would have satisfied the remedies under the CVRA. So we could talk ad nauseum and beat this horse to death. I think we all know that there were a lot of other political considerations that were happening along with this lawsuit, and I just provided the chronology, and of course, it's my point of view. I wrote the report. I would expect that anybody that writes a report would write it from their point of view. And I believe it's a factual report, and I believe it provides some level of disclosure to the public about the crucial facts that are not confidential. And I realize that the previous council is somewhat hamstrung by the fact that we have confidentiality still about what all the possibilities were of terminating the lawsuit earlier. And we just can't talk about those at this point, given that confidentiality. And I don't think it's fair to judge the council without knowing what the council had before it at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So it sounds like we would like an updated report with the omissions and comments brought forward at this meeting, whether it's a full history, as Mayor Gilmore suggests, starting with the 2011 Charter Review Committee, including the recommendations and the reasons for not implementing those recommendations. As Vice Mayor Chahal noted, the Charter Review is for review, it's advisory. And the City Council, I think, does bear responsibility for taking action on that advice. And though the first contact with the lawsuit was in 2011, there were many other touches throughout the years where many of the people on council were members right up until the lawsuit judgment, and they also voted to appeal. The settlement offer is definitely part of the chronology, and that should be included, including all of the drama surrounding how that settlement was brought forth in the public meeting, and any of the drama surrounding that. I think that is an interesting piece of history, and I think that would make a rather bland report that much more interesting to read. The public will also note that even with knowledge of a settlement offer, There was no settlement out of the closed session. Without telling my actions in closed meeting discussions, I'm going to say this. I have largely stayed back in all meetings regarding CVRA because I believed and that we needed the appeal to complete. It had to complete to allow the residents who are interested in money to have their satisfaction, ironically at the cost of more money. But this was also acceptable to me because I believe that the people looking for representation would be willing to pay any price for fairness and a chance at better governance, right? And that said, I also know that no amount of losses in time, lawsuits, money spent will satisfy some people's need to have their day in court and see the appeal succeed or fail. And in this case, the appeal failed. And I think that that was a good lesson to these people. And for me, I would have preferred to save the money, but I also think that saving the money at the cost of people grumbling and not seeing the conclusion of the appeal would have been a different problem. So I would like to see an updated report with omissions and comments brought forward at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the council? All right, from the public, Wesley Mukayama. Go ahead, Wesley.
As one of the original members of the plaintiff, I followed this step by step. The charter committee, to me, was appointed by biased people, and the people who were on the charter committee were biased. It went all the way through, and the city council attorney, he was biased as well. And the very fact that he did not report the offer from the lawyers, which I knew happened, and I didn't say anything, to me was a violation of the law. And I do think that these were power plays by the city council members at that time to keep their offices, because they, as a result of the district voting, look what happened. So all I can say is outcomes speak more words than anything else. That's it for me.
Thank you, Wesley. Anyone else want to speak from the public? Okay, so the action would be to note and file this. Anybody want to make a motion?
Actually, I'd make the motion to get an updated report with omissions and comments brought forward at this meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and second.
I need to speak on that. I don't know what you mean by an updated report. I can't put confidential material into a public report unless the council waives confidentiality.
So I think that if it were an updated report for review, you could put the information that is publicly known into the report, and then we can have a discussion on what could or could not be made public. But as it is, it sounds like everyone, including Mayor Gilmore, thinks that there are things that could be included in this story that are not fully.
I included everything that I included everything that I thought was public.
Understood, but it sounds
I
like
have a list of the members from the 2011 committee. We can add that in as post-meeting material. I can add that in. Is that all right?
Saying that
Post-meeting material.
But it sounds like there's a lot of opinions, and maybe we could have a more thorough report and not just by one person.
What are you talking about? A more thorough report and not by one person? What are you looking for?
Again, if we have omissions, including the comments about settlement offer and things like that, I think that those are important.
Why don't we do this? Why doesn't each of the council members send me what they think needs to go into the report?
Okay.
And then I will just send a confidential version of the report back to the council, but I can't bring a public report to the council unless with confidential material in it. And, at this point, the council has not waived confidentiality. So any settlement letters or discussions of settlement are still confidential unless council waives it.
Okay, I think that's an odd way to run a formal process, but I think we can start with that and see what comes up.
Okay, why don't you do that? We'll just
So the
note
motion
and
is
file, and council
note and
members
file,
just.
and anybody that has any documentation send to the city attorney.
Is there a due date? Is there anything
No,
that makes
whatever
this
you like,
request?
whatever you feel like sending me is fine.
And is this going to come up again, or is this something that?
Well, if it's confidential, I can't put it in a public report, but to the extent, I could send it as a public report, and if you want to put it on an agenda, that'd be fine.
Well, could we continue this item for 60 days or until?
I don't want to continue things. That's our problem with these meetings. We continue everything and we can't get anything done. So let's send the information to the city attorney. The city attorney can reissue, with whatever, if there's more information that comes in, and we move forward. We can't keep continuing things. We're still on.
I think we need to continue the things that can and should be continued, and not be absolutist and say nothing should be continued.
Okay, so all right, we're talking hypothetical now because
oh no, this is very real.
What information to send to the city attorney? So can we move on? We're getting to 10 o'clock. We have items we have to move on tonight. We have to move on them. So let's not get stuck on this and make a decision and move forward. But I don't think continuing should be an option.
I would suggest this. I have a lot of things that I need to work on, and I'm happy to receive the material, and I will supplement the report with the material that I receive. I will send it back to the council. Continuing it and making me come back to council with another report that may or may not work. It's just spending more money on the CVRA issue, and I thought that's not what council wanted to do, but I'll be happy to do whatever you like. But I think it would be a cleaner and more efficient process, and perhaps less costly if you just sent me what you want. I'll add it to the report. I'll send it back to council, and then if someone wants to bring it back for discussion on the council agenda, then a council member can bring it back.
I guess I just don't understand the difference between getting council input and updating the report and sending it back to council, or continuing the item, getting additional information, updating the report, and bringing it back to council. I guess I don't understand the difference there.
He just explained it. He just explained.
It does take work to put something on the agenda, and I won't know, who wants to put what in there, and and again, I'll get accused of editing the report. We've spent a lot of time on this, and I'm more than happy to discuss the report with any of the council members, but whatever you like to do is fine. Whatever the council would like
Somebody
to
make
do.
a motion and let's move on, please. Does somebody have a motion on the floor for this?
I believe we had a motion and a second.
We had a motion and a second?
We have a motion on the floor for a note and file, and I'm
Yeah,
not sure
okay.
if there was a second part to that, so I was going to ask
Yeah, I
the maker of the
seconded it.
motion.
You
Yeah,
second note and file?
I have Raj Shahal as the seconder.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have a
Actually,
motion and a
if
second to
the motion
file.
were my motion, it wasn't a noted file. It was a update and come back.
It wasn't your motion. It was somebody else's motion, and it was seconded.
Madam Mayor, that was Councilmember Park's motion. I seconded it.
Correct.
The note and file.
Well, we
No.
started with a note and
Okay.
file, and then we switched
Oh, we started
gears.
with the note and file. What is the motion on the floor? I thought you said.
I don't know, so I was going to ask
I
the
don't know
maker
either.
of the motion to clarify.
My motion was to get an updated report with emissions and comments put forward at this meeting for review at a future meeting. That was my motion.
Okay, is that okay with the second?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to update the report and bring it to a future meeting. Okay. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, that passes with 6-1. All right, thank you. We can move on now. The next item is informational report regarding bi-yearly project status report of the GIS Services Program. And this was continued from May 2021. Who pulled this item? Somebody, come on.
It was
One of
probably
you.
me.
All right, Councilmember Jane. I'm just going to put your name to all these. All right, you pulled them for a reason. Do you remember what that was?
Well, I think that GIS is very important and that we should be doing more with GIS. One of the things that staff spent a lot of time on was counting parcels in the downtown area. And it seems to me that we should make that process easy. And we should also make it very easy that any project that is within, say, 1,000 feet of a council member's or a board member's or a commission member's home should be automatically flagged by the system. Because there have been Mills Act requests that I was not notified. When I was on Planning Commission, I was notified that those were within 1,000 feet of my home. And so I would have to recuse. But since I've been on council, I'm not notified of those things. So I'm requesting that the GIS system be used to help the attorney's office and council members understand when they need to recuse.
City Attorney, don't we do that anyway? City Attorney?
Yes, for addresses that council members put down on their Form 700s, we're able to do a check, which is it's a simple geographic check of a distance from the properties that are owned by council members. So if you put down the properties that you have an interest in on your Form 700, then we will check the distance of a subject property that comes up. Sometimes there are glitches because, for example, we had one that was that previously had come up on the agenda as a property address, and it was actually agendized as a eminent domain title. And so I think it didn't get caught at that time until a little bit later, but we do have a process in place for checking the distance. This is a subject that, I think does warrant some discussion with the council about what the role of the city attorney's office is vis-a-vis checking for conflicts, because property addresses is really only one aspect of it. And there are also other issues in terms of conflict that we do not regularly check. So I do think we need to have a better discussion of that, but it's not related to GIS.
There were 2 Mills Act cases where I was not notified by the attorney's office.
I think Julie and Genevieve have been doing that notification. So I'm not sure why that happened.
It seems like it could be automatic through the GIS system.
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask IT whether they can. It seems like somebody would have to plug some information from the agenda into the GIS to get the address. I don't know how it could be automatic.
Yeah. Okay.
So
That's mostly what I had about.
We'll work on improving the process.
How to use the GIS for counting parcels, for generally public issues, and for recusals.
Gaurav, I see your hand up. On the issue of conflicts of interest, perhaps we can assign that to a more broader conversation for the priority setting in August, and just surface the some additional issues that we should talk about with respect to resources, as well as the roles and responsibilities.
And I have to say, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the elected official. If
That's-
that's something
correct.
in time, it's ultimately our responsibility to ask, as opposed to I ask, even if, I don't rely on what information I'm given. I always ask if I think that there's a question. Vice Mayor Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. And that has happened. Like I asked, at least in one case, I did recuse myself because I knew my property is within the jurisdiction, although I was not informed. And I agree with the Councilmember Jane's request, how we can make GIS system more robust so that these manual processes could be eliminated. And what I think what Councilmember Jane is asking is, how can we make the GIS system more robust in a way it can help us in fraction of seconds versus spending hours and hours into it. And those, whatever application, whatever usage we can do from that, that's his request. And that's my request. I think he agrees with that. That's the main thing out of it. And if IT Director Gaurav can throw some light, what are the options we have to make it more practical usage for the community as well as the council members as well as the PD, that would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. I was trying to get to you. So are you there?
Yes.
There you are. Hi.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. And thank you, Councilmember Jain and Chahal, for your question and your comments. GIS does excel at this kind of query. And once the area of interest and radius is known, we have a query already pre-built into GIS that provides a listing of all the properties within that area. And you can click a button and it'll give you a mailing list, Excel download, or all kinds of information with addresses, parcel numbers, owner information, etc., in a matter of minutes. And Councilmember Jain, for the request that you did, CDD staff did contact the GIS team, and they immediately were able to produce the data. But then the Community Development Department established that there was more to the task than required further analysis. But the report, just to give you an idea, in the last 18 months, I did a check. This report has been run 9,000 times by staff. So it's being run at least 500 times a month. And that's a major efficiency gain that all departments are using many, many times a week and a month, as you can tell. On the conflict of interest, we do have a query built into GIS for this exact requirement. The moment the council members filled Form 700, I remember Deanna telling us to get the information. We immediately put it in there. For every council meeting, my understanding is the council office staff queries addresses from the agenda and puts it into this tool. All 7 council members' information is already built into GIS, and they immediately know where there's a conflict. And then for the Planning Commission as well, there's a similar process, and the attorney's office does some of those checks. And so those tools are already there, but just like was surfaced, it's a matter of people, process, technology. The technology part is there, but certainly the policy parts as well have to go with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on this? And if not, Councilmember Jane, do you have a motion?
Note and file.
Okay, we have a motion to note and file. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, note and file, second. Any member of the public want to speak on this issue? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. All right, moving on. The next item we have is 2 stadium authority items. So we're going to be meeting now as stadium authority members, which we are anyway, but one is 4RA, request from the stadium manager for approval to add stadium builders licenses to temporary field seats in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium. And this was also continued from May 25th, 2021. Stadium Authority Executive Director.
I did not pull the item. I believe it was Councilmember Jane, so
yes. Authority Member Jane, is this
That was me again.
lucky guess, right? Okay.
Yes.
All
it
right,
is.
go ahead.
Okay, so it's actually no secret that I and some other council members meet fairly regularly with the 49ers. And a couple of weeks ago, we did discuss these 64 field seats. And what I learned was that, and subsequent to that meeting, the 49ers did send a letter to the city explaining their position. But what I did learn from these meetings is that the 49ers have already had these seats for 2 years. So they have had these seats in place. And the 49ers paid for the cost of those seats, for purchasing those seats. Were these seats to come under an SBL license, they would basically sell for about $10,000. That's the price that the 49ers are asking. So, and they believe that the market would even support 11,000. So 64 seats at 11,000 would be $704,000. That would help to pay off the debt on the stadium. And the 49ers have already agreed that, you know, SBLs have different levels based on how much people pay. Some include buffets, some include food and beverage, and so on. And these 64 seats, any food and beverage costs, buffets would be covered by the 49ers. And these seats, the city gets 10% of the NFL ticket surcharge, but these seats, while a ticket is about $1,000, the NFL sets the price at $175. So for every game, the city would get $17.50 plus a 35-cent per ticket revenue for senior and youth programs. So if these seats don't go in, then we miss out on that SBL, and we miss out on the basically $17.50 per seat. And I guess the city had claimed that the admin costs to manage 64 seats is $39,000 a year, which if you applied that same number to 61,000 SBLs, that would be $39 million of admin costs. But the admin costs are actually only $800,000, which is $13 per SBL. So I'm not exactly sure about the city's numbers, but to me, the 49ers are going to put these seats in anyway. And for the city to miss out on the SBL money, which pays off the debt on the stadium, just doesn't make sense to me. And then the city will get that money for NFL games and then non-NFL events. So I'm trying to understand. This sort of seems like a no-brainer to me, where the city gets some money, and the 49ers, you know, are covering the costs of installing the seats and paying for the buffet and the food. So I'm trying to understand the city's position in terms of not wanting to do this.
Well, thank you very much for making the case for the 49ers.
I'm happy to do it.
We have a long history with these seats. We've been trying to get them to pay for years, and they have refused to pay us anything for these seats. So we appreciate that, but I appreciate that 5 out of the 7 Stadium Authority members meet weekly with them, and they, you know, make all kinds of asks of you. And I hope that's going to change, where you're going to end up putting what you actually talk about on your calendar. But I think that
I do. It's on my calendar.
We really need to have our Stadium Authority members let the Stadium Authority executive director and legal team negotiate, not our individual Stadium Authority members. And this is a perfect example of that, because there is a long history before you were on the council, with all due respect, Stadium Authority member Jane, about these seats. So were they telling you the whole story? I don't think so. I think it's important that we hear from our executive director and our legal team about the longstanding negotiations about these seats and what resolution we can come to. I'm happy that now they're going to pay something because they've been resistant over the years and they just put them in without our permission. So, so let's hear from the executive director on the report. But I really think that stadium authority members should not be negotiating anything on behalf of the city. And if the stadium manco wants to come make their case, they should make their case instead of sending stadium authority members to make the case for them. Executive director, do you have a report on this?
You know, I prepared a couple of slides knowing that this item had been pulled. So I'm going to ask Christine if we could just start. There's, I believe she's going to be sharing the screen. So I just want to comment, and I'll address some of the comments that Councilmember Jane made as we go through the presentation. Let's start with what where the reference letter that was sent by the 49ers for the May 25th agenda item, as well as where we left off with the board. So on May 14th, 2020, the Stadium Authority Board took no action on the stadium manager's proposal and rather directed the stadium manager to develop a similar instrument because of the risks associated that we had talked about with in the previous council discussion with the SBLs that we could go through again tonight. The Stadium Authority Board directed the stadium manager to not present an SBL proposal, but as the management agreement allows, to create a similar instrument for the board to consider. The majority of the existing board members that are seated now clearly requested an alternative to the SBL. The stadium manager on May 25th instead wrote a letter, and I wanted to just comment a little bit about how this becomes framed or teed up for the board. The letter makes a lot of attacks about the actions that I have taken and the administrative cost and things of that sort. But what the stadium manager isn't coming, coming clean with is that they have not paid attention to what the board has asked for, a similar instrument, recognizing that they as industry experts could in fact come up with an alternate that addresses the risks that have now been talked about for many years and bring forward the opportunity as they're required for them to maximize revenue for the stadium authority. I also want to say that this is problematic in that they do then indeed meet with the 5 council members and make offers of changed proposals that are not in their written proposal. So unless we have their proposals in writing as characterized by Councilmember Jane, that's not the issues that we have in front of us. And we'll go through why that's important as we go through the numbers for the financial proposals that are before us. I also want to say that be very mindful of the timing of this proposal. It came up in April, almost a year after the board directed it in May 14, 2020. And what's particularly concerning about that is in the agreement that if the proposals, if there's no action by May 31st, then the 49ers are eligible to sell these tickets unencumbered. And so it was the stadium authority that had to get a written proposal from them in May because it was clear that everything that they had put in writing was just verbal. So let's go to the next slide. So indeed, what's concerning also that you should be aware of is while the letter that's presented by the compliance manager sells the SBLs as the option that says that there's a no-brainer and that there's opportunity here, the stadium manager's general manager is on record of saying that the SCSA in 2019, we do not think it is prudent to require SBLs for the particular seats because they are temporary seats and have the potential for being eliminated for NFL games in the future. So it is the stadium managers position themselves that the SBL, as the board directed last year, that is not the right tool to maximize revenue, which is ultimately what the board had asked. That is why a year ago, the board asked for a similar instrument so that we minimize risk and maximize revenue. And as industry experts, there's opportunities for them to look at. The letter also distorts the events and the staff's intentions, and it really this whole conundrum that we have here just inserts unnecessary tension about who said what and who said that, and new ideas that surface that aren't submitted in writing based on direct meetings with council members. I want to restate with what Councilmember Jane said, is that the stadium manager has indeed had the opportunity to insert these seats in all of the years that they have chosen, and that the Stadium Authority nor the city has not restricted their activity, but we have asked for revenue opportunities. Let's go to the next slide. So the key concerns here are that the stadium manager still proposes the sale of a product of a temporary nature that is amortized over the life of the stadium, but cannot guarantee its availability each year. The board did not direct an SBL in May 2020, and that includes those council members' actions that are seated on the board last year that were here in May 2020. The NFL has the discretion for the annual renewal of these temporary field seats. The Stadium Authority must guarantee the replacement of a comparable SBL to make the SBL holder whole if the seats are not approved, or refund the amortized portion. So there's another risk. I think the administrative cost is an overblown factor to try to make this optic of staff being ridiculous, but we'll talk about that as we go through the numbers and why the points that were not revealed by the 49ers in their proposal. The fluctuating ticket reserve price for which we base our 10% is really a diminishing cost benefit to us if the amount is based on their averages of what their actual ticket reserve price is when compared to $175. The stadium manager has only committed for year one for premium seat amenities, not the SBL term for buffet, food and beverages, and any swag. And as part of last year's report, the cost of a complimentary buffet was estimated at $135 per seat per game. That's equivalent to $8,640 for the food and beverages that are referenced. We know that they've committed to year one. We don't know what the rest of the years are. It sounds as though Councilmember Jane may have it verbally, but we don't have that in writing, and this is the first time I've heard of that commitment from the 49ers. That said, that if we don't get them to commit for it for the term of this sale or this proposal, then it really becomes a cost negative proposal, in that our maximum revenue, assuming all things work out in the best case scenario, is $3,900 per game. So if our maximum best case scenario revenue per game is $3,900 and our food is $8,640, because they've only committed to year one, then already there's a distortion. So let's look at what the ticket price variation is. So the ticket price variation, they've offered $175 as their reserve ticket price, for which our 10% is based off of. But the only time out of the last 20 games their reserve ticket price has occurred is 3 times out of 20. That means that the likeliness is more that the ticket reserve price, for which our 10% is based off, is more likely not to happen than it is to happen. So if you look at it another way, the number that they are stating as the reserve ticket price is inflated at $175 assumption to make a best case scenario work. If you look at the more likely scenario, is that we will make less than $3,900 a game off the 10%, because they very rarely make over 175 ticket reserve pricing. So that should cause for you, when you look at this against their proposal of what we would earn, to be a little bit skeptical about what their proposal has with respect to maximum revenue or average revenues. I say that because if you look at the reserve ticket price, there is an opportunity there where we make 10%. We see that the range can go from $111 to $300 per game, meaning that in some cases, our 10% could be valued at $11 per ticket or $30 per ticket. So we thought that was interesting because removing the risk of SBL, which the general manager of the stadium stadium manager has said, or of Manco has said, that's not a good idea. We don't recommend it. It's not prudent. So if we look at the ticket reserve price as an opportunity for us to gain revenue, let's look at how the numbers would work. So go to the next slide, Christine. So here is their current proposal. Let me just start with the basics of how this works, and then I'll take you through some different options. The reserve ticket price is 49ers revenue. The ticket premium, where they also make additional revenue, is $825, so $1,000 is correct. It is the first line item, the reserve ticket price, which we make 10% ticket surcharge. So there's our $17.50 that we make off of the reserve ticket price. In this case scenario, which is their proposal, based on the scenario, we receive a maximum of $262,000 through the revenue proposal over the term. However, we know that the likeliness of $175 as a reserve ticket price is not realistic, in that it only occurred at or above $175 3 times out of 20 times over the last 2 years. So let's look at options. If the stadium manager, so this is a similar instrument, if the stadium manager were to agree to increase the reserve ticket price, then that would increase the base of the 10% that we could make. That means we would make $50 from a ticket instead of $17.50. And we would not have the SBL risk that the general manager says is a problem. It's not prudent, is their comment. That would yield or maximize revenue to $749,262. So clearly there is an increase here if the base of which our 10% is relied on is increased. If we look at another option, knowing that the reserve ticket price could go from anywhere from $111 to $300, then here the reserve ticket price, say the 49ers were amenable to raising it to $750 and a ticket premium at $250, then of course we would now be making $75 per ticket. The SBLs they don't have to be addressed. Everyone is in agreement that that was not prudent, and let's look at other ways to maximize revenue. Here in this case, we would make $1.12 million without the risk, without the administrative costs. The issue here is how is the reserve ticket price set? Who sets it? Now, obviously in the original proposal, the 49ers were saying that it was going to be set at 175 and kept stable for the next years. We know that past data doesn't support that, and that is very unlikely. Although we do know that their proposal suggested that they could set it and keep it stable at $175, which means they have some discretion in terms of controlling the reserve ticket price amount. However, when we asked them about this concept of removing risk, responding to the board responsibly with a non-SBL option, but rather a similar instrument, they suggested that the NFL controls this, or that they have to follow NFL guidance or guidelines. So if that is the case, they can't have it both ways. They either control the reserve ticket price and can confirm that it would be stabilized at $175 or above or at any amount, and commit a proposal to the city over a longer term, or they have to say and admit that they don't have control, that they follow the NFL guidelines, and therefore the $175 was never a solid number to base a decision. So I think it's important that there is inconsistent messages that you have received. I can only follow the general manager as the highest ranking stadium, as Manco's highest ranking official, where he himself has said it is not prudent. We don't recommend it. Their numbers don't work out. This is not the proposal that the board, you yourselves that were on the council last year, asked for. And we did look at a similar instrument based on their numbers. And instead they gave us a response that they felt that secured their interest rather than the stadium authorities. In one case, that they could control the reserve ticket price and keep it stable, even though their data doesn't show that. And in the other case, that they don't control that it's guided by the NFL guidelines. So for those reasons, let's go to the next slide. The stadium manager proposal did not address the 2020 concerns. That's a disrespect to the board. This is not about me and what they write about in those letters. It does not maximize revenue, or does it minimize risk. The board abandoned an SBL option in 2020. The stadium manager was duly noticed that the board required a similar instrument, and the general manager himself is stating that it is not a good option. The stadium manager's proposal maximizes revenue at $39,000 a year if all assumptions happen in the best case scenario, which is unlikely over 30 years. There's no guarantee of an annual NFL approval. The cost of premium seating for year one is the only thing that's in writing. There's nothing, unless someone has it in writing that hasn't shared with me, that it would extend beyond the term. And a setting reserve ticket price at $175 per year or higher is a big jump and departure from their past numbers. There were other alternatives that could have been proposed that were not, that could have cured the board's concerns. It's unknown if the stadium manager agrees or not because of time constraints. We actually heard from the stadium manager that they are not agreeable to changing the reserve ticket price. So we know that they're not agreeable to that. They don't recommend an SBL, and they also give two inconsistent answers with respect to how reserve ticket prices are developed and sustained. So with that, we just say that it's really it's unfortunate that they didn't show up. It's unfortunate that they didn't respond respectfully to the board's direction of last year to come out with a similar instrument. And it's unfortunate that they didn't look at the reserve ticket price in earnest and with a motivation of really trying to collaborate on an idea that perhaps with more months and more time, we could have gotten this right over the last couple of months instead of waiting to the last minute when the May 31st triggers allows for them to sell tickets unencumbered. I'll leave it at that. And I stand by my position and I stand by the numbers.
Okay, thank you for that, city manager. And yes, those are all the things we've been dealing with for a while. Let's see, I have authority members. Becker, I think you're first.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to state, something clearly that, yes, if we do meet with the 49ers, I don't meet with them every week. Sometimes I go weeks without meeting them. But when we meet with the 49ers, it's hearing their side, but also hearing the city side and vice versa. I mean, I prefer them to be here and I continue to ask them to be here. But it's also kind of like me speaking with the head of the firefighters union just to hear them out. It's like me hearing what Related has to say. It's like me having to hear what unions have to say. So I'm hearing what the Niners have to say. My concern, though, is based on number 5 on the slide, which was committed to the food and beverage. I know for one that I believe they said that they were committed to all food and beverage because based on the letter that was sent by Jim sorry, I can't say his name tonight, Mercurio, on May 10th, it said, further, as we discussed in the quarterly meeting, the 49ers have committed to covering any food and beverage credits associated with these SBLs. Thus, the SCSA will not be obligated to fund any buffets associated with the seats. So I just wanted to state that for the record.
Executive director was out for the first year.
For me, I'm sorry, I was on mute. That's the information as we know it. I would ask either Christine or Ruth, who have been working with me on this proposal, that it was not reflected as the full term, but rather the 1 year. So if anyone has that in writing that clarifies that confusion, then I would be happy to review it. Ruth or Christine, if you want to add.
I would just agree that we did not have full clarity, that we were talking about the entire term of the SBL, and that for a point like that, it's a critical point.
Okay.
We do know that we participated in a conversation on one of our regular meetings where it was reflected as year 1.
Okay, thank you. I think it went backwards. I was looking at a different view. Authority member Watanabe, followed by Jane.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and Executive Director for the presentation. I recall this coming before us, and actually I remember being at the football games. I mean, full disclosure, I've said this before. My husband and I, we have seasons tickets, and I noticed these seats in the end of the fields, and I wondered who belongs to these seats. Why are they there? They're, who's paying for them? Who's getting the revenue from them? And it became a point of conversation. And so when this whole proposal came before us in the previous administration of the city, and there were discussions, and there was concern about the NFL giving authority for these seats to be occupied, and whether or not they were going to approve them. I mean, that was a big concern. And so we did ask the stadium management to come back with another offer and proposal. And now we're hearing about it now, okay, when we have a new administration. And 5 of the council members who meet with the 49ers on a regular basis. And one of them is bringing this proposal to us directly, when it really should be the stadium management that is bringing this to the city council, not one member of the city council. It's wrong. And I would imagine that there is some intent behind it. So I have a lot of concerns about this, just like this, the executive director, and they've been using these seats for a long time already and making money off of them. And now all of a sudden they want to share the wealth with the stadium authority. I have extreme reservations about this. So thank you.
City Stadium Authority Attorney, did you have something to say about that?
Yes, I did. I'd like to make an objection. The evidence being submitted is all hearsay. This is the craziest process I've ever heard of. We engage in this process with no other contractor, with either the city or the stadium authority. Here we are talking about what the 49ers said to various different people. And the person who is telling us that this is a great proposal is not even here to explain their proposal or to answer anybody's questions. And we're all wondering what their proposal actually is. I recommend that we just simply continue this until they show up and explain exactly what it is they're committing to do. We have a very serious problem with the 49ers on exactly this kind of thing, on the buffet costs, on the premium pricing that they put on the seating. We're involved in arbitration over the buffet costs. They are currently suing us for $1 million a year for 4 years in arbitration, $4 million in buffet costs that they said, that they never charged us, never accounted for at any point. And now they suddenly say, when they didn't like what happened in the rent reset, they said, oh, wait a minute, you owe us $4 million in back buffet costs. So they've been all across the board on whether the SBL revenue is net of buffet costs or includes buffet costs, or whether we have to pay them on the outside or not. These are all issues in arbitration. And this very issue is not even clear to the various people who they're talking to. And yet they don't even show up at a public meeting to defend what they say is a great deal. If this is a great deal for the stadium authority, then why aren't they here defending what a great deal it is? This, I see no purpose in us continuing this conversation. There's no way I can write an agreement without knowing what it is they're committing to. And and we did invite them to come, and they did not come. I think that's more evidence than enough that they're not committed. On the issue of whether the NFL sets the ticket price or not, I can't possibly believe that the NFL sets their ticket price. That's not what they said. And if they told you that, Board Member Jane, then maybe you could have them explain how the NFL sets the ticket price. That's not how it works. They set the ticket price and they set the premiums on top of the ticket price. And that's what it says in the lease. And the lease doesn't say anything about the NFL setting the ticket price. So there's way too little information available, way too little consistent information available, way too little reliable information available for the council to make any kind of decision on any of this, other than to perhaps, give some kind of direction to the executive director. And I would urge you not to discuss this with the 49ers, because all it does is create a lot of confusion and a waste of time for the public to be watching this at this hour of the night when we have other things to do. You can't possibly make a reasonable decision based upon the information we have available tonight. Thank
I
you.
just want to say that this is why the year one is as characterized to us at the meetings and the uncertainty of it as reflected in the proposal. That is why it's important, because the pattern is that they had paid for the buffet in the past. If this cost is shifted over because of the lack of clarity, it's a money loser. It's a money loser proposal at the rate of about $5,000 a year over a long term. And so I agree with the city attorney in terms of this is completely inconsistent information that is being shared verbally. All we have is the written proposal. The written proposal is problematic. The general manager's statement is clear. The compliance manager is information is just a lot of fluff that, frankly, I have to put in the public record. I really hope the Stadium Authority is not being charged for reports that are being developed as a result of meeting with 4 or 5 council members. I think that's a problem, an internal conflict in and of itself. But frankly, it's causing a lot of unnecessary tension that creates more work during a time when staff is already very busy on other proposals and items.
Thank you, Executive Director. I'll go down the line now, hearing all that. Authority Member Jane.
Well, first off, I didn't put this on the agenda. This was on a consent, and I pulled it for discussion, and I'm glad that we are having this discussion, because it is opening up some things that I didn't know about. Clearly, I would not want to enter into any type of deal where they didn't cover all the food and beverage costs, because the numbers clearly show that we would end up losing money on that deal. But the way I saw it was that for 2 years, they've had these seats there and the city's not benefiting from them. And it's kudos to our city manager and the previous council to start asking about getting SBL licenses for these seats. So I'm just trying to figure out how these seats are going to be there this year. And we would like to maximize the money from these. So they're going to put them in. And well, I don't know if they're going to put them in. I assume they're going to put them in, because of course the NFL has to agree to let them put them in. And every year the NFL has to renew that. But they've done it for 2 years. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't continue to do it.
I think the best way, if the board is open, is direct them to explain how the reserve ticket prices are set. What are the NFL guidelines? Let's see the NFL guidelines in writing before us so that we can confirm and understand what a proposal is around the ticket reserve price, where we might be able to maximize revenue and reduce the risk. That takes the buffet cost or any food and beverages off the table, the risk associated with the temporary nature of the seats, and allows for us to look and explore additional revenue if that's how the 49ers would like to proceed as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chahal.
Thank you, Chair. So I heard multiple times that 5 council members are meeting 49ers. It's not the first time I heard it. I heard it whenever given a chance, from the mayor, from Councilmember Watanabe. And we forget in the past, all 7 council members have met different people, different developers. So there's no distinction between that meeting and this meeting. And that's the first point I want to make it very clear. And there is a big disconnect between city and 49ers. Nobody can deny that. And if 5 council members, or even if 2 more, mayor and the council member, want to meet 49ers, probably you are most welcome to meet them. But the ultimate aim is to make more money out of the stadium. There's a reason for it. And as Councilmember Jain mentioned, these seats have been going in the stadium for last few years. And what did we make? Nothing. And I did personally talk to the city manager about it. And she was of the opinion, if we make money, we are okay with it. And
we do make money off of them. We do.
Yeah,
we've never said we don't make money off of the tickets.
No, city manager, you wanted to make more money out of it.
That's right.
And I agree. And that's what I'm saying. If we make more money.
Your previous comment, you stated that we don't make any money.
No.
We do.
I misstated maybe, but I discussed with you, and you said if it is beneficial to the city making more money, we are okay with it.
Yeah.
That's what my
Yes.
point. Yeah. And it's a missed opportunity. Like ultimately, whatever we do, if we have an SBL license on these seats and we make money, $10,000, $11,000, $15,000, whatever, it is an opportunity for the city to make money. And I fully agree with some of the findings over there that buffet cost should not be included. Yeah, I fully agree that if we approve this thing, or if we say this thing, let's put a very conditional thing into that buffet cost, not only for first year, but forever till these SBL licenses are alive, they will not be covered by SBL or Stadium Authority. It will be purely responsibility of the 49ers, basically. So the aim over here is not to get the seats or not to get the seats, but aim here is, if the seats are there, what money can city make? And with SBL is one of the option, and it looks like it is a good option for the Stadium Authority to make a money through these SBLs, if we can eliminate the buffet cost. And I'm not sure that May 10 letter from Jim Mercurio, it does say that they will not be charging the buffet cost, but you said that there's a confusion between first year and the multiple year, but we can always clarify that this thing is what we want. And the other thing, the clarification thing is, NFL, who sets the base tickets? That's the main other point of contention. If I understand right, there are 2 major issues we are trying to fix here. Who sets the ticket price, and buffet cost should be eliminated for till the life of the SBL license. Is that right, the city manager? These are the 2 major contentions?
No, the SBL, as board directed last year, has a lot of risk with respect to the temporary nature. You have the general manager himself not recommending it. You have the uncertainty of the food and beverage. You have the uncertainty of the proposal numbers with respect to the reserve ticket price. And I also wanted to mention that there is no time for negotiating, Vice Mayor Shahal. And that was part of the issue that we raised in the report, is that, make no mistake, the agreement after May 31st allows for the 49ers to sell these tickets unencumbered. They did say that given that they were not able to submit their proposal in April, we asked them for it in May in writing, which is before you. And it was deferred from the May 25th. So they only gave us a 30-day extension. It's very unlikely, they're ready to go to market, that we can complete these agreements and go to market within the 30 days. We're at June 8th now, and be successful with selling 64 seats for the remainder of June. And so part of what you need to consider as a main issue is the timeliness, or perhaps the untimeliness, of their willingness to surface this conversation. It did not allow time for the negotiations, receiving the clarity but also the ability for them to sell these tickets unencumbered. So clearly, if there was more respect for the board on the part of the stadium manager, they would have come back at an earlier time, allowing multiple months for us to go back and forth and get to the balance of maximizing revenue.
So if I may counter that, like we can give them time, and if they come back and for making millions of dollars for the stadium authority, can we prioritize this thing? Like we need money for the stadium authority to make some money. And if these things can be answered on a priority basis by them, and we decide that let's make that money SBL. And I know you mentioned temporary risk. That risk is all the SBL licenses, right? If anybody else cancels their SBL license.
No, the field seats have to be approved every year by the NFL.
Right. So
and every other SBL is static. They're stable within the bowl. And I'm sorry, but I cannot prioritize this to get this done without knowing if the stadium manager is a willing partner. They're not here. There's a lot of missing information. I am, it's very unrealistic for this item to be deferred for 2 weeks after having to request it in writing from the 49ers in April, which we got on May 10th. And then for the burden to be placed on me with running a city with $6 billion of assets and expect for this to be completed in time to sell in June in the same month, 64 field seats. That is a fool's errand. And I have to say that it's just, I feel very misunderstood in that the issues of a priority of running with a city, thinking that I could put everything aside to do this so that the city can be successful with still selling 64 seats under these circumstances. I would love to meet the person that can, especially when the 49ers did not respect the board enough to be here to clarify these questions and expedite the conversation.
So basically we are ready to let these seats go as they were going in last few years instead of taking.
I think you should direct your board. I think you should direct your stadium manager to come earlier, as the board did last year in May 2020. Come up with a proposal that the general manager himself is not supporting in writing. It's in your packet, and to find a way to maximize revenue for the next year. And that is what the board did last year. They disrespected the board. They make it about this tension between staff and the stadium manager. We worked with them in April. We told them to put it in writing because of the timing. They are not respecting your direction, Vice Mayor, with all due respect. And they are being untimely. It's easy to surmise that the benefit is to them after May 31st, that they are being untimely on purpose. And we have a 30-day extension. We have an increment of time. What we can look for is next year, but the board has to be very strong in its direction and what it seeks from the stadium manager. It really boils down to that. This is not a function of the executive director or staff performing poorly. This is your stadium manager disrespecting the board.
Anything else, Vice Chair?
My contention is if we can make some money, why not we do it?
I would ask the stadium manager why they weren't timely and how could they come up with a better proposal. You're the general manager of the stadium of management company is saying this is not prudent. We know the risk. The board rejected those risks. I believe you voted rejecting those risks last year, Vice Mayor. We know the numbers are inconsistent. We know some of their numbers are not really attainable based on their previous data. It's time for them to either determine if they are in good faith coming to this board with a proposal that addresses the concerns. And we think it's the reserve ticket price where there is a really good option. It's unfortunate that it's at the stadium authority level where we have to float this idea. It would have been nice for the stadium manager to tee it up for us to further vet out. But I think that's your option where there is a really good option for maximizing revenue for the stadium authority and addressing the risk that even they say is not prudent. But I cannot do that and expect and have the assumptions of selling everything for 64 field seats before the end of June and think that we're all going to be successful. That's just not the case. But next year is if you provide strong direction to them of what the expectations are on the part of the board, I think that and talk with them during your own one-on-ones about how progress is going, I think we might have an opportunity there.
Okay, Authority Member Park.
Okay, this is interesting. So as someone who meets with the 49ers to get information, I'm not even going to use anything from my meetings with them in my statements. I have used these discussions and time to review only the materials attached on these consent items. And I'm baffled, actually. Why would we need a similar instrument to replace SBLs? The alternate instrument the city suggests is basically a season ticket, but naming is not even the issue, right? We talk about risks. I'm looking at the conclusions. I'm looking at the stadium proposal did not address the board's 2020 concerns and direction. Actually, I'm not worried about those concerns. I'm worried about the current concerns. Board abandoned the SBL option 2020, manager proposed its own general manager states no good option. I will address everything from 2 down. So risks, what risks? Buffets, prorated refunds? The reasoning I see in the letters exchanged with staff seem pretty straightforward. What are the risks that we're trying to avoid by not collecting fees for these seats, which people have said have already been put in place? The seats are temporary, and while we would be on the hook for prorated refunds if the seats are removed, we still make money on the seats while they're in place. Average seat pricing has nothing to do with it. I don't even know what that was brought up in this presentation. Nobody pays an average seat price. The price is whatever the price is for the product that people are going to pay for. And it sounds like the 49ers would use the option to make modifications at their own cost. And if we're worried about prorated refunds and the 49ers are willing to put their own money to build them, why don't we just force them to make it permanent? That would remove a lot of these issues and it would be at the cost of the 49ers. I mean, I was not a stadium supporter before it was built. I still see a number of issues with the stadium, right? Especially when I look at the other potential projects around it. But to not collect monies for seats that are already in place sounds odd. This is not a pro 49ers position. This is a pro Santa Clara position. I don't think that people who are saying this about 49ers I don't think they understand that, right? Even if we, as the executive director suggests, make only $260,000 per year while the seats are in place, that's $260,000 more than we make today. And I'm not worried about disrespect to the board. I get more disrespect from my own board members. So people who are accusing me of being on the payroll of the 49ers, which is clearly not true. And anyone who sees, the numbers, anyone who actually does digging into it as opposed to listening to accusations in a board meeting, that doesn't concern me at all. Right? And having an external entity like the stadium manager driving a hard bargain, that's not an issue. Like I said, I get more pushback from my own board members. The letter that board member Becker read was sent directly to Executive Director Santana. There is no first year restriction in that letter. Like it was sent Monday, the 10th of May at 5:43 p.m. If you have concerns about it, respond. It's been almost a month, across a month with 31 days in it. And this is not a recent issue. I mean, this issue is not recent. It didn't just come up in May. It seems like this discussion has been going on for 2 years, right? And unlike all these random attacks, to board member Watanabe's assertion that one member of the city council is bringing it to the board, it is literally an agenda item on a request put forward by the stadium manager. Like, I don't even know any way that they would go around doing something like that. And again, where is the risk? Conclusion 4, you doubt that the reserve ticket price would be $175 and set higher potentially in future years? Like, I don't understand what that is. There's no guarantee like that. There is a cost that we get based on, our agreement. We get 10% and the schools get like 35 cents. I don't remember what that cost is, right? It is a money loser, right? They have to pay us our portion of the tickets. If money is lost, it seems to be on them. Do they make a large portion of the profits? Yes, right? They make the most money because that's what absorbing the cost does. Like, I literally do not see any of the issues that you're bringing up being real based on the information, on the attachments to these items, right? And it does say NFL sets the protocol for setting the ticket price. They don't set the ticket price, but there are protocols for what portions could get fees and not get fees. Again, when I look at just the material that's presented here, it's really hard to understand the pushback on receiving monies for seats that are already in place, even if we have to refund the prorated difference. Refunding the prorated difference doesn't lose us money. It means that we don't make as much money for as long, but we make money on the seats while they're in place. And again, if you're worried about the temporary nature, if you're worried about giving away a prorated, like prorated refunds would never be an option if people lost money on them. They would not be an option, but we do make money on them. Everyone makes money on prorated refunds because that's what the prorated is. You get the monies for the things that are used. Like I don't understand this. And if I were to make a motion, in fact, I'm going to make a motion. I think that we should just approve these seats and make the monies that we can get on the seats that are already in place. And if there is in fact a problem, well, I'm going to take that back.
I just have to insert, Councilmember.
Can you go ahead, Executive?
I have to correct because it is significant.
Yes.
The annual revenue, Councilmember Park, that you stated is 262,000 per year. That's not true. That's the revenue over the term of the SBL, which is closer to 20 years. The maximum revenue is about 39,000 per year, and it's broken down in the report. That's a combination of interest. It's a combination of the ticket surcharge. And so there was just a couple of other statements that were incorrect in your comment, but the largest one was the public perception.
Let the city manager, let her finish, please.
Understood.
Yeah. And the 175 per year is a pricing that they have proposed when the data show in the past that that's not, it's only happened about 15% of the time. So the likeliness is not really at that amount. And that's just
was it higher or lower?
10% is charged on. So it even,
was it higher or lower?
It's lower. So here's the data right here where it's at 175 or above has happened 3 times out of the 20 times in the last 2 years. So the 39,000 is probably an inflated number since the ticket price has been lower than 175 in most cases.
Okay, because I'm looking for that number because I know it's here, but it says 175 or greater. And I think that, again, if you want to hold them to that. And even your other number of it's only $39,000 per year.
To it until today or yesterday, where they said that they don't guarantee those prices and that they have to follow the NFL. So they, in their proposal, hold themselves to it, which we based our analysis off of. However, they've backtracked and said that the ticket reserve price is subject to NFL guidelines. We don't understand what that means or how that happens, but it also means that it's less reliable of a number to project revenue projections.
Okay, then we should find out. But again, even your other point of it's only $39,000 per year, like that doesn't cancel out the argument at all, which is it's $39,000 over anything that we're getting today. Like that argument doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, let me be very clear, Councilmember Park. I am the executive director who reports to the board. The board is on record of abandoning or rejecting an SBL and asking for a similar instrument. As I report to the board, that is the mission then based on your direction. And so I'm bringing to your attention as the board that where we left off with the board was that they rejected the SBLs, and therefore when I pick up the analysis, I pick up where the board last directed the stadium manager as well as myself to pick up the analysis from there. And that's what I did.
And to that, I will say I've been a part of a lot of committees, a lot of commissions, lots of boards, not for the city of Santa Clara because it was really difficult for me to get appointed by a city council. But at the same time, boards change, committees change. You can't hold a current arguments or current thinking based on old direction. Like if something changes, and it sounds like you are telling me, you are telling all of us that things have changed, then I think that we should have new thinking to go along with that.
Yeah,
Like you
I
can't
can
just
only
say, you
go-
can't just say, we did this in the past. These things have changed and we need to stay with our direction that we've had in the past. That makes
Well,
no sense.
With all due respect, I did check, and when I determined that 5 of the seated council members abandoned the SBL and provided that direction, I made a reasonable interpretation of where the council would be, because at that time, the last that I had heard from the board was at least 5 members on this council directed a similar instrument. And indeed, the council direction, it does stand. And that's why the matter is before you, and the council can certainly do, or the board can certainly do as it likes. But it is very reasonable for a May 2020 direction from the board that is supported by 5 members on this council for the executive director to make a determination that that's what they want to see when it comes back from the stadium manager or the executive director.
Okay, well, I wasn't there in May 2020, but I would still like to get the answers to my questions, which is what risks? What is the problem with the prorated seats? Why can't we ask them to make it permanent if that's what our concern is? And what is the problem with making only money for part of the term as opposed to making money for the full term? We're not losing money.
Sure. Well, we can't ask them to make it permanent. We can't ask them to make the seats permanent because they admit, if we go to the general manager's statement, they admit they don't have the authority to make the seats permanent. These are seats that need to be approved annually by the NFL.
I think, can we go on with this item, because Authority Member Park, the Stadium Authority Executive Director went through in quite amount of detail why, all those things you're asking, why she answered all of those questions. Certainly the board can do whatever they want. Excuse me, certainly the board can do whatever they want with this, but she did answer all of those questions.
And I'm saying I don't agree with those answers. I'm asking for
Well,
clarifications for the things that I do not understand.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with my answers, but even the general manager says that they are temporary in nature. The NFL, we can confirm, does approve them every year. So these are not seats, that are subject to being permanent within the stadium. And that is supported by the general manager's own statements and assessments that an SBL is not the right tool.
Can I ask something that they cleared up for Authority Member Park to understand? City Manager, when you buy an SBL, you're buying an SBL for a certain number of years, correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. So you buy it for a certain number of years. If the NFL has to annually approve those seats, right? Annually approve them, and they decide that after year 2, they're not going to approve them anymore. Would it not be the stadium authority? It's not like you're refunding your money. Is it not the stadium authority's responsibility to find alternate seats for those people who have bought SBLs?
The agreement calls for 2 options. One is to provide a comparable seat or to refund.
Refund all the money.
Yes.
And where's the, no, not all the money. It's a prorated refund.
They're amortized, what's left.
Okay.
Exactly. It's a prorated refund.
I also want to ask, because one of the concerns Authority Member Park had was, let's make a tiny bit of money. It's better than making no money at all, right? And your position is, if we're going to do this, we should make, a fair amount of money, not a tiny bit, but a fair amount of money for the seats, because they're being sold. When we were, let me go to the buffet, because this is one of the big issues. When the 49ers and Manco gave us a bill afterwards, after the rent was reset, and they gave us a bill for the buffet. And they added in, I know we just got it kind of recently. It's one of our suits or arbitrations. Was there any amount of detail in that buffet bill? So my question is, do we even know if we are paying for the buffet for these seats or not? Is there any way for us to even tell? And maybe that's the city executive attorney's question.
And again, if they do charge us for the buffet, we show them the letter that they sent to Executive Director Santana on May the 10th.
Oh, I get that.
Says they will pay for this.
I get all that. I'm just asking, what level of detail do they give us on these buffet costs? And how do we know if the kitchen sink's not thrown in there?
We don't know anything. They give us very little detail. That's exactly the problem. I don't want to keep going here, but I think we've already spent $39,000 in staff costs just discussing this, when they don't even have the belief in their proposal to show up and explain it.
All right.
And so we keep going round and round. I mean, Deanna and I are intelligent people. We've asked them all these questions and they haven't answered them.
No further questions.
We asked them to come to the meeting to explain to you, and most importantly, to the public. Because the whole reason we're sitting here in this big mess with litigation is because of backroom deals, behind the scenes deals. And you guys are over there engaging in behind the scenes discussions with them. And so we said, come to the meeting and let the public hear what your proposal is. And here we are, all of us fighting with each other. Congratulations, Jed York. You've won. You've created a dysfunctional stadium authority board. Congratulations, Mr. York. We're all sitting here fighting with each other about what they said to each of us and accusing each other of being with them or against them and not against them. This could easily be solved by them simply showing up and clearly answering all of our questions and all of the public's questions. And I'm recommending to the board that you simply drop this matter until they're willing to show up to answer questions, so that we're all hearing the same thing at the same time, because it just seems like a complete waste of time for us to be talking about what we think they are telling us. Thank you.
I just want to say for the record, I did invite them to come and participate in today's meeting.
Yes, okay. Okay, Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, so I think there's a little confusion here. I see three scenarios. One is they don't put in the seats and then we don't get any money. Or the second scenario is they put in the seats without, our involvement, which they've been doing for 2 years. They still have to pay us the surcharge. That's the 10% on the roughly $175 per seat, which they've been paying us, and they'll continue to do that. The other alternative is to put these seats under an SBL. If they put them under SBL, we get the same amount of cash per year. The only difference is the SBL money, which is like $700,000, goes to pay down the debt. That doesn't go into the general fund. It doesn't help. It doesn't really change anything. So I agree with the city manager that there's not really any hurry to do this. We could wait a full year because we'd get the same money. If they put the seats in with or without the SBL, we get the same amount of money.
Thank you. Authority Member Park.
Yeah, so for these assertions, I think that the city manager is being, the stadium board attorney is being a little bit melodramatic, but I'm not using anything from meetings. I'm looking at everything from the attachments on these two items. And again, I would like to know what the risks are, because even if we make a little bit of money, as I don't know what you call the board chair suggests, that is a little bit of money that we're not making today. And I agree that there may not be any hurry, but the sooner that we act on something like this, the more money, the faster we pay down the debt. The seats seem like they're already in place. And for everyone that tells me, I'll be honest, I haven't followed this as much as I followed it since I've been a board member. I didn't follow this that closely previously, but none of the discussions seem to make sense. This has been going on for 2 years. The seats have been put in for 2 years. And now it seems like every year we have a discussion that says, well, this is the reason why we want to wait on it. This is the reason we want to wait on it. And for people to suggest that this is sprung on us as a surprise, and that we don't, we're not prepared for these kinds of things. I don't understand that. And again, I'm only looking at the communications that are there. I look at the responses from city staff. I look at the responses from Jim Mercurio and other people from the 49ers organization. And I don't see anything that says these are wrong. You know, I look at the revenue projections and I don't see anything that says these are wrong, right? So, unfortunately, the presentation that was just given by the executive director, that doesn't make any sense. There are a lot of things that are brought up that I think are immaterial to this, to the discussion, right? And again, if you look at the conclusions, just the conclusions, a lot of them are, well, this could happen. Sounds like the Beatles song. If we do it your way, it's likely we'll go wrong. If you do it my way, it's likely we'll go right. We don't go by likely. You know, I don't think we go by what our feeling is. Like we go by, you know, this is what's in the contract, or this is what's in the letter, or this is what's in something that we can back up. Why aren't we doing that? Like, why are we only throwing out, these are our fears? And even our fears are, we are not going to make as much money as we could make. Well, let's lay down how much money that we think we could make, and why don't we try to make money instead of trying to stop money from being made? Like, I heard the discussion, and I'm gonna watch it again and again and again. I know this, and I don't know that I'm going to reach a different conclusion that presentation was FUD. And I don't see it's FUD for the detriment of Santa Clara. It doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you.
Authority member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to go back. There is a letter in the packet about from the NFL dated February 25th, 2019 to Scott Sabatino, stating about how for various reasons and safety operational impacts, temporary seating structures on the field level are subject to annual review and approval prior to each season. Okay, this is a letter from the NFL. I think that clearly states that how these seats are temporary. They are not permanent. They are just temporary. And I think the executive director has done a fantastic job breaking everything out, all of the different scenarios. Each game, depending on who they're playing against, determines the price of each ticket for that particular game. Some teams will be more than others, and so that is going to determine the ticket price. And but what I want to get at is that why do we want to take a risk? Why, if the 49ers want to offer a way for the stadium authority to make more money, I agree with the executive director, then they need to come and they need to make a presentation. If it's that important to them. The seats have been out there, like I said before, they've been out there for years, and now all of a sudden they want to share the wealth with the stadium authority. So based on what I've heard and just in an attempt to move this issue forward, I would like to make a recommendation per the staff's memorandum. There are two alternatives, and I would like to make a recommendation and a motion that the Stadium Authority take no action on the stadium manager's proposal to add stadium builder licenses to the 64 temporary field seats, temporary again, in the north and south end zones of Levi Stadium. That is my motion.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. I'll second it to get it on for discussion. Authority member Becker.
Just wanted to make a quick comment. When the city attorney spoke about backroom deals and certain members of this board meeting with the 49ers, that's not okay, because I don't make backroom deals. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say something about that, because you know, I said that there's 5 out of 7 members meeting with us, with the 49ers. It's a fact. And you're not meeting all the time, but you're meeting on a regular basis. It's a fact. Read everybody's calendars, right? All you have to do is look at all of our calendars, period.
But it's not
That's a
a
fact.
crime.
No, I'm not debating you, Authority Member Becker.
It's not a crime.
I didn't say it was. I'm saying it's a fact.
A fact is not a
What's the
crime.
difference? One of the things that were brought up, I think it was Vice Chair Chahal said, what's the difference of meeting with, you know, Related or anybody else, right? There's a big difference. And I'll tell you what that difference is that there's 5 out of 7 members meeting almost virtually weekly or bi-weekly. Just look at all the calendars. I don't have to, you know, that's a fact. You're getting information that the other 2 members aren't getting or the public's not getting, right? There's information flowing. You're not just sitting there, there's information flowing. This group of the 49ers and Manco have 7 legal actions against the Stadium Authority and the city. 7 legal actions. So show me any other company that has that many legal actions against the city or the Stadium Authority. And they are lobbying, they're lobbyists, they're lobbying for their own interests, right? So if our city staff and our Stadium Authority staff is negotiating with the team, with the 49ers and Manco on all of these various issues, we have a ton of issues that we're negotiating on, then it appears that authority member, board members, and council members could possibly be undermining our city staff, and by extension, the city or the taxpayers, when you carry the team's water at these meetings and they're not here. So you're telling us what you have been told by them from your private meetings. Yeah. And especially with information that's not correct, that our Stadium Authority Executive Director and our attorney have to correct. So it makes it difficult for our staff, especially that are in charge of I'm just trying to point it out, the appearance of this, the optics of this. It's difficult for our staff to be able to negotiate on behalf of the city council when these things are going on with 7 suits, you know, to boot. I don't know any situation in any city, including ours, where this is happening. So that's the big difference. And I just hope you appreciate the optics of how it looks. You can say, I'm not saying anything, I'm not doing anything, I'm not making any promises, but those are the optics. Like it or not, that's just the way it is. I'm not saying backroom deals, I'm not saying anything like that. Those are just the optics because of all the suits and our staff. And I hope you can appreciate and hear in the voices, the frustration that you're getting incorrect information. You know, the Stadium Authority in the city, that's who we answer to. We answer to our public. The executive director is trying to get the most money that she can for us, and fair money for what is happening at that stadium, just fair money. She's not settling for crumbs and she's not going for the moon. It's just being fair. So I hope that council members and authority members that are concerned about all the cost of the CVRA things and everything else would take that same concern for the Stadium Authority and in this case with anything 49er related and take that same amount of passion to protect our taxpayers and get what's fair for us. And I don't know how else to say it. I mean, they have given reports. They're very detailed reports from our executive director on what the risks are. The city attorney is telling us, hey, they don't come, so you're getting things verbally. It's not in writing. We can't operate like that. We cannot operate like that. It just sets up, as the attorney said, a dysfunction. We just can't do it. There has to be a team that's involved, our lead team in negotiations, and it's being undermined right now. So I'm sorry, but I'll have to listen to everybody else. I really need to think that it's important that we give our lead negotiators, direction. And whether or not a previous council gave direction, there were 4 of us on here from the previous council. There was a majority from the previous council that gave direction, this same direction. And the city executive director is following the direction from a previous council where 4 of us were on there and it was unanimous. So not, she has to do that. There has to be some guidelines. And we can't have the Wild West where individual board members, I know all your hands are going up, individual members are out there negotiating. Some say, oh, I'm not even going to talk about what I hear about. I'm just going to go with what I read. No, we have to have the lead negotiators. You're putting the stadium authority and the city at risk. 7 suits. You shouldn't even be talking about anything related to any of those suits, while you're there. So, and I know you probably don't, Authority Member Becker, but I'm just saying that. So, all right, here we go. Round 3, 4, 5. Authority Member Park.
Yes, thank you. So everything I based my input on is completely in the packet and the unfortunate city presentation. No external agreements, no discussions with the 49ers. And tell me where I'm wrong about this, meaning tell me where I brought in something from outside where the packets say. If I'm getting incorrect information, at least it's consistent and the information given by both the stadium manager and the city staff. And my views are completely pro Santa Clara. You are saying that you want the best deal for Santa Clara, but in the meantime, let us get nothing, right? And this is not a recent thing. This was a repeat request for years. And I just want to hear an answer to my question, which are not the fears, what are the risks? And where are we losing money, even if the seats are temporary?
Authority Member Park, you're repeating yourself. You said
No,
that
because I did not hear, an answer.
2 or 3 times ago.
And I have not heard an answer to my question. What are the risks, even if the seats are temporary?
I think the executive director went through that already. I'm not sure she has the energy to go through it again.
The risks have already been outlined in the report. Yes. They've been founded and supported by the board. We've restated them. I've already corrected in terms of the proposed annual revenue. I will make one last correction in that it is not a fact that we are getting nothing. I've already stated that we are getting the ticket surcharge. And so I know that my presentation wasn't popular with Councilmember Park. It was used the derogatory term of FUD, but I would also suggest that the extreme language of using nothing, that's not what I have said. I have been very clear in terms of what the data show, as well as where they presented that they have control and where they don't have control and where the NFL has an influence. And so this matter has been exhausted in terms of the issues and the inconsistencies. And
so you're saying that we're getting money for the SPLs?
No, you made a comment that we get nothing. You didn't use SBLs, Councilmember.
Nothing beyond the ticket
statement, and that is not a statement that I have stated. So
understood.
The facts are very clear, and I would really ask for you to be respectful about your comments. The term FUD is not popular, whether it's spelled FUD or FUDD. And I take exception to the derogatory nature of staff's presentation and the comments that I've made. I think they're unprofessional. I think they're unbecoming as council member. And I would like to talk with you privately and with the council separately on this matter later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director. Vice Chair Chahal.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, one thing is you tell other people not to repeat, and you brought 3rd time that 5 council members meet 49ers. 5.
No, I was just answering you. That's all.
No, you are not. You are bringing that again and again. And when other people say something, you say you are repeating yourself. So let me give you a perspective. 2 council members sitting over here, myself and Karen Hardy, have been meeting 49ers since we came on board. Give me one example which we took a decision which were detrimental to the city. Don't create optics of negative optics about it. Give me one example we voted for which were detrimental to the city. I'm asking.
I'm not going to engage in this, really, honestly.
Because there is no answer. Because there is not. There is one thing of creating optics, Chair, Madam Chair, and there is other thing about
having no answer to the questions. I can raise any amount of questions, but just to raise for the optics point of view. So historically, none of these council members has done anything detrimental to the interest of the city. And the reason this thing is being discussed over here right now is not for 49ers. Let me be very clear. It's being discussed over here how city can make more money out of these seats. These seats have been going into the stadium for last 2 years. What we did, we got our surcharge, whatever we got. This thing we are talking about over here, what more money can be made by the city? And that's what we are talking about. So that's very clear. Let's don't paint this thing or with these 5 council members or 6 council members or 3 council members are fighting for 49ers. No, we are fighting for getting revenue to the city, period. And there's a revenue, there's this attachment 2, which is attached as Councilmember Park has mentioned. He is clearly on dot in a way, what is the risk? If the tickets gets canceled, at least we get the money which is being prorated for this year. At least we get that money. And there's no risk into it. If next year the seats are not there, we lose next year money which is not there anyway. But what we earn this year, we earn that money. And the chart on the attachment 2, it does show the projections. Yeah, we can dispute the projections, whatever positive or negative, some differences on that percentages, but that gives you the clear picture of the revenue forecast. And if we want to debate that, yeah, let's debate that. What is the difference between that? If you want to debate instead of 10,000, we should increase it to 15,000 SBL, let's debate that. But painting the picture that these council members who are raising these issues are for doing for 49ers is completely wrong, completely wrong. We are trying to make money for the city of Santa Clara, period. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't. All right. Executive attorney, director attorney.
Yes. No, I just wanted to make a statement to Board Member Becker. I was not saying, Board Member Becker, that you were making a backroom deal, nor was I saying any of the people were making a backroom deal. What I was referring to was the fact that the reason we have 7 lawsuits from the 49ers against us is that previous councils were making backroom deals. That I know. What those backroom deals were, I don't know what they were. And the issue is not that you are making deals with these guys. We know you can't make a deal with them in these meetings. We know that. What the point I was trying to make is the public deserves to know the straight story from the 49ers. We pay them to be the manager. We pay them to show up and talk to the board in public, to defend their proposals to the public board that is making the decision. Al Guido testified in the tax appeal board that he reports to the stadium board. When was the last time we saw Al Guido here? I haven't seen him in years. If this is a good deal, they would be here to defend it. They would be here to defend it. They could defend it. They're not here. That tells me it's not a great deal. Deanna and I came up with another deal that has less strings attached to it, less fuss and muss, less administrative anything. We said, take the ticket price and increase the ticket price and give us a 10% of a higher ticket price. That gives us a similar amount of money without all the rigmarole attached to it. We said to them, why can't you do this? They said some vague thing about the NFL ticket. We set the ticket price. They didn't say the NFL restricts how they set the ticket price. It just says that that it wasn't arbitrary and it was set according to NFL guidelines. That doesn't mean that they can't give us that very simple formula of a larger ticket price with us getting a larger amount through the 10%. That's the easiest, cleanest way of doing it. There's no restrictions on it. We don't necessarily have to use it for debt repayment if we don't want to. It frankly doesn't really make sense to use it for debt repayment of the stadium when these seats were built without the loan, the construction loan of the stadium. It really doesn't even necessarily make sense to attach an SBL to this and to restrict the revenue to debt repayment. But if they were willing to give us the money through some formula, Deanna and I came up with a very simple, straightforward formula, and we asked them to show up tonight and tell us why they couldn't give us that deal. And instead, they sent us a little email saying, well, NFL guidelines, not explaining anything, da 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 da. And we said, why don't you come to the meeting and explain why it is you can't give us the very simple, straightforward deal that we asked for that would make more money for the stadium? And guess what? They're not here. And here we are, all yelling at each other, wondering what it is the deal is and what the best deal is. And guess what? They're sitting there just laughing at us. And I say, let's stop the pain. Let's stop yelling at each other. Let's say, if you want to come back and explain to us why our deal doesn't work, then go ahead and do that. And they can come back in 2 weeks and explain to us. But it doesn't make any sense for us to keep talking about what we think we heard them say or what we think these words mean in their written statements, because quite frankly, they take whatever they write and they twist it and twist it and twist it and pay millions of dollars to lawyers to get out of whatever deal it was they thought they were giving us. That's the fact of my life for the last 4 years, is these people, if they could defend the deal in public, they would be here. But they can't. So they want to use their Weedle words that they're not even willing to defend in public. And you guys are just saying, well, what do you think it is? And we're yelling at each other. It makes no sense. We should really just call it quits on this. If they want to come here and explain what the deal is to the full public, because I think the public deserves to know what it is they're saying, then let's stop all the chaos and just, end it. And if they want to come back, they can explain it in public and we will know what the real deal is. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you guys did anything wrong. Okay.
Thank you. I think after all that, I want to make a friendly amendment to Authority Member Watanabe's motion that I seconded, that the Stadium Authority support the higher ticket price proposed by staff, and that they negotiate a higher ticket price without all the problems of an SBL or food or anything else, and to get the most money they can for the Stadium Authority. Is that all right, Authority Member Watanabe?
Yes, that's perfectly fine.
We all want to get more for the city and the Stadium Authority. All right, so that's a motion on the floor. Authority
Mayor Gilmore, could you please restate that?
That I keep calling council, Stadium Authority members, that we support the higher ticket price proposed by our executive director without the SBL.
Yep.
Which would generate more income for the Stadium Authority and very little to no risk. Authority Member Jane.
I agree in a higher ticket price because that's more money that goes to the general fund. The SBL money just goes to pay off the debt, which doesn't really help with our day-to-day operations. But I think people that bought SBLs, some of them paid $800,000 for SBLs, and they like the guarantee of having, seats. They like whatever benefits they're getting. They're willing to put down money for SBLs. And I believe that our Stadium Authority Director Santana said that a year ago, the board said not to pursue SBLs. And I'm not in agreement with that. I think if SBLs are the way to get more money, we should continue to pursue that. If we can get higher ticket prices, we should continue to pursue that. My understanding is that there are two components. There's the reserve price and there's the premium price, and they go to different entities. I think the premium goes to lenders and the ticket goes to the 49er team, but I really don't understand this at all. And it seems like no one here understands how this works. And so I think we need to get clarity as to how that reserve price is actually calculated.
So so we should get something in writing from Manco about how this works, and and that I think that the issue with the SBLs is that these are temporary seats. They're temporary. So it's different than the SBLs that have been sold on the rest of the same.
I understand they're temporary, but if
Okay.
people are willing to spend $10,000 for a temporary license that might go away, fine, take their money.
It's just, okay. I guess, I'm sorry, Executive Director. I was hoping everyone was listening to your report and all the pitfalls and the whatever. Okay, so do we continue this until we get something in writing for what the actual deal is? Since we don't have anything? I'm not sure where to go with this because I thought everyone understood. We have a motion. Let's go with the motion. Let's see how that works. City Clerk, State Authority Clerk, can you read the motion, please? And then I'm going to go to the public.
Okay, so it's a friendly amendment was approved stadium authority to support the higher ticket price proposed by Executive Director.
Higher ticket price.
And no buffets.
Well, to maximize our revenue. To maximize, can we add to, is that all right? Maker of the motion to maximize our revenue.
Yes, that's fine. It's perfectly fine.
With with ideas and that how to maximize our revenue for the stadium authority. Okay. All right, let's try that, but let's go to the public first. We have public members when waiting to speak. Who do we have? Okay, Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Good evening, council and, I'm sorry, authority, executive director and council, stadium authority folks. Appreciate hearing all this. I didn't hear all of it, but I heard enough, which is pretty consistent from what I've experienced over the last, I don't know, I guess that's about 10 years now with the 49er, or I guess 7 years with the 49er participation, which is basically once they get their contract, they seem to be fairly absent. And, I don't know how many, everyone, some of these meetings of the financial audit, I saw some of the authority members at those, not very many, but some of the ones I did at all of them. I know the chair was at those meetings, and one of the council members not here anymore was at those meetings. And the attorney was at those meetings. But what I never saw the 49er representatives at those meetings. I saw some of the 49er media at the meetings, but I never saw 49ers actually speak at any of these meetings, represent their data, and defend themselves. And once again, after hearing all of this discrepancy and consternation and arguing and bickering about what is happening with their operations, for them not to be here present and for this board to be debating stuff that is frankly in Manco's wheelhouse here is absurd. You're not listening, from what I can hear, you're not taking direction from the executive director here, which has all of the data, or trying to simulate the data and supporting her efforts, and meeting with the 49ers outside of that just seems like just crazy, because you're undermining the very things that you're trying to accomplish with the executive director. I hope you just let the executive director do her job and let the 49ers speak at these meetings. Thank you.
Edward. Hello, Edward. Go ahead, Edward.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, just wanted to say about making money for the city. There's no communication. That there's a problem with communication, and I've know that the Niners had hired consultants to look into trying to fill half the stadium because half the stadium is empty most of the time during the summer months because of the heat. And I know how to keep people back in their seats. I know that these consultants said it'd be too expensive to put an overhang on the east side of the stadium to keep fans in their seats. And so I'm thinking, you know, there's a simple idea that I've come up with that could help keep people in their seats and bring more people to the stadium, but nobody wants to listen. I've reached out to the Niners, I've reached out to the city, and nobody wants to respond. So there's fault on both sides. There's fault in the city and there's fault in the Niners, lack of communication, lack of response to emails. The Niners were interested in these temporary seats and getting this thing forward. You would think they would attend these meetings and present, you know, their numbers to show that, hey, you know, this is going to make money for the city. The Niners have a terrible history with the city. I mean, it's in the news, you know, that there's constant bickering between the city and the Niners because we just can't trust Niner ownership because, you know, I mean, of their history, like with the soccer field. And then Joe Montana wanted to build his hotel in that parking lot. And somehow that didn't happen. And that could have been a good money maker. The delays with related because of COVID. And myself, I know this COVID stuff is a scam. I mean, it's in the news. Fauci said, yeah, wear the mask, don't wear the mask. I mean, he's got a history of lying. The vaccines, it's killing 4,000 people. It's just crazy. You know, I mean, that's what ruined our economy. That's why we're seeking money for the city. You know, all right, thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you. Any other public comments on this? Okay, Assistant City Clerk or Stadium Authority Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Would you read back the motion, please?
Approve Stadium Authority support the higher ticket price proposed by Executive Director to maximize revenue.
Okay, Vice Chair Chahal.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned by City Attorney, I think there are several options on this one. So I would like to support a different motion if I want to table that motion. Now that we have discussed both SBL option and ticket option, and I think 49ers and stadium manager must be listening to us, I would recommend that we move this thing to 2 weeks and let them come back with the proposal and pros and cons in writing, or I would prefer they come in person in addition to writing us back. But keeping in view that the proposal, whatever proposal we are talking about, it's to make money for the city. And from that perspective,
I agree. And that's what, if this motion fails, you can make the motion to continue this for 2 weeks to have them respond. But our motion is to come back with maximizing the revenue for the city.
Yeah, but
that's what we're all trying to do.
Right. And but what I'm saying is time is of essence. Like we need to make some money now. If we don't make money,
well, that's why this motion needs to pass instead of continuing for 2 weeks. So the city staff can work on it. So I really think we should just do this. All right, on the motion, again, Authority Member Park.
Heard what Authority Member Jane said, and I think that it's laid out, the portion of the state that the Stadium Authority receives is laid out in a letter dated 13 May 2021, which is in the packet. And the question that I would have is, even if they increase the price of the seats, if they increase the price of the premium portion, we don't get a cut of that. And the question that I would ask is, why would people pay higher prices for seats that don't come with amenities? Now, at that point, I just have trouble finding a way to support this motion without going into details of how they increase the prices. So, thank you.
There is a timeline on this too.
Yeah.
Remember, Jane, do you have something else to say?
I just want to clarify that the authority director, Santana, was saying that she was operating under a previous council direction to not pursue SBLs. I just wanted to verify that.
That's correct. And I misspoke during the comments. It's 4 of the council members that are on the existing council that made the direction to not pursue SBLs, but under the agreement to pursue a similar instrument. That was the direction from May 2020.
Okay, so I will not be supporting the motion because if the 49ers want to do SBLs, and we should leave that on the table. We shouldn't take that off the table.
Okay, let's try the motion. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please. Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk. Because we only have till the end of June, so we have to try something. Assistant City Clerk?
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shahal.
I will not be supporting the motion because I want to have all the options on the table.
Board Member Hardy.
No.
Board Member Park. Board Member Park. I think you're muted.
I'm not muted now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, no.
Okay. Board Member Jane.
No.
Board Member Becker.
No.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that fails 5-2. All right. Is there an alternate motion or is there no action? Authority Member Jane?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I would like to grant our authority director Santana to engage in discussions over pursuing SBLs and perhaps an alternative scheme for licenses, and also to engage in a discussion of how to maximize the reserve price for tickets for these 64 seats.
I can second that, and in essence of time, Board Member Jane, I would like it to be brought back in 2 weeks if we have to decide within the June. If we want to make some revenue for SBL within this year.
I'm hearing from Director Santana that there's no staff time to do that. So I will not be taking that amendment. I'm going to leave it to her discretion as to when she wants to bring it back. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to accept that.
Would you accept that the team must put it in writing what the proposal is? Whatever ends up happening, that it must be in writing from Manco.
Of course, it's something has to be in writing for us to agree
I'm just
to anything.
asking if you'd make that as part of your motion. So it's very loud and clear to them to please put something in writing.
Of course,
Okay.
Everything should be in writing.
So you'll accept that as an amendment?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
I can second that.
Thank you. Okay.
I'd like to repeat the motion on the floor. This is to approve grant executive director to engage in discussion over pursuing SBLs, an alternative scheme for licenses, and also engage in a discussion how to maximize ticket price for the 64 seats, and that the proposal would be in writing. Is that correct to the maker of the motion?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that, and it can't be at any risk to the stadium authority. It just can't. So Assistant Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Shahal.
Yes, but I would have liked if we would have made it a time bound so that we can make money this year.
Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Board Member Park,
Yes.
Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Board Member Becker,
No.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6-1. All right, thank you very much for that. And yeah, we're done with that. All right, okay, before we go on to the item that was moved up, which is the censure and admonishment of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe and myself, I would like to ask if there's anybody that has a potential public hearing, because we have we have several public hearings that we have to go through tonight. And I know especially there was one on the data center, which is number 10, which would probably be heard about 3 or 4 in the morning if we were just to keep going. Is there anybody that would like their item continued and that could have their item continued for, I would say, the next meeting? Because we need to continue with our continuances for our city business. City manager, have you heard from anyone?
I would like to suggest that item 7 be heard on June 15th.
Okay.
Item 9 should be a quick item. The council has heard this before. This is the public hearing.
I want to know about, okay, the ones that.
Let's continue the data center item 10 to the 15th.
Are they okay with that? The data center?
Yes, I'm hearing that they're okay with it, but it is time sensitive. It cannot be deferred for past the last June meeting.
Can we put it on the beginning of the agenda? Because they waited all this time.
Sure, we'll put it right after item 8, but also needed to be at the beginning.
Okay. Oh, item 8, yes.
That's the 22nd, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So item 5 and item 6 are time sensitive and that.
Okay, we'll get to those, no matter the time.
Okay.
And then, so could I please have a motion? Wait, so we're gonna ask that
we can recap, Mayor, if you would like.
Pardon me?
I can recap.
Yes, please.
Okay, so item number 7 and item number 10 will go to the June 15th. And item number 8, already the council acted to move it to June 22nd.
But we already took that action.
Yeah, so that leaves 5, 6, and 9.
Okay, so let's go now to
11 as well as 11. So maybe you guys want to move 11 to the 15th or the 25th, 22nd.
Are we okay with that, Anthony? So my question is for that, that's just to even have it put on a future agenda, correct? Or is that?
Well, I don't know.
I know the city attorney's advised us
the process
not
is
to
that-
get into great discussions about it. So
Yeah, but you know how that goes.
yeah. So I want to make sure that, okay, well, maybe in that case, okay, hey, do we want to do this? Yes or no? We all take a vote and then we move on and say, move it down the road. But if we don't, and we want to chit chat for a while, then let's move it on to another date. But if it's a quick vote, just to say if we even want to do it, then, I mean, we could do it quickly.
We'll just leave it then. We'll see. But if it gets in anything past that, we're going to continue.
Okay.
Yeah, because who knows when that'll be heard. City clerk, do you have something to say?
Yeah, item number 7 is my item. I understand there's other things that are critical and time sensitive. I don't have a problem pushing item 7, but this is the second time, or it would be the third time it's pushed. So, and it's time, it will become time bound and sensitive soon. So I know the recommendation from the city manager is to push it to the 15th next week. But like, we really can't be pushing this any further. There's deadlines with regards to the registrar of voters and such, which we will be compressing ourselves towards if we keep pushing this. I have no problem with us pushing it tonight, but we really this could be like the third time we're pushing it. So.
Well, this is what's happened here because of the way we're functioning at this moment.
I'm aware of that. I've been here on all these meetings and watching it.
I don't know what else to say.
And city clerk, we have already talked internally at the staff level of what we can do just to shave down the workload once council acts. So we're to do some pre-work.
I hear you.
I recognize your comments, but I know you weren't part of those comments, but we are trying to, on the back end, look at how we can close the gap so that we make up from a staff perspective.
I know you get it, city manager. I'm trying to convey that message to the council that continually punting it is going to have.
I completely agree with you. There's no way we should be acting like this on a regular basis, and we're going to try to deal with that, what our issues are, which I'm sure the public can see what our issues are. So I think that we can't continue to conduct business like this, because those of us who work, we can't. Look, okay, we're going 11:45, but we've got to have the censure and the admonishment hearing, and then we have all these other hearings that we have to do. So we have no choice. We just have to deal with it and work at our limited capacity at this time of night, and that's just what we're going to have to do. So can we move on? I need a motion to continue items 7 and 10 to June 15th. Councilmember Becker.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
And there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion for that? Any member of the public oppose that? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm looking at the attendees list, and there's several attendees that have item 10 in their name. So
I know.
Okay.
I'm feeling very
As long as they're
very
hearing
bad,
that.
and I want to apologize to everyone. I was hoping that we would get to this tonight, but we'll put it on as early as we can at the next meeting, so you don't have to endure this. And I apologize.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Wait, I have a Councilmember Park. Your hand is up.
Yeah, just one clarification. I heard earlier that item 11 was also potential to be pushed to June 15th. And I want to know if we wanted to do that, or if we wanted to have a different date where we didn't want to push that.
We just had a discussion on that, and we decided we were going to keep it on. If it ends up being more of a discussion than putting it on the agenda, we will continue it to 15th.
Understood. Okay. Sorry.
Would
Okay.
you
I'm
like me to
sorry.
continue?
Yes,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. The next item we have was pulled up by the City Council. It's action on censure of Councilmember Watanabe and admonishment of Mayor Gilmore. And so I'm going to hand that over to Councilmember Hardy, since you put these items on the agenda. Go ahead, Councilmember Hardy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. On March 31st, there was an anti-Asian hate rally that was sponsored by Councilmember Watanabe and attended by quite a few council members and other dignitaries and elected officials. And there was an unfortunate situation where council member Kevin Park was not allowed to speak publicly and was told that he could not. And the phrase was, "It's my event." So I am concerned, because that is not the way we should be treating one another in a public event. And then when it was pointed out, Councilmember Watanabe, instead of just apologizing, felt the need to defend her position. A censure is just an official declaration that you have not kept up the ethics of behavior, and it's the conduct, and that is my concern. And so that is why I've asked for this. And you have a resolution before you. I'd like to keep those two separate. One is a resolution of censure for Councilmember Watanabe.
Okay, so we have a council policy for censure. Do you want to conduct? There has to be a hearing, so have you read the policy?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so
then we would ask for council members and then for the public. So I would ask if there are any council members that would like to speak on on the resolution.
Okay. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said the last time, which was that on June 12th, 2018, after 6 hours of interviews with the public, council members Kolstad and Mahan voted to not appoint anybody to the council. And they were screamed at. A lot of people yelled at them for taking everyone's time and everything. And then the council decided that that wasn't enough and that they wanted to censure them. And at that point, I think it was pointed out by the attorney that censure is a pretty serious step, measure, and that their actions did not warrant censure. And so then council took time to, and people have complained about that we're not doing the people's business, but council at that time took the time to formally admonish them for something that they were fully in their rights to do. So here we are again. I personally will not be supporting censure because I don't think that we're at that level. So that's I was not happy when they even decided to admonish council members Kolstad and Mahan, certainly not to censure them. But here we are again.
Okay, I want to provide a little clarity to that, is that was a completely different situation, and it was brought by a member of the public. The council ended up admonishing council members Mahan and Kolstad, and here's the reason why. They agreed to the process that we were going to use to appoint a city council member to the vacant seat, and they agreed on the process. And we spent hours interviewing candidates. We had so many candidates, and we spent hours interviewing candidates after they agreed and the entire council agreed to the process we were going to use. When it came time to support, we had 5 candidates that we put forward. And they were all candidates of color, 5. And at that time, we tried to vote for them one by one of the 5, and Councilmember Mahan and Kolstad just turned everybody down. So it became obvious they weren't going to approve anybody. And to add insult to injury, Councilmember Mahan said that the candidates did not rise to the level of a council member. And of those candidates, I'll tell you that night, it's interesting you said that, Councilmember Jane, because you didn't understand. I remember you were one of the candidates that Councilmember Mahan said didn't rise to the level of council member. So was Councilmember Park. So was City Clerk Hassam Agag. So was Dr. Nadeem. So was Eversley Forte. All wonderful and qualified individuals, because it became obvious that they weren't going to approve anyone. And I will never forget your face, Councilmember Jane, when that happened. You just stood there looking shocked. Everybody looked shocked, stood there, because everyone, and I know City Clerk as well, was there. It wasted everybody's time. So it was deceitful that they said they were going to go along with the process in good faith and then decided they weren't going to support anybody. Was it in their right? Yes, but they should have just come out front. So much so that when we had another vacancy, Councilmember Hardy and Vice Mayor Chahal, when we were going to appoint, they said it right up front. and said, we are not going to support anyone unless it's Suds Jane. So we're not going to even go through the process. So they at least had the courtesy to tell us up front that they were not going to go with the process. And I think that's a result of what happened at that 2018 meeting. So that's a completely different circumstances, and it all took place here at City Hall. One of the things I want to ask Councilmember Hardy is, what is the standard that we are setting here? What is the standard for what you're doing? I don't know. If you offend someone, do you become censured? I don't know what the standard is here. I don't know what the actual charges are, what the crimes are, because censure, as Councilmember Jane said, is pretty serious. So I was waiting to hear what crimes or policies have been, have been violated. Oh, Councilmember Jane, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something?
I did want to respond to yours. So that I was there that night. I was sitting in the back room. I was not surprised that there was no appointment. I actually predicted it. But then on that evening when Vice Mayor Chahal and Councilmember Hardy were trying to, I guess, appoint me, Debbie Davis said, "I'm disappointed in you, Raj." And then she said, "Suds, Jane," and she was going to start saying something. She was stopped. And then she said, "I can't tell you why." And then Kathy Watanabe said, "Suds Jane should recuse himself." And so there was a lot of anger for what Vice Mayor Chahal did and what Councilmember Hardy did for not letting people have their time. And now you're like rewriting history, and you're saying at least they had the decency to do it up front. So I don't know what to expect.
We didn't censure or admonish Councilmember Hardy or Vice Mayor Chahal either. We didn't. So anyways, okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm looking at policy 047 and the procedure under censure, which states that a censure action is placed on the council agenda. The city clerk shall provide notice of the possible censure to the council member who is the subject of the action. The notice shall contain the specific charges on which the proposed censure is based and the date and time that the matter will be heard. Upon hearing the testimony, the council may take action by resolution, setting forth its findings and stating the terms of the censure. I have not received a notice. I have not received anything formally that states what the specific charges are and what this proposed censure is all about, as well as the date and the time that the matter is to be heard. So I don't feel that I have been given proper notice of this procedure. And so I am calling it into question whether or not it's valid and legal.
I sent you the resolution and I sent it to the mayor. I sent it to the city clerk. I sent it to the city manager and I sent it to the city attorney the night we said this would go on a subsequent agenda.
There was no specific date at that time.
I had no date.
That was you've taken this action upon yourself, then that should have been your responsibility to follow through.
I had to wait until the city gave a date, but I sent you the resolution and I have not even been allowed to read that. Whereas the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values commands, in relevant part, the City of Santa Clara has adopted this Code of Ethics and Values to promote and maintain the highest standards of personal and professional conduct in the city's government. All elected officials are required to subscribe to this code because we seek public confidence and public trust of its decision makers. Our work must meet the most demanding ethical standards. And part of the quotation, I provide friendly, receptive, courteous service to everyone. I am attuned to and care about the needs of citizens and public officials. I convey the city's care for and commitment to its citizens. You introduced yourself as a council member. You said it was your event, but you had other officials speak there
You
and
weren't
we
there.
did not
You weren't
allow.
there.
Kevin, do you have the video ready to go?
Oh, you have a video. How convenient.
I don't have the video ready to go, but I do have it downloaded on my laptop, and I do have a link to it, so we can do that. And I do know that I could tell you at 23:50, there's an introduction of the city council members, and at 1 hour and 3 minutes into it, there is the refusal, and you can meet the time to queue it up. And again, this is the impetus of it, but I think that in and of itself, like denying somebody the ability to talk, and it wasn't just me, it was every council member that showed up, except for, of course, Mayor Lisa Gilmore. I mean, you knew we were there. We were introduced at 23 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. We were introduced. But that's, and when you say that other people given a chance to speak, it's funny, but the council members that were invited, none of them were given a chance to speak. And when they asked to speak, there was no opportunity given. But that's not the reason. Like that alone should, breaks item 7 of the I'm looking at here, Code of Ethics and Values, which says, as a representative of the city of Santa Clara, I will be collaborative. In practice, this value looks like I act in a manner cooperative with groups and other individuals working together in a spirit of tolerance and understanding. I work towards consensus building and gain value from diverse opinions. I accomplish the goals and responsibilities of my individual position while respecting my role as a member of the team. I consider the broader regional and statewide implications of the city's decisions and issues, and I don't even think you kept to the standard of the event that you were trying to put on. All right, but if you need the video, I can cue that.
So the standard for a censure is that Councilmember Park wasn't allowed to speak, and that violated our ethical and legal guidelines here in the city, because Councilmember Watanabe offended Councilmember Park, and he wasn't allowed to speak
Publicly at an anti-hate Asian rally. And he is the only council member specifically of Asian descent, and he asked to. I do have, Kevin, if that's not quite ready, I do have, it looks like 2 members of the public who would like to speak.
I'll call them. Okay. All right.
3.
Okay, let's get the public. Is that where you want this to go now? I just want to make it clear that we are censuring, potentially censuring Councilmember Watanabe for offending Councilmember Park and violation of the ethical guidelines for the city.
Actually, if I can make a clarification.
I'm just trying to get what the charge is.
That's a charge. But I think the bigger implications for me are, to be honest, I wasn't even offended that I wasn't allowed to speak, because as I've said many times, I didn't even expect that Councilmember Watanabe would allow me to speak because of her interactions with me and other council members in general outside of council meetings and outside of that event. Meaning I can say hello to Kathy Watanabe in not council chambers, inside our offices, and she didn't even acknowledge that I was there. I said hello, I said goodbye. And she had to leave the room to ask me and get somebody else to ask me to leave because she would not even talk to me. But I think the bigger issue is after the issue became big, meaning I didn't know how big it would become because I thought that nobody heard it, and so I went home. I thought that just a few people heard it, including some elected officials that were near me, who apologized to me. But it was after that, when it was clear that there was an issue, that Councilmember Watanabe did the thing that I think everyone should condemn, which is she lied about it. She gave multiple conflicting reasons why I would not speak. I was not allowed to speak. That I didn't RSVP, that I arrived late, that, there were so many things. And, till the very end, she tried not to give an apology. I mean, she was very unapologetic about this. And it wasn't me that she needed to give the apology to. It was every other Asian American who saw the event or experienced what I had gone through and could not get an apology and could not get a straight answer. Again, from my perspective, I don't necessarily expect anything from Councilmember Watanabe because I have had a long history with Councilmember Kathy Watanabe. We've known each other. I was against Measure J. She was for Measure J. We were on the same Santa Clara Sister Cities Association board. In fact, I've said this before, her involvement in the Sister Cities organization is one of the reasons I left that organization. Right, but again, it is, and I'm gonna say it, the admonition and censure policy, like, it is very clear. Disciplinary nature requires formal adoption, but it says that we follow the code of ethics, right? And the ethics should not be, if it's not enough that we are not collaborative, we're going to invite people to come, we're going to invite city council members to come, but we're not going to invite them to speak. That's pretty bad. That's not really bad. That's not to the point where I'm going to say I want to censure her for that. That's kind of business as usual when it comes to politics. But to lie about it and create a false narrative and sell it to the people, that I think is really bad. That actually, I think that touched more people off than even her initial refusal to allow me to speak. It was how she responded to that. And she responded to that in a very, very poor way.
So it also sounds like there are you proposing censure, or is Councilmember Hardy proposing censure for the fact that you asked to speak minutes before this was over and you were denied and were offended that you weren't able to speak? Or is this for stuff that's happened in the past with Councilmember Watanabe? Because I know a lot of council members talked about stuff that happened in the past, not necessarily this. So I'm just, if you,
yeah, I feel like you were not listening to me.
Where you really have to describe, you said,
I feel like you were not listening to me, which is the events that happened at Kathy Watanabe's event, those were bad. But the way that she responded to that, to the community, by direct, falsehoods, lies, that is a bigger issue. And and again, I would think that because of our working together for other things, that she could at least talk to me about things, but that is not clear in her on her side. Like, it is clear that she does not want to do that. Right. I am here in city council chambers. I am here in this staff conference room, as I usually do after I pick up my daughter and drop her off at home. I come directly here. And again, I'm not trying to make a show of where I am. I'm not trying to tell people I'm in the working class. If I don't work, I don't make money. But I'm committed to these meetings. And if you're accusing me of holding past grudges, I don't care about past grudges. Like, if I don't have the ability to move on, then, nothing gets done, right? Like, everyone's offended me at some point in my life. Everyone that I love has offended me at some point in my life, and that doesn't stop me from loving them, right? And this, I'm going to say it again, it was not the event itself that caused me to go to the point of, oh, this is really bad. Meaning, I don't think that was censurable. I just think that was, that was just bad policy. But to the point where you're going to lie and create a narrative and continue to create a narrative where it's your event. And I didn't, I came late. I, didn't tell people I wanted to speak. Like, I did tell people I wanted to speak. There was plenty of time to speak. In fact, you'll see that the video is really long. It's more than the hour, because even after Kathy Watanabe told me that there was no time left, it went on for another 30 minutes. I mean, at some point, I think that the cover-up is a bigger problem than the problem itself. And that's why I think that this deserves censure.
Can I ask, because you said Kathy Watanabe lied, and I actually went back and listened to the past council meetings, and you just said it wasn't the event itself that's not censurable. So can I ask what you think Kathy Watanabe lied about?
She lied about all the reasons for not giving me time to speak. She lied about all the reasons for, she lied about the narrative that she was creating as to why she was not at fault.
Can you give an example? Because
Like I said,
the censure hearing, we should have some.
yes, and I will, again, I am looking up the actual things. I've got them down. I just don't have them on my phone, which is where I'm taking the meeting.
Okay, let's give you some time for that. In the meantime, I can go to the public because I know there's a lot of people that have been waiting a long time. So on the censure, we have, first we're going to go to Will Kennett. Will, go ahead, Will.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this one, and I think it's relevant to the next one on the agenda, and actually the claim against Karen relating to talking to an attorney. The way I look at them, they're all the same. They're all coming out of the same thing, just part of the back and forth battle that goes on between the two sanctions. And I get it. I've been through it myself, but I think in my day, it didn't quite get to this stage. Didn't feel like that. I just wanted to say, I know almost all of you to be good folks, working really, really hard for the city. And I have seen some efforts to be fair and to be civil. But I do think that in this particular setting of being on a city council that's divided, it's possible to do some things that you will think very differently about when you get off council years later. And I particularly think that once you get to the stage where you're talking about censures and apologies and misdemeanors and that sort of thing, it's just hard to go back on that. It's hard to reconcile after that, and it just goes on and on and on. So I can't tell if this has the votes to pass or not, because not every council member has spoken. But if it looks like it's going to pass, I would urge somebody to instead make a motion to table this, and just to have some discussion, and or maybe just give some thought if this really is the road that you guys want to go down. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate your comments. Paul, go ahead, Paul. You're muted.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paul Fong. I'm the former assembly member for the 22nd Assembly District from 2008 to 2012, and the 28th Assembly District from 2012 to 2014. Both assembly districts represent a major portion of Santa Clara, and in the 22nd Assembly District and the 28th Assembly District, a minor portion of Santa Clara. Since the start of the pandemic, there have been over 700 anti-Asian hate incidents reported in the Bay Area alone, comprising of 25% of reported hate incidents nationwide. The Stop AAPI hate rally on March 31st was an abject failure because it did not include the voice of Santa Clara City Council member Kevin Park. When Kevin asked Kathy Watanabe if he could speak, she said no. Her refusal to allow Kevin Park to speak is shocking and is a grave error by her. Following this incident, La Raza Roundtable and many other civil rights groups and joined other civil rights organizations calling for the censure of Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Watanabe exclusion of Councilmember Kevin Park violated the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics since she failed to maintain the highest standards of personal and professional conduct. Mayor Gilmore at no time condemned the conduct of Councilmember Watanabe, which she knew was in violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values. I urge the City Council to censor Councilmember Kathy Watanabe for violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values, and admonish Mayor Gilmore for her violation of the City Code of Ethics and Values. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose, go ahead, Rose.
Good evening. My name is Rose Amador LeBeau, and I am one of the founders and on the executive board of La Raza Roundtable. I'm also CEO of Conexión to Community and TV host and producer of Native Voice TV. I attended Briarwood, Jefferson Junior High, and graduated Wilcox High in Santa Clara. So I have a long history of living in Santa Clara, which has been historically racist. And it's so unfortunate that things have not changed over the years. And since the pandemic, yes, there have been a lot of hate Asian incidences. And we at Conexión leased part of our building to AKI, the Asian Americans for Community Involvement. They have had their windows broken every single week for the last 4 weeks, all the front windows in their building. I mean, the hate continues, and the hate continues at the Santa Clara City Council, where Council Member Kevin Park was not allowed to speak, which is shocking, and it's hypocritical at a Stop Asian hate rally. I mean, it's unbelievable. And so at this time, since the La Raza Roundtable has joined other civil rights organizations, and so the La Raza Roundtable urged the city of Santa Clara to censure Council Member Kathy Watanabe for violation of the city of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values, and admonish Mayor Gilmore for her violation of the city code of ethics and values. And hopefully someday Santa Clara, the city of Santa Clara, will not be as racist as they've always been. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm very confused now. Councilmember Hardy put in a thing for censure because Kevin Park was snubbed and didn't get to speak. Well, Kevin Park says he was not offended by that, and he's actually bringing up other issues about lying and stuff like that. So what are the charges that Councilmember Hardy's bringing? And if you look at the history of this, the event happened on March 31st of this year. On April 8th, Councilmember Hardy filed her notice to get it on the agenda item for a censure of Councilmember Watanabe. Between that time, the only meeting that she has listed on her calendar was on a Saturday on April 3rd with Raul Shanduk, Vice President of Public Affairs and Strategic Communication for the San Francisco 49ers. She met alone with him. The meeting of that topic of that meeting was meeting regarding Stop Asian Hate Rally information. That is the only information she has listed of anybody she has talked to. So where has this rage come from? I hear the other speakers and they have a right to be upset, but how did she get upset? She was not at the meeting. The only person she discussed this with, if she keeps an honest record, is Raul Shanduk with the 49ers. The next contact she has is the 26th with the lawyer, Byron Fleck, who made up the resolutions. Also, these resolutions she had made up are against the law. I mentioned that. I don't know what's happening. I hope that at least Councilmember Watanabe and Mayor, you asked the city attorney what's going on and why hasn't council member under a common law conflict of interest, Councilmember Hardy recused herself. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley, go ahead, Wesley.
Okay, I did write an email because it's getting so late. My name is Wesley Mukuyama. I'm a 46-year resident of Santa Clara. I'm also a retired social worker, and I am a member of the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Board and chair of the Cultural Competence Committee. I'm also a volunteer Buddhist lay chaplain at the Santa Clara County Jail. So I understand as an Asian why we were so outraged. Kathy Watanabe's censorship of Kevin Park's attempt to speak at an anti-Asian violence rally was a violation of the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics as a public official. Mayor Gilmore's compliance with Kathy Watanabe was also an unprofessional and violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics. Although I can understand that these may have been human knee-jerk reactions to personalities, I can accept their human frailties and would like to talk to them about why and what they did. However, as public officials, they should be made accountable, and censure and admonishment is an appropriate action. And I, as an Asian American, I have been fighting this city because of its systemic racism since 2011. So I can see where their biases are. And I'm sorry they have those biases. I hope that they will change. Thank you.
Thank you. Santa Clara CAC, is that you, Rob? You're muted.
Actually, this is her beer. I think my link is the old link, so I apologize.
Okay.
I am speaking on behalf of myself. Couple things for the record, and that is important. The first comment that has continued to be made is that Patty and Pat's situation was different, and that was the right to censure, when in fact, it's been repeated multiple times that they approved to follow the process. They did not state that they would select an individual at the end of that process, because if they were forced to do that, that would be illegal and unethical. So for them to be reprimanded for following the process and using their right of voting and to be censured for that was a complete bias and a personal attack on their decision, and a way to act out the frustrations of the many that were the majority at the time. So that is really false representation by the community and the members of this council, who continue to imply that that was an acceptable use of censure. Secondly, a Stop Asian Hate rally is for the purpose of showing solidarity, creating awareness, and greater understanding for those that are feeling marginalized, mistreated, and facing the hate crimes by many. And in that environment, that is what is expected, is empathy, collaboration, consideration, the deeper emotions that are the intent of such a rally. But that's not what happened at that event, because it was not for that purpose. It was a superficial event for the purpose of publicity, gaining power, not to truly address and the hurt that many of the members of the community that are feeling that pain. And who represents those people on this council? Everyone should be representing them. However, Kevin, Suds, and Raj are actually Asians who represent all the council of the community, but especially those underrepresented Asian minorities, which were the subject of that event. And so when we try to pin this on, oh, Kevin is not representing himself as a council member. For the rest of us, Kevin, Suds, and Raj were representing all of us.
Thank you very much.
Facing the Asian hate crimes. And that should be remembered by all of those. So Kathy Watanabe should absolutely be censured, and Lisa Gilmore for not standing up.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify that former council members Mahan and Kolstad were not censured. They were not censured. They were admonished, not censured. All right, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, just wanted to say that I want to appreciate also Mayor Lisa Gilmore for allowing me to practice freedom of speech on her platform on Facebook. And Kathy's not the only one. I mean, there's other council members that have stopped me from practicing my freedom of speech on their Facebook platform. So if we're going to censor Kathy, there should be others that are going to be censored, because I did the 23andMe and I'm over 25% Native American. So I wanted to say that much. Also, I want to say that we should learn to forgive. I mean, like Ken Park said, that it did not upset him that he was not able to speak there. The thing too, and the media has not really come out with this, is that Asian hate, it is real, but it's not, the majority of this Asian hate is not coming from white people. And that's not being told to the masses. And I think that should be. So Kathy, yeah, she is Caucasian, but the majority of hate is not coming from white people, and that's got to be stated. All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Kwan, go ahead, Kwan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Uh,
I feel very sorry for this topic. Actually, I just urge all the council member respect each other. Of course, I think Casey really, I mean, probably made a mistake. I just hope every council member respect each other and deal with the city issue, not the personal. And the issue, I don't think we have a systematic hit in our city, in USA. I really appreciate the USA politics system. So it allowed me to speak. Yeah, I think some individual, right? I mean, like a case, made some mistake. I hope she understand what's wrong and correct it and move on and serve the city better. Yeah, I just hope the whole council members learn from this and respect each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council. I'm Richard Conda, Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance. Within a few days of the March 31st Stop AAP Hate event organized by Council Member Watanabe, a long list of individuals and organizations joined in a letter expressing shock and outrage for her refusal to allow Councilmember Kevin Park to speak at that rally. This letter called for her censure. When this issue was discussed at the April council meeting, Kathy Watanabe attempted to justify her actions and place blame on Kevin Park. Nothing has changed since then. She has clearly violated your code of ethics and values by not being attuned to and care about the needs of citizens and public officials. And for this, she should be censured by the City Council. Anti-AAPI hate and discrimination is real and serious in the city of Santa Clara. Anti-Asian graffiti was found spray painted on a building in Santa Clara. A Pacific Islander member of your police department is alleging employment discrimination, and Councilmember Watanabe has recounted the anti-Asian incident involving a young person. In Santa Clara County, 132 hate incidents have been reported to the Stop AAPI Hate website. I urge a yes vote on censure of Councilmember Watanabe and admonishment of Mayor Gilmore for Mayor Gilmore's failure to denounce Councilmember Watanabe's conduct at the rally. To do anything less would be an attempt to minimize the gravity and seriousness of the issue of AAPI hate in the city of Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Craig, go ahead.
Yes. Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Craig Pasqua. I am an executive board member with the La Raza Roundtable. I'm also a commissioner with the county's Juvenile Justice Collaborative. And at La Raza Roundtable, we have been working with other organizations to look at this problem and the situation and stop the hate that's going on. Now, we do this by collaborating with other people. And as a Native American, who actually is sitting on La Raza Roundtable's board, I reached out to others and we've been able to work with the natives and work with the Latinos and get things done. And this spirit of collaboration is something that I feel is much needed in the city of Santa Clara. And we at La Raza, we have looked at this incident, and we believe that Councilmember Watanabe, by her exclusion of Councilmember Park, did violate the city of Santa Clara's code of ethics, and she failed to maintain the standards of personal and professional conduct. And we also question why Mayor Gilmore, who was at this event, did not at the time question Councilmember Watanabe and step forward and allow Councilmember Park to have a forum. So at La Raza Roundtable, in the spirit of cooperation with other coalitions in the Valley, we now urge the City Council to censor Councilmember Watanabe for the violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values, and admonish Mayor Gilmore for her violation of the city's Code of Ethics and Values. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First, I think it's fair to say we all condemn all AAPI hate actions, voices, crimes, etc. I think it goes without saying, but it from the way people are talking, it sounds like that's not an assumption. And I think we all assume that, and we all abide by that. I ask you not to support this censure. I think it's a way overstep of what's happening. The non-city event that Kathy Watanabe organized, managed, and led was a positive and needed event full of meaningful and strong voices. One unfortunate point, this event has been blown out of proportion. I'd like to offer some context. I've known Kevin Park for over 15 years. He's very intelligent, deliberate, and tends to make a statement or an entrance. For example, oftentimes during public comment in council chambers, Kevin would not submit a comment card, and the mayor would ask for any other comments, and Kevin would walk up from the back council chambers and make comment. And over the years, when those things have happened, that's a personality trait. And so at the end of an event that is tightly organized within an hour with multiple speakers I'm putting myself in, and I'm not trying to project, but I could easily see myself, if I saw that, to see Kevin walk up without any notification, any heads up, and say, I need to speak. The immediate reaction is, hey, please don't disrupt my event, because that was the behavior that has been demonstrated in the past. And this is unfortunate. Optics are terrible on something like that, but it is not essential. It was a mistake based on history of personalities and relationships. That's what this was, and it's being blown out of proportion.
Thank you. Is it Ty? Hope I'm saying that right. Ty? You're muted. Ty? Tia? Thea? Oh, there we go. Hello? Okay, gone. Gabriella, go ahead. Gabriella. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Gabriella. I actually have Min Steven Dovin on the line. He was unable to connect, so this will be his public comment. He's on speakerphone.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling from an iPhone to an iPhone to the City Council. Good evening, or should I say good morning, honorable members of the City Council of Santa Clara. My name is Min Steven Dovan. I'm a registered voter in Santa Clara, an attorney and legal counsel for Vietnamese American community of Northern California, AKA VAC NorCal. I chose to be a naturalized citizen more than 50 years ago because I still believe America continues to evolve into a more fair and just society. I am offering my comment tonight as an individual. Kathy Watanabe's conduct, language, and attitude at the public event on March 31st, 2021, and afterwards are tantamount to muzzling Councilmember Kevin Park. While there are Santa Clarans who voted for Ms. Watanabe, there are others who voted for Mr. Park. This is a democracy, and all voices should be heard, especially at this time. Mr. Park, who is the only Korean American on the city council, should have been given the courtesy to speak. While Ms. Watanabe has an Asian surname, she is not Asian, and she cannot comprehend the racist experiences people of color are subjected to every day, especially during this dangerous and dark period in America, when violence, harassment, and deadly attacks on AAPI and other people of color are rampant and on the rise. Ms. Watanabe's behavior was unjustified and nothing short of arrogance and the height of hypocrisy. Kathy Watanabe should be censored on the record, and Mayor Lisa Gilmore should be admonished for her innocuous and pathetic response to Ms. Watanabe's conduct. Lastly, don't ever forget you are public servants. The operative word here is servants.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Karen Beer, go ahead, please. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So I feel that the city of Santa Clara's values are inclusive, and we should be more cognizant of our actions in public life. And I believe that Mayor and Councilwoman Watanabe are not representative of the values of the city. So hence they should be centered and admonished. And I give my time to others now. Thanks.
Thank you. Mylin, go ahead. Mylin, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mylin Pham, and I'm the CEO and founder of Asian American Center of Santa Clara County. And I'm also produce many varieties of radio talk show and Vietnamese American program. My question is, why is Council Member Kevin Park were not allowed or denied a chance to speak during a Stop Asian Hate rally? You know, I myself, I organize many different rally and community events. And I fully understand that when I'm the organizer, when I'm in the control, I'm allowed to, you know, give opportunity for, you know, people who may not register to speak. But if I feel that that person is important, I would allow them to speak. So why is it that Council Member Kevin Park did not allow while he's the only Asian American there? So I think, you know, I'm very disappointed with Council Member Watanabe. And I actually demand that, you know, she's, and I urge the City Council to censor Council Member Kathy Watanabe for violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics. And I greatly disappointed Mayor Gilmore. You know that that her conduct was not very good, but you go along with her. So you basically also committed and you also violate the city's code of ethics and values. So I urge the City Council today to censor Council Member Kathy Watanabe and also admonish Mayor Gilmore for her violation of the city codes of ethics and values. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this that hasn't spoken already? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any of this? Gabrielle has already spoken. So is there anybody, any e-comments or anything?
Yes, I have a few e-comments and public comment emails that have come in.
Okay, go ahead.
First one is an e-comment from Sally SC. Council member already apologized, and quite honestly, this whole situation has blown completely out of proportion just because others told a certain council member he should be offended. As far as Mayor Gilmore is concerned, this had nothing to do with her, and she should have never been dragged into this. It's time to move along already, especially since other council members shouldn't throw any stones at glass houses. End of comment. And give me a second here to transition to the email. The next comment is from Lee Broman. When is the current city council going to start behaving like a governing body and start paying attention to city business? This council spends way too much time telling staff how to do their job and complaining about other council members' apparent slights. Tonight is another example of wasting city resources on personal issues. This item should have been a 5-minute discussion between council members, since the group that sued the city regarding districting is at the heart of the complaint. I hardly think the issue has been put in perspective. I ask all of you, could you have handled the issue differently? End of comment. And then I have, my name is Mary Gloner, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, urging the City Council to censure Councilmember Watanabe and admonish Mayor Gilmore for their violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics. I joined the Santa Clara community 35 years ago when I pursued my studies at Santa Clara University. Then 4 years after becoming a Bronco alum as a first-generation college graduate, I became a first-time homeowner in the Old Quad area. I speak tonight as a child of Filipino immigrants who worked overtime and double shifts as chipboard assemblers for the semiconductor companies throughout Santa Clara. Their sacrifice afforded me the privilege to dedicate my life's work to promote health parity, including now serving as a nonprofit executive advancing youth mental health and suicide prevention. One of my prides of Santa Clara is the rich diversity of its residents and workforce, especially the high percentage of different API communities. So it is with great disappointment when I learned that the City of Santa Clara's Stop AAPI hate rally excluded the voice of Councilmember Park. I found it even more shameful that Councilmember Watanabe proactively denied Councilmember Park's opportunity to speak, losing out at that moment to express a gesture of good force and reinforce that she is an ally to API communities, especially at a rally that brought the community together against AAPI hate. Finally, I believe Mayor Gilmore missed an opportunity to unify the community by recognizing Councilmember Watanabe's poor action. End of comment. Next comment is from Mike Keku. I am a Santa Clara resident for 37 years. I'm also speaking as co-president of the Sequoia chapter of the National Japanese American Citizens League, which is a civil rights and education organization. Our chapter covers areas of Santa Clara and Redwood City. With crucial state of violence against Asian Americans that has escalated since the pandemic, I do think it is important for community and city leaders to denounce the violence, be visible, and show support to the Asian American community. In light of this, I'm very disappointed to hear about the incident where Councilmember Watanabe did not allow Councilmember Park to speak at an anti-Asian hate rally. At the very least, it goes against the spirit of the rally, but more so violates the code of ethics and values. I'm disappointed that Mayor Gilmore did not acknowledge the conduct and in fact did not think anything was wrong. Asian hate is still happening and is a big problem. It is still a serious issue where we need leaders of our community need to strongly voice their support of the Asian American community. I am stressed because of the hate crimes against Asian Americans, and not only for me, but for my wife, family, and the community, especially for the elderly members of the community. In this context, I urge the City Council to censure Councilmember Watanabe for violation of the Code of Ethics and to admonish Mayor Gilmore for the same. And I have one more. My name is LaDonna Yamori Kaku, a Santa Clara resident for over 37 years. Since 2020, there has been over 700 anti-Asian hate incidents reported in the Bay Area, and that number continues to grow daily. There was a Stop AAPI hate rally on March 31st, 2021 that had a number of speakers, but ironically, there was not an AAPI Santa Clara council member speaker. Councilmember Kevin Park asked Councilmember Watanabe to speak, but he was told that there wasn't enough time. This decision, Councilmember Watanabe, shows a lack of leadership, poor judgment, and insensitivity to not allow Councilmember Park to speak. As a Santa Clara resident, I would support along with the diverse local community organizations to censure Councilmember Watanabe at Santa Clara City Council meetings since she violated the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics since she failed to maintain the highest standards of personal and professional conduct. Also, Mayor Gilmore did not condemn City Councilmember Watanabe's conduct, which she knew was a violation of the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values. I would strongly urge the City Council to censure Councilmember Watanabe for violation of the City of Santa Clara Code of Ethics and Values, and to admonish Mayor Gilmore for her violation of the city's Code of Ethics and Values. End of comment. And that's all I have.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I'm actually raising my hand. I don't know how to raise my hand as an attendee. I don't want to speak as the clerk. I want to speak as a member.
Okay. City Clerk. I mean, Hassan.
No, just me, not the city clerk. So I want to say something. Just I only get 2 minutes as a member of the public. You know, I'm a minority. I'm the first minority that was elected to the city to a city position at large in decades. And so I want to ask that anybody who is not a minority, that has not experienced discrimination, to give space to those who are minorities when they feel when they want to express that they are being discriminated against, to not make a statement that, oh, it's not a big deal. You have never been in their shoes to be able to experience what is a big deal and what isn't a big deal. So I think everybody who has not experienced that really needs to give space to folks who are minorities. I'm a minority myself, first Muslim American elected to any public office in the South Bay, in the history of the South Bay. I've experienced discrimination. My family has experienced discrimination. It is in nobody's place to kind of tell us what is and isn't discrimination. I want to say that. So everybody who has not experienced it, to please give space to those who truly have experienced discrimination. On the flip side, I know Councilmember Kathy Watanabe. All of us here know her. We know that she is not racist. And so when we make this an issue of racism, when it really isn't, we diminish the real cases of racism that are out there, that are really out there. And like it's a big problem in the Bay Area. And so we conflate things that are not racism to things that are, and it really diminishes that value. And the last thing I want to say is, what is the standard? Of course, the council has every right to do what they want to do, but I really, really appreciate former Councilmember Will Kennedy's comments. At the end of the day, there are some amazing organizations here that are taking a stance that we should censure. And they have real good causes that they're fighting for. But after they leave tonight, next week, the council will meet again. And you're going to have to work together. What is the standard for censure that you're setting the bar here? The last time this even came up to the council was when former Councilmember Dominic Caserta was accused of sexual misconduct with 10 official reports filed with the police department. That was the conduct and the level or threshold for censure. And I just want the council to ask themselves that question. What is your standard? And you, like as former Councilmember Will Kennedy said, you're going to have to work together with each other for years. So that's all I got to say. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I just want everybody to have that in the context. And for the folks who are asking for it from the public, from these amazing, civil rights organizations, think about how the city can move forward and what's in the best interest of the city. And I apologize for going over my time.
Okay. Is there anyone else? All right. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Madam, just a request. Gabriella did not speak because somebody else spoke on her phone. So it does make sense to give her a time to speak. First of all, I'll take my time later on. I think we should give her a time to speak.
I thought she spoke already. Okay.
Yeah, she used her name. Somebody else spoke under her name.
Oh, was that the phone call one? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Gabriella is there.
Go ahead, Gabriella, if you'd like to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I know that was a little confusing having someone else.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired at 12:45.
Yeah, there's some technical issues. So hi, everyone. I'm Gabriella. I'm with the Asian Law Alliance. And today I'm just calling in to also push for a vote of yes on the censure of Councilmember Watanabe and the admonishment of Mayor Gilmore. something I do want to emphasize is this is not a matter of offending someone. It's an exclusion from an event that was meant to center Asian and Asian American voices. And beyond that, the situation was not handled correctly in the aftermath, and community groups and community members took notice of that. And I think it speaks volumes that we have had so many people call in, that we have had so many people sign on to the letter condemning how the situation was handled at the event and after the event as well, to not collaborate with other council leaders on the issue, and to place, I guess, interpersonal interactions above the wider goals of the community was not really the best move. We need to make sure that these events prioritize the wider goals and that we have our council leaders' input and support for a public-facing event. It may have not been held as an official city event, but it was a public-facing event, and it would have made, I think it would have made for a much better event if we had had Kevin Park speak and been included in it. The codes of ethics were also violated just with how it was handled. Everyone else has already covered that, so I will not add anything else to that. That is all for my public comment. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Gabriella. All right. Council members. Councilmember Park, did you have those issues you wanted to talk about? Did you have time to bring up those things that you said Councilmember Watanabe lied about?
So it's funny, but I'm going through Kathy Watanabe's Facebook feed, and the event on the 31st is removed from her timeline. I do have the video on my other computer, but when I tried to upload it here, it's telling me it does not, that it's too long. So I can continue to work on that, but I think it's very clear when we look at her responses. She said, and these are the and we can find them on sites. I was hoping that the video would be up. But the reasons that she, like Hossam said, oh, she's not racist. Oh, that's true. She has a lot of friends, and she knows have a lot of acquaintances of people of color. And I think that that's not the issue for me. I think that it was bad that she did not allow me to speak, right? They said that I should have been given some respect. But I think that the problem that I have is that to cover up the bad action, which wasn't necessarily racist, it was just a bad action. She was just being a bad actor at that point. The citizens of Santa Clara should be given the respect to be told the truth. And the city council people who are trying to cover things up aren't making the residents feel safer, because they're basically being told that if something bad happens to them that city council does not want to admit to, city council will lie about it and try to cover it up. And that is not the kind of story that we want to tell to the people. Again, I think that there was an unfortunate event that was blown way out of proportion, but not by the people who are like me. I think it was blown out of proportion by Kathy Watanabe by not owning up to what she did and not giving a truthful response as to what happened. I mean, she said there was no time. I showed up late. I've had somebody in the audience accuse me of I like to speak last, and I tried to address why I do that. It takes me a long time to come up with a conclusion, and I do like to hear what other people have to say. But that's not the reason that I wasn't allowed to speak, because I came up last. There was plenty of time at that event. That event didn't actually close until, well, I'm told, a half hour after the hour ended. And we were 10 minutes away from, we had 10 minutes left. Like, she was literally asking for other people to speak, right? In an event where every invited guest was allowed to speak, why would it be unnatural for me to expect invited council members? I thought it would have been a no-brainer to have invited council members also speak, especially council members in the minority community the event was supposedly created to support. Like, none of that made any sense for people to say, well, I felt hurt, or I felt, no, this is kind of what I expected. In fact, I talked to the other council members right before I went up asking, are you going to speak? And they said, no. And they pretty much said, I don't think we're going to be allowed to speak. I said, well, I'm going to find out because I need to ask, I'm going to ask the question because I wrote a couple things down that I'd like to say. But again, she didn't go up there and say, well, it would be great for you to speak. She didn't even have in her mind, on her list of speakers, the council members that she had invited to be part of this event. That doesn't make any sense. There were a lot of people that she says they were on my list. They may have been on your list, but you didn't even know that they were there because we had to tell you that they were there. Teresa O'Neill was there and she said, oh, by the way, these people are here. She said, well, and Kathy Watanabe said, well, let's have them come up and speak. So it clearly was not a fixed list or set in stone. But again, after that, when she says, I'm addressing all these things because these are the reasons that Kathy Watanabe gave to not just me, but to everyone, to the Asian community, to the people who are watching, to all the people on the news. And I think that's the problem. The problem is, we need to tell the residents, especially minority residents, minority constituents who aren't Kathy Watanabe's friends, that they will also be respected and supported. And that's not what happened. Like, I didn't think anything of it. And in fact, I didn't even feel that it was a racist thing against me. And a resident put it very clear in my mind. He yelled at me and he said, listen, we're not asking for an apology for you. Like, you may not even feel that you're Asian, but whether you like it or not, you are the face of Asian people here, right? And we ask for an apology because, like, the people who have felt racial discrimination, for everyone that's been in your position, but has not had the platform to ask for an apology, like, you need to do that. You need to do that for the Asian people. And for all the people who are not Asian saying, oh, we should just forgive and forget. Like, I think Hossam said it very well. You need, like, the people who have not experienced it should not take away from the people who have experienced it, who are asking for, specific things because that is their experience. And they are basically saying that in no way did Kathy Watanabe's response make them feel better with their experience, right? And it was a very simple thing. Like, at any point, at any time, Kathy could have said, I apologize. I did the wrong thing, not just for not letting, Kevin or the other council people speak, but also for trying to cover it up. And that has never happened. In fact, I don't think it will happen. The attitude that we're getting is she wants to stop this at every point, saying, I wasn't notified. I'm saying, I think that all the people that are here were notified. They knew about the time and the date because they were given notification of this council meeting where this was an agenda item. Like, it doesn't make any sense that she would go, out of her way to come up with, I'm going to say it, kind of ridiculous reasons for not going through with this.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said earlier, like, I wish we don't have to discuss this thing and we do not ever have to come to this meeting for this agenda item. And I respect former council member Will Kennedy for giving his comments. He commands a lot of respect from me. But at the same time, to me personally, this was a cumulative effect. Like, what happened on that day was one incident. And after the incident, as mentioned by Councilmember Park, the apology itself was not honest. Like, had that been honest apology, oh, I messed up, I'm really sorry about that. And being dishonest in your apology is not an apology, basically. We are circumventing the space, basically. And to me, basically, I have had some of the same experience which was mentioned by Kevin Park. Like, I greeted Councilmember Kathy Watanabe multiple times and she completely ignored me in public forum. She completely ignored, like, even as a council member on the meetings. And I, to a large extent, thought, okay, I tried my best to keep doing myself. And I even asked her multiple times to have a meeting so that I can find out what's wrong, why she's behaving with me the way she was behaving with me. And so to me, it was a cumulative effect. I could see that, yeah, she has that nature people, and it's not only me, like there are multiple people who are testifying this thing over here. And when it comes to this particular incident, and I'm glad after last meeting, Councilmember Watanabe approached me that she want to meet me finally. And we had a fair and frank discussion. We may not have agreed on all the points we discussed, but at least I had a consolation that at least she met me after 2 years, more than 2 years probably, when I was requesting her what's going on. So on this particular incident, I think Mayor Gilmore, you mentioned politics above city business. To me, it's not politics. When so many civic organizations have noted this thing about all this incident and what's happened and what they are demanding, that reflects what is going on into the community. That reflects that it's not something between Kevin Park and Councilmember Watanabe only. There are reasons why these people are. There are reasons former assembly members have spoken. There are reasons like 2 sitting assembly members have sent some letters about it. So it is not about politics. It's about what is happening in the community and what standards are we holding each other for that matter. And clearly, they have to face the consequences of the actions. And Mayor Gilmore, you brought up the issue of council appointment. I would like to touch that base. That also, when myself and Councilmember Hardy voted for a resolution to appoint Serge Jain, we were criticized right on the dais that this is wrong, you're not giving opportunity to everybody else. And we were in a bind. Like, had we given opportunity and then we said, okay, no, we are not voting for other than Serge Jain, because to me, he was the best candidate. And he has proved that by getting elected, basically. So we were in a bind. Like, if you do what you did, what former Mayor Mahan and Councilmember Kolstad did, then you blame them. And if what we did, then again we would blame. And Councilmember Watanabe was there to blame us, basically. So, and what we did was one of the options on the agenda as per the recommendations from the city clerk office, basically. We didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, you may not have liked it, and we don't like the way every time the vote goes, but that's okay. That's part of the process. But don't criticize somebody for sake of criticizing, for that matter. And that's what we were. We were subjected to that. Both me and Councilmember Hardy were subjected to that. And so to me, yeah, as much as we want to work together, I want to work together with the council, but there were some blunders, and I consider there were some issues which were went beyond the regular ethics and the standards of a council member. So I am for this motion. And Mayor Gilmore, about you, like, I think you could have that day control the situation. When Councilmember Watanabe mentioned something, you were in the back, you could have easily dissolved the situation. Let's give Councilmember Park a chance to speak. And not only that, after that, you defended what Councilmember Watanabe, and you put Councilmember Park on the same level. You sort of blamed him also, that, oh, you were equally to be blamed. So that is not a good sign of a good leader. Like, the very first thing I heard on that day, I didn't attend the meeting, but I saw the video, and they told me that Mayor Gilmore was also there. The very first thought on me was, oh, Mayor Gilmore didn't say anything? And no, nothing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So the one question that everyone keeps bringing up to me is, because I've had a really hard time with this. I've debated this a lot, and I've actually talked to Pat Kolstad, and I'll get to that in a little bit about that. But the question has always been, if the roles were reversed, would you have censured me if you had the chance? Would you admonish me if you had the chance? That is the question that many have said to me. If the roles were reversed or the shoe was on the other foot, they would do it. And I say that's their beliefs. You know, that's might be what they do, but I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt that they wouldn't do it. I'm going to have that feeling. I'm going to go away from what other people think on that. I don't think Kathy Watanabe is a racist. I don't. I've spoken to her. In fact, you know, her daughter is biracial. So if anyone's getting any racism, I think her daughter would be getting any. And I think that as a mother, she has to deal with that. So I don't think she's a racist. What I think this was political. I think it was a political move. She made a mistake. I disapprove of it. Many are asking, Asian groups, NAACP, La Raza, there is the demand for this to be done. But, you know, my dad used to say something to me all the time about tough love, that, you know, Anthony, you're going to go through this punishment because you need to learn something in the future. And the thing is that I love you. I love Councilmember Watanabe. I love you, Mayor Gilmore. And I love the rest of you as my colleagues, because at the end of the day, we're working to achieve a better Santa Clara. And when there's things like this, it's really hard to make those decisions because the factors that are at play. Sorry, I'm trying to get all my notes here. My major question is that, you know, after this, could we move on? If this does go forward, are we going to be able to do this? Will there be daily attacks on, you know, your website or your news site that's going to say that we're the bad guys, when we're really just trying to do what the people were asking us to do? Mayor Gilmore, to be honest, you know, when that happened, I thought you were going to step in, and I thought this could have been your shining moment. I disapprove of it. I didn't think it was right, but I think it could have just been that, you know, yourself and Kathy, it was the moment. It was the moment. There's been times where I've done something, I've made a mistake, and I accept my punishment. I accept what I made a mistake on, and I've been called out on it. I think one time on Planning Commission, I said something wrong. I've apologized. And on this council, I've said something wrong too, and I've apologized because you know, it's the moment. And I think maybe that's what you guys were caught up in. And I don't, you know, I understand that. But like I said, it wasn't racism. I feel it was political. But I think we can all learn from this as a whole. You know, the thing is that, you know, Kathy Watanabe, you know, she used to ignore me too. Mayor Gilmore was never as communicative. But what I've noticed though, is we've been communicating more and we've been talking more. I've been learning more about Kathy. I've been learning more about Mayor Gilmore. I've been learning more about all my council members, and I've known probably all of you a majority of my life probably. And I've learned a lot more about you. So I don't want this to be something that's going to ruin all of our relationships if we have to move forward on this. I want you to say that there is still hope for all of us to get along, that we can turn a new page and start a new chapter. Pat Cole said, you know, as I said in the beginning, he spoke to me and he said, Anthony, you need to go in there and you need to be a peacemaker. He says, if, you know, the groups that are out there demanding that this be done, you need to do what the people are requesting you to do. But either now or in the future, you need to be a peacemaker and you need to bring this council together some way and somehow. And that is why I'm saying tonight, at this late hour at 1:00 a.m. before everyone's last call, I want to bring this council together, that we are going to focus on the positive after tonight. This is something that has been going on since since March 31st. I mean, I can't believe it's already in June and we're discussing this. But I understand everything that's happened. I understand where everyone's coming from. And I truly want this city to move forward. And I hope we can start a new chapter. And I hope that our relationships continue to grow. And I hope that whatever happens tonight, that Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe, that those lines of communication are always going to be open. And I always want you to contact me, as I will always try to contact you. And I want you to all know that I love every one of you. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to make some comments, and I'm sure that this council wants to take action. First of all, the anti-Asian hate event that Councilmember Watanabe organized was a positive event, of which she had scheduled speakers. She didn't have an open mic. She had scheduled speakers, and at least half were Asian American speakers. I've been to 3 anti-Asian hate events in the city of Santa Clara. I at least went to the ones that I knew about. 2 of them didn't have open mics. 1 of them had an open mic. So everybody does their own events the way they are. When that happened at the end of the event, when Kevin Park, who didn't come late, he came right on time and was introduced. At the end of the event, when he came up to speak, it was a knee-jerk reaction of Councilmember Watanabe. I asked her, if you could do it over again, what would you do? She said, I would let Kevin Park speak if I could do it over again. And she apologized to Councilmember Park. She apologized to the AAPI community. After the event, she went and contacted every single council member and asked for a meeting. And I believe she met with everyone except, I don't think Kevin Park and her were able to come up with the time, but she did contact everyone to sit down with everyone and take those steps. My role in this is I want the council to get along. We have work to do. We have to work together. Kathy is married to a Chinese Japanese American man. She has a mixed race daughter, as Councilmember Becker had mentioned. All I want to say is that I think Gabrielle Antolovich tonight said, we need to work together to bring better conversations to the table. And that's one of the reasons we're doing this now as well. We all condemn Asian hate. All of us do. There's no question or doubt that that's the issue. But she said, please, let's work together. Gabriella said, please, let's work together and let's not take it out on each other. But that's exactly what this is going to do. And I don't know, the bar that is being set by this, the low bar for a censure, especially, anybody can imagine anyone for anything. So that's different. The low bar that is set for a censure is that if something like that happens, as opposed to what happened with Councilmember Caserta, something like this happens, that, everyone on this council has offended someone else in some way, shape, or form. Look at this evening, Councilmember Park offended our city manager with his comments, right? Should we censure Councilmember Park? Where is this going to end in terms of censure? So I just say that Councilmember Watanabe apologized. Councilmember Park should have been able to speak. It was a mistake. He should have been able to speak at the event. But I really think, for our council dynamics in the future and everything else, I think we all agree. Councilmember Watanabe is not a racist, and she did her best in very good faith to help that little girl. And I think all of this is forgotten about what happened to that girl, which was horrendous in Kathy's district. And that's why she had it out there. It's her district and it happened. She was just absolutely out of her mind that that happened, and quickly organized. Everyone that spoke was a scheduled speaker. There wasn't anybody added. Just want to make that clear for the record, was a scheduled speaker. A mistake was made. Kevin should have been able to speak. It was a mistake. She apologized. She apologized to everyone. I know it's probably not good enough for people. And I know that, a lot of people that spoke, I mean, half the people were the people that sued us for the CVRA. They were the plaintiffs' attorneys, people involved in that. So I want to try to take out, what people's motives are. Political motives. There might be politics on both sides. I think Councilmember Becker, you said this is political. I think it's on both sides. It's very political. There's past feelings, from council members about Kathy Watanabe, about council members. There's council members that have, spoken about me like horrendously. I could point to every single one of you. Every single one of us have offended someone in some way. A member of the public. Where do we set that bar? And if the council censures right now, forget the admonishment, because that comes next. I'm sure that's going to happen too. But if the council censures right now, you're setting the bar, at a certain amount. I know it's hard. And I'm touting, we need to get along. There's enough hate in this world. This is just more division. And if that's what you want, fine, then do it. It's just more division and more dysfunction and more hate on top of already unfortunate situations that Councilmember Watanabe said she would have done differently. I wish we could all, turn back time. I'll give you an example too. We had one of the rallies in Santa Clara was organized by Councilmember Park and Habir Bhatia, who was Kathy's opponent in the last election. I forgot to talk about that element of it, people that lost the election and their supporters. That's another element of this that we're not talking about. But put out that they were having a rally, and I saw it on Facebook and I thought, oh, that's great, I'm gonna go. It's in Santa Clara starting in the Franklin Mall. I wasn't sure about some of the details, but I was very fortunate that Councilmember Anthony Becker called me the night before, texted me and said, I think you should go. And I said, great, I'm going to go. So I went to that rally, and Councilmember Park was very excited that he had cleaned up for the rally, and there was a lot of people there and it was fun. And we, we're collaborating together and talking to each other, people I had never met before. We walked from the Franklin Mall to the Civic Center to talk about our, what happened. And there was scheduled speakers. I wasn't one of the scheduled speakers, even though it's in Santa Clara and I'm the mayor. I wasn't a scheduled speaker, but I wasn't going to push myself on anyone. But the mayor of Sunnyvale was invited and the mayor of San Jose was invited, but I wasn't invited to speak. It only happened that when the mayor of Sunnyvale didn't show up, I was called over, come over to speak. So I spoke, I guess, for the mayor of Sunnyvale, but I wasn't offended. I wasn't any of that, because I was there to support, to show, solidarity for our Asian American community, because it was in Santa Clara. And I think I'm not Asian. I wasn't offended, but I'm the mayor. I still wasn't offended. I wanted to support, because we have to stop this. We have to stop the division and the hate. But I fear that, having this happen is just, it's more division. And maybe that's deliberate on some council members' part. That's what's going to happen. Councilmember Hardy, I didn't see you at any of the events in Santa Clara. I didn't see you anywhere, on any of the 3 events, at least that I was at. I try to go to everything. Councilmember Watanabe was at everything. We are out there trying to support and help and work together, because our community is so diverse. And we love that about Santa Clara. I love it about Santa Clara. But this is something, it was an issue. People were offended. Councilmember Park was offended. The Asian American community was offended. And Councilmember Watanabe did apologize. So I don't know what else we can say about this, but just, I just caution the council, where are you setting the bar for a censure? Okay, Councilmember Park, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I mean, go through the questions. Was Kathy being racist? Maybe, maybe not. Was she untruthful? Yes. The issue is, how do we make the minorities in our community feel safe, protected, and supported? Right? Did her event have good intentions? Yes. Was that the takeaway from the event? Evidently not. And the learning just doesn't seem to be there. Like you just said, you think it's about offending people. There is nobody on earth who's going to get away with not offending people. And again, let's be clear. I wasn't offended by not being allowed to speak. Like you asked, how do we get along? Well, the short answer is we own up to our actions. You know, we are consistent in what we say and what we do. That is literally the Santa Clara Code of Ethics. We try to be fair. We try to see the other side of the story. We support the issues independent of the people involved. But you are still trying to justify the event and not acknowledge the actions, and not just the actions at the event, but the actions after the event. Kathy's husband and daughter are Asian in great part, but Asian hate is not the issue. It's the lies, the gaslighting narrative. Those are the things that deserve censure. The continued lies and gaslighting. You talk about unity, but you do not put it in practice. Even now, you are trying to spin instead of acknowledge the actions and own up to the truth. And I think these are the actions. That is not a low bar. Like, that is not a low bar. I mean, it's a low bar that I think people should be able to overcome to not get censured. I feel that that's the low bar. But if you can't even get over that low bar to follow the code of ethics, that deserves censure. Like, again, I was not offended by not being allowed to speak. In fact, I was ready to leave, go about my day. I had another meeting to go to. But it's very clear that the Asian Americans, the Asian Americans who did feel discrimination, who go through this every single day, the people who weren't, who aren't like me, I'm mostly oblivious to a lot of things because I'm an engineer. I try to look at what the facts are, and if things don't make sense, they don't make sense. I'm also, I don't know, born in America. I feel very, very comfortable in my country. But that is not the experience of the people that are asking for censure. That's not the takeaway that they got. And I feel that by all of these, let's show some unity. Let's try to, that is completely disrespecting their point of view. You're disrespecting, their experience. And I think that these kinds of behaviors are the things that we need to change. And like I said, the learning just does not seem to be there. It is not about offending people. Thank you.
Okay, council. What are you gonna do?
Mayor, I have my hand raised.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's hard for me to see it. I apologize, especially
No.
now this hour.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's 1:20 something. Go ahead.
Yes, I know that. And I'm just going to keep this brief because I am aware of the hour, and I'm sorry to our staff that are still here. I just wanted to, there was a comment made about me removing things from my page. I have no idea what is being talked about, but I just want to show, I hope people can see this. This is my council page, and you can see the flyer that a friend of mine, community member, created. This is also this is my personal Facebook page that also has the flyer. I didn't remove them. I haven't removed anything from my pages. The only thing I took down my Instagram page, and I took down my Twitter pages as a result of the comments that were being posted on my pages. I have apologized. I've apologized to Councilmember Park, the AAPI community, and the residents. I have held myself accountable. I have asked to meet with all of the council members. I've met with 4 of the 5. Councilmember Park wasn't available. His time is limited. He didn't get back to me with the time. So I don't know what more I can do. I've done my part. Like I said, I held myself accountable.
I am married to a man of Chinese, Japanese, American. My daughter is biracial. I will also add that growing up in an Irish family, I am familiar with discrimination. I lived in Ireland for a time. I was an American when I went there, and I stood out like a sore thumb. But so I have learned discrimination at a very early age, which has made me more appreciative of what people go through when they are the underdog. And I always stick up for the underdog, which is what I did that day for that child, a child of who is AAPI in a very diverse community. And these people that have spoken out against me, they don't know who I am. You don't know anything about me, but I've done what I feel like I needed to do to make amends. I've held myself accountable. I've apologized. I've stated that I would do things differently, and that's all I can do. So it's up to you now, Council, to take whatever actions you feel are necessary. And in the interest of time, I would hope that you would just do what you need to do and do it quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to accept the resolution number 1 to censure Councilmember Watanabe based on our code of ethics.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and second for censure for Councilmember Watanabe. Anyone else have any comments on that? Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I would like to say that I'm among the people that for years, Kathy would not say hello to me. She would not meet with me, but I will not vote for censure.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm not voting for it either. Based on her comments and many other things. I think that it's very extreme for this situation. And anyways, I've said enough. We are doing the opposite of trying to get along. Let me tell you, this is the opposite of that. But it's really showing the direction that we're going on, and it's not a positive direction. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please. Oh, Councilmember Park, do you have a final thing to say before we go roll call vote?
I do. So I actually agree with Suds Jane in large part, which was I was not going to pursue anything about this event. But then the event continued, and it continued with Kathy's responses, and not just Kathy's responses to me, but Kathy's responses to the community. I don't like censure. And in fact, I kept telling people I don't even need an apology. But I realized that this is not just about my opinion. It is about the comfort of the people, and they need to feel safe, protected, and supported. And that clearly is not what they're getting out of what happened here. And I realized that I may think certain things, but as somebody said in an earlier item, I am actually a civil servant. And I sat and I had deep conversations with a lot of the people who are Asian, who do feel discrimination, not just occasionally, but on a daily basis. I talk to people who don't feel safe walking around their neighborhood, right? And not just because of their neighbors, but because they live on busy streets where they have people, you know, cars pass by with bad things. And I realized, and this is what they told me. They said, if you, the person on the platform with the microphone in hand, aren't going to stand up and speak for the Asians, for us people that don't have a voice, who's going to do it? And I realized that's very true. So I need to look at this from a, what do the residents feel? What do the members of the Asian American community feel? And that took me a long, long time, because I've said for years, you know, I'm somebody that I've had a good life. I've had a very, very good career. I don't feel that the discrimination that most Asians feel, I don't feel that I felt that. But this isn't about me, and this isn't about my experience. It's about the experience of the Asian American community that does need support. And that's why, you know, personal feelings aside, I feel we need to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Oh, I have to vote? Okay, no, thank you.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 4-3. Unfortunately. Okay. All right, next we have my admonishment. Karen, I think, was it you?
I'll make the motion to pass resolution 2 to admonish the mayor for not standing up and speaking against what happened and not keeping up the code of ethics in this situation.
I want to point out a factual error in your resolution that apparently was written by Byron Fleck. Is that correct? It has a quote from me that wasn't, I didn't say a quote. And it said that both sides were at fault. I actually didn't say that. Councilmember Park said that. So you have a factual error in your resolution that needs to be removed.
You did say it.
I did not.
In the meeting, you said, I think you could say that both of you are at fault.
I did not say that. I went back and I listened twice. I said that I asked both sides, would they do things differently? Kathy Watanabe said, yes, she would have let Kevin Park speak. I asked Councilmember Park, would you do things differently? He said, yes, I would 100%. Those words never came out of my mouth, Councilmember Hardy. And you have factual inaccuracies in a resolution, and you actually don't need a resolution to admonish, but if you're going to pass that resolution, there's factual errors in it.
We can say, you can strike that one phrase, but I stand by the rest of the resolution.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, there's factual errors in it. So when you take that out, what are my quotes that I'm being admonished for? Can you tell me?
You upheld what Councilmember Watanabe said. You were there and did not stop anything.
Quotes, I asked for my quotes. You put it in the resolution. What are my quotes that I'm being admonished for?
I have them here. It says right in here, Mayor Lisa Gilmore offered in defense of Councilmember Watanabe's conduct, barring Councilmember from addressing. There are faults on both sides. Councilmember Watanabe apologized. I think it's time for us to work together. At no time did Lisa Gilmore condemn the conduct of Councilmember Kathy Watanabe, which she knew were in violation of the City of Santa Clara's Code of Ethics and Values.
So when you take out the first line that is inaccurate, my quotes are, Councilmember Watanabe apologized, and I think the council should work together. So you're going to admonish me for that because you said I knew? How do you know what I knew? That she violated the code of ethics? How can you even say that?
You were there.
So was Councilmember Jane, and never has he condemned her actions. So where's his resolution?
He's
Matt?
not the mayor.
Oh, so it's just the mayor that gets the admonition. Can I ask the city attorney, can anyone admonish anyone for any reason on the city council? Individually or collectively?
And I would just point to the policy, and that's what the policy says.
The policy says so. So I could admonish Councilmember Park for the language he used tonight against our city staff. The very negative language. I could admonish him for that. I could admonish, anyone for anything. So I just want to say my role as the mayor is to try to get this council to work together. And I just want to say I'm having a difficult time doing that, because I'm not sure that this council wants to work together. So I think that this admonishment is pushing the limits. Certainly you guys can do whatever you want to do. Anybody can admonish anybody for anything. But I really believe that apologies were made. We need to move ahead and work together. We've got a lot of issues going on. And also there was a lot of politics behind this as well. The fact, Councilmember Hardy, that you met with Rahul Chandok of the 49ers to talk about this, that tells me something, right there. The fact that, so many people are involved that had to do with our lawsuits and opponents of Councilmember Watanabe that lost the election. I understand there's a lot involved here, but to admonish me for trying to get the council to work together is I don't think that's fair at all. And again, I can turn around and give a mayoral admonishment to you. So I just think the whole thing is just wrong. I'm not going to say any more about it because you're all going to do what you want to do anyway. But to sit up there and pass these kinds of judgments when you yourself, Councilmember Hardy, didn't attend any rallies at all, I just think is wrong. So now go ahead, start piling it on you all. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I hear what you say. And I feel that when you say you're just trying to get the council to work together and you're not being very good at it, it's not the council's fault that's the case. I feel that when you push the narrative that it's because, well, we're the majority and the majority is going to do whatever the majority wants to do, that is not talk from somebody who's trying to unify the city council. And I'll also say this. There are 5 people that are not part of your minority 2-person block, but that doesn't mean that we're a 5-person majority block. I will say that each one of us, all of us, have differences and we disagree with each other. We don't vote as a block. We vote independently. I think one of the reasons that people say, why aren't you guys so effective in making change? And the short answer is because we don't vote as a block. We're independent people and we work together to come up with policy. And sometimes that means we don't get the individual policies that we want. But when you try to quibble on points instead of owning up and saying, this is what I could have done. I see your point about this is the way that it's seen. That is something that that is something that is much more useful to unity than simply saying everyone should get together, everyone should stop pointing fingers, everyone should stop. Like that is not a way to get unity. And what I can do is I can look at the letters that were sent from the people for the May 4th meeting, where they acknowledge you tried to change the narrative and say, well, Kathy would have done things differently and Kevin would have done things differently, implying that both of us would have done things differently because we both made mistakes. And I had to clarify, I had to push and clarify at the earlier meeting that I didn't say I would have changed what I would have done because I made a mistake in what I did. I would have changed what I did because now I know that there was never any intent for Kathy to let us speak. So when you try to control the narrative and when you, like you're the chair of this meeting, but the chair doesn't mean that you can say whatever you want and add comments in between every other person's comment. You are supposed to be a professional chair, but you use this position and you abuse this position to change the narrative and to try to attack every person that makes a comment that you don't agree with. And because you don't seem to even, acknowledge that you do this, that's not going to change. And the troubles that we're going to have as a city council are going to continue to be there. Like, I don't have a problem with working with Suds Jane. I don't have a problem with working with Anthony Becker. And we disagree a lot of the time. Like, if you actually look at our votes are not in lockstep. That doesn't prevent us from going out, looking at our communities, working together to try to find solutions. And here, like I am telling you, when you simply ask for unity because you want us to not do something that you disagree with, or you want us to do something that you really want us to support, I think a better way to do that is simply, extend your hand, acknowledge, how our feelings and how our opinions differ from yours, and accept them, right? And over time, we will get a better understanding of why you feel the way you do, and you will get a better understanding of why we feel the way we do. But that's not what's happening. And again, even to the very last second, you are trying to change the narrative to make it look like the majority is simply pushing through whatever the majority wants. Me, as somebody who may or may not vote one way, I would prefer if we didn't have these kinds of discussions. I would really prefer that. And I would really prefer that the city council acts in a way that the minority communities that we're trying to support, that actually every person that we're trying to support feels supported and protected and safe. But it is clear that they don't. And again, if it were just up to me, we would be doing other city business. But I realized we are civil servants. And as it was told to me and made very clear, if we, the representatives of the people who look like us, who sound like us, who live in the same city, are not going to stand up, for the residents, then who will? Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I fully agree with Councilmember Kevin Park's some of the narration. Like just now you said, here the piling up. Now they're piling up. And this is, I have heard it multiple times. When we want to speak, you say, oh, here they come again. Now everybody will talk about it. And today itself, and I did ask you a question. You mentioned that optics of 49ers, they have done this, you have done that. And I asked you a simple question. What did we give to 49ers, which was in last 2 years? And you didn't have any answer. And these are the narrations which I know you are talking about now, taking a high ground. I want to take the council together. I want to work with everyone together. And within this narration, time and again, you mentioned, oh, you majority will do what you want to do. That is not the context. That doesn't help, Madam Mayor, to take the council together. And as Councilmember Kevin Park mentioned, we are much independent 5 people, much more independent 5 people, and our votes have gone tangent opposite to each other, and that's how it should be. And even if our votes go different way, that's done. That's a legislative process. We respect each other. We have respect and honor for each other. Whereas you are trying to club us into a different bracket. And that doesn't help the narration of what you are trying to tell us. Oh, I want to get all of you together and we want to work together and this thing will take us in a different direction. I wish we had the similar discussion in last 2 years when I think me and Kevin, Councilmember Hardy were sort of outside the block, basically. And we were treated as not being greeted, not by you. Let me be very
Oh,
frank.
no, don't even start that. I'm very
Not by you. I'm saying this,
courteous
not
to
by you.
everybody on this council at all times. I am. So don't start that.
No, I right away said not by you. I understand. You always greeted, you always spoken to us, you always returned greetings. I'm not telling you that. I always in person, right? I'm telling you right now, I tell that thing in private, behind your back also. I say that at least you regard that, you show that respect. I'm not telling you that for that matter. So this thing is a collective holistic approach. Now, even after this meeting, I would say whatever happens today, get behind it and let's all council members sit together. And if we really want to work together, let's sit together and do some um, social gathering, and no city agenda would be discussed, and let's talk about it. How we can at least be a better human beings to each other, better colleagues to each other, and let's build on that. So just by saying today that, oh, this narration that you are doing wrong, and this thing we're building that thing wrong, that should not be the narration. When you yourself has been um, posting us or defining us to be a separate five people, that should not be narration. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Mayor Gilmore,
Can
you're
I,
a very,
can I just interrupt for 1 second, Councilmember Jane? All of our computers down here are going to turn off at 2 a.m. We can't stop it because it has to restart the whole system. So whatever you're going to do with me, we have to do before 2 o'clock. And it looks like we're going to have to do a possible Thursday night meeting to continue just the items that were on here because we have things that need to go. So I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just need to say we need to move this along so we can because we're going to turn off. We can't stop it, what's happening. So go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilmember Jane.
okay. Mayor Gilmore, you're of course a very experienced elected official. You've been in politics for almost 30 years. And for years, you have a lot of influence. For years, people in the press referred to it as Lisa Gilmore's council. And in fact, the night that Karen Hardy and Raj Chahal were trying to get me appointed to council, you stopped Debbie Davis from saying something that she shouldn't have. During the appointment to the charter review, you actually tried to keep me off of the charter review because I couldn't be there in person that night, even though Patty Mahan had put my name up to be on the charter review. But I will not be voting for admonishment because I do think we need to fix things and move on and try to get stuff done for the people. So I will not be voting for admonishment.
Thank you. Can I just respond, Councilmember Jane, that the night I didn't want to appoint you for the charter review, we had a policy. If you didn't show up for a commission assignment, you weren't considered. It wasn't personal. It was just that was our policy and it changed that night. So I just have to say that because in my own defense. All right. Anyone else on my admonishment? Okay, we have a member of the public. I'll go to the public quickly. Kurt Bertan, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting me speak on this. I really hope that you do not support this admonishment. Mayor Gilmore has been a leader for the city for, even while she wasn't a mayor, she always stood up for city priorities. And I hope that you will just stop being as divisive as this is being. And it's really upsetting to hear that. I mean, I'm starting to hear the holier than now arguments. It's like, oh, well, this is what, you're doing. And, you should never do this because you cannot, you're not even human at this point if you know, if you do these kinds of things. And just take a real careful look. Everybody, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all do things that, you know, hindsight's great. But to hear some of the talk that some of the council members have made tonight makes it sound like there's never any issues and questions about their behavior. And if that's the level which you've now put into form now with Councilmember Watanabe's action, very disappointing. But
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
I just want to say I do not support this admonishment for Mayor Lisa Gilmore. And I want to say that most of the time I do not agree with Lisa Gilmore. Our politics are totally different, but she is very fair. She allows me freedom of speech on her platform where there are other council members that do not. And again, like I said, I'm over 25% Native American. I did the 23andMe. So if anybody thinks I'm lying, I can prove that. So again, I think like Mayor Gilmore said, you are setting the bar very low if you vote this admonishment for her. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kwan, go ahead, Kwan.
Hi, I'm so sorry to see the last motion passed. Also, I don't think it's fair to punish Mayor Gilmore. Yeah, I really hope every council member respect each other, get this city issue done. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley, go ahead, Wesley.
I would like to say to the 3 people that say no, I say yes. Not because I don't like Mayor Gilmore as a person. I think she's been very fair, but in this one instance, she censored what Kevin would have said, and that was not fair. So as a public figure at a public event, that is an appropriate response of admonishment to you. But I do think you are a decent human being, and I know that was a mistake. But I'm not hearing that it was a mistake on your part. Not hearing it at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, I'm going back to the council now. Council, is there action you'd like to take for my admonishment? Is there a motion?
I think I did make the motion. I didn't hear a second.
Is there a second on, is it for the resolution minus
Yes.
the wording that is inaccurate?
Fine.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Vice Mayor, okay.
Mayor, I have my hand raised.
Yes, I'm sorry. I
No,
really,
it's
I
okay.
have a hard time because it's light and it's in a light background. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm white.
Seeing
Can I
things right now, it's almost 2
start?
o'clock. Go ahead, Councilmember Watanabe.
No,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to have the opportunity to just speak in your defense, as you spoke in mine. What is being done to you right now is unfair, and it's like it was a second thought. It's like a package deal, 2 peas in a pod. I mean, when you look at the initial vote that was taken on this, there were 2 votes. Councilmember Jane voted not to censure me, but to admonish you, and Councilmember Becker voted to censure me, but not admonish you. And it just didn't make any sense, because it's like, if Councilmember Jane wasn't going to censure me, then why did he feel it was necessary to admonish you? It's like, if you're not going to censure, then you should not admonish. And I appreciate the fact that he has stated tonight that he is not going to censure, he has voted not to censure me, and he will not admonish you. But it's like I said, it's like this is just an opportunity to hurt and point fingers, and because people do know that you are, and I appreciate the fact that people have pointed out that you are a fair person, and what is being done right now is wrong. It's wrong, and there's no basis for it. There's no grounds. There's just nothing. So anyway, that's just my two support of you, Mayor.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much for the kind comments. So we need to get to a vote because we're going to have to, before we shut down here, we have a few minutes. So could Assistant City Clerk, could you please call for the roll call vote for the motion to admonish me. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. All right. I am officially admonished. Okay. Thank you. Now we have the rest of the council meeting to continue until Thursday. We have to do these items. City Attorney?
Yeah, the motion at this point should be to adjourn to a time certain on Thursday. At what time? Do we have a time?
Should we say 6 o'clock?
Okay.
I have things, but I'm gonna have to cancel.
Thursday at 6 to finish these items. Can we throw number 10 on too?
It can stay on. Anything that's still on the agenda can stay on.
So all the hearings, we will continue all of the hearings.
I think did number 10.
Number 10 was deferred
You
until
already
June
you already
15th.
continued it.
Oh, okay.
So just for clarity, we will bring back item number 5. We will bring back item number 6, item number 9, item number 11.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, is that it? Is that all right, City Attorney?
Yeah, you don't even really have to say the items. It's just simply for the
Remaining
public.
remaining agenda
That's
items.
just for the public to know that those are the items that will still remain on the agenda. Yes.
All right, may I have a motion for the remaining items?
Motion to continue to Thursday, June 10th at 6 p.m. to continue the items that have not been discussed tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to do that. Roll call vote, please, Assistant City Clerk.
To the maker of the motion, I just want to clarify pursuant to the attorney's advice that we're adjourning the meeting to June 10th at 6 p.m. Is that okay if I change the word?
Yes, support. Is that
That's
not what?
correct. That's the correct way to say it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up last minute. Don't we need a 72-hour notice, or do we continue the meeting till then?
No. When you do an adjournment to a date and time certain, you just simply post a notice of the adjournment on the council on both the physical and the clerk's page. But this is the proper way under the Brown Act to adjourn without having to renotice it.
Oh, okay. I say yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Oh, I have an adjournment. Hold
Mayor,
on.
may I just add a comment before the
I'll
adjournment?
adjourn on Thursday for this in memory of Rod Dunham's father. Go ahead.
I just want to add that with the adjournment to June 10th at 6 p.m., We would have normally gotten the June 15th agenda packet out. We'll get that out on Friday so that we can make ourselves available to support the meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Assistant City Clerk?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the motion or the second for the adjournment.
I'm not sure. I think.
I think all the votes are already taken, Madam Mayor.
That vote was taken.
No,
we
the vote was to adjourn the meeting, so,
Thursday.
okay. Thank you.
Did we vote already?
Well, we adjourned the meeting
Yes,
to
yes,
June.
Okay.
Yes.
Meeting is, okay, then meeting is adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Good night.